It's time for the European rounds in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series here in 2025. After 12 hours of racing so far, we've still got another 8 to go, starting here at the Portimão circuit in the Algarve in Portugal and ending in 1 month's time at Spa in what could be a rain-affected race. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to RaceSpotTV. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside Reece Gardner for the opening part of the 4 hours of Portimão here in round 4 of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series in 2025. This broadcast, as all of them are in 2024, brought to you by Princess Cruises here at the Porsche Club America, the 2025 title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13 in the 2025 Team Racing Series, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. 2025 is also the 70th anniversary of the Porsche Club of America. That started all the way back in 1955. Great to be celebrating it with the 2025 Team Racing Series, and off the back, of course, of a very exciting Series 13 in the regular series of the Porsche Club America Sim Racing Series. Good to be alongside you for this one, Reece. It's the penultimate round of the championship here at Portimão as we start the European leg of our championship. This circuit feels very different to what's come before, especially the last 2 rounds at Road Atlanta and Suzuka. At stark contrast to this one here today.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, I think bringing some of those epic vibes. Portimão, of course, built and opened in the mid to late 2000s, and it's a modern classic, really. It's got a fantastic layout, following the terrain up and down these hills. It's like riding a roller coaster round the back of this circuit. And I mean, any race of any length around here is worth tuning in for. But a 4-hour with GTP and GT3 machinery is just the ticket for me.
It's going to be fantastic to watch. We are, as you say, using the Porsche 963 GTP and the Porsche 911 GT3R here today. The classes split Pro and Am. Teams and cars are only with pro drivers in the normal sim racing series. AM teams can have a pro, but there's a non-pro involved in there somewhere else as well. Either club sport or challenge class drivers all eligible to be in the AM class, but it's only pros in the pro classes here this season in the team racing series. As we mentioned, it's going to be a 4-hour race coming up very shortly, and it's going to be pretty important for these teams' standings because this is the penultimate round. Shopaholics race team have done well so far in Pro 963 to build a big lead, although they didn't win at Suzuka, lost 35 points, 35 rather, to last 10th GTP. That gap, though, still 75, and so they need to just finish around the top 2 or so, and they'll be fine to take the title. In 963 AM, it is Stallions GTP who lost a few points last time out. They're now only 15 ahead of Kainar Racing. There's only the 2 of them here today, unfortunately. If Kainar Racing finish ahead of Stallions, though, it will go to a winner-takes-all finale at Spa. In Pro GT3R, Imperial Motorsports have taken the championship lead. 125 points is the biggest lead of any of the classes. They extended that by winning at Suzuka. And in the AM 963, AM GT3R class, rather, Imperial Motorsports took a bit of a hit in the points last time out. 55 ahead of Gone Broke Racing. Now, with Can-Am Atlas 100 behind, there are more GT3 cars generally in these races, and so you can lose points a lot more quickly in those classes. So while 100 points may look like a big margin, it's actually not really when you look at the standings in their entirety. Qualifying is just underway right now, and to be honest, I have this circuit down as a little bit of a difficult one to overtake on, and so you want a good qualifying session, as you always do for a 4-hour race, even if you do have the time to make up after mistakes. You don't want to have them in qualifying, certainly. You want to be up there as far as possible, and each of these drivers has a 10-minute lone qualifying session to try and do that. No traffic to worry about here for this session, thankfully.
Yeah, of course. They get 3 laps each to set their times for the grid. And I think the GTP class is going to be very grateful for those 3 laps, because especially since the tyre model changes for the GTP class, those tyres, when they're cold, they are mighty slippery. It's nigh impossible to get the 963 around a lap when those tyres are freshly bolted on. So Lenny Holland here in the Matrix Bronze machine in the Pro GTP GT3 class. Actually getting himself off to a good initial run here on a 138.1. That's 2 seconds clear of the next GTP car. So he is hoping that the rest of them can get a little bit closer. Last 10th GTP in second, Andy Jenks in the Kinneran racing machine, still about 7/10 of a second to make up if he wants to start on that front row.
Of the 963 AMs to have set a time so far in number 8. There is the leader in GT3 Pro. That is Shaibal Bandyadav in the Chroma Motorsports car, and no prizes for guessing why it's called Chroma Motorsports when you're looking at the livery there. Very nice, reflecting off the light. If it was a sunny day, we wouldn't be able to see it, to be honest, because it would be reflecting so much, but it's a very nice livery. And in GT3 AM, Michael McKinney is leading the way for Imperial Motorsports. We've been having a fantastic season so far in both GT3 classes. They got off to a double winning start at Daytona, and they've never relinquished any of their championship leads after that either. Bit of a move up there from Gombrok Racing, who now go to the front in GT3 R Pro. Imperial Motorsport still leading here in AM, ahead of Patrick Adamczyk, who is next in line. Just been bumped down to third, actually, in the AM class, but he'll be looking to improve as well. It's much more of an all-out session, I find, in GT3, comparing it to what you were talking about in GTP earlier, about warming tyres up. Doesn't seem to be as big of a factor in the slower of our categories.
Yeah, of course. The GT3 class, I think, has access to tyre warmers in the sim. The tyres are sort of started preheated, so they come up to their proper operating temperature much more easily, and you can push them a little harder out of the pits. So we've seen some good times initially get up on the standings for those GT3 cars. Christopher Pye is there in the Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle car, one of many fantastic liveries that I've seen in this GT3 class. Really enjoying seeing the talent of graphic design at play in this series, but coming through this beautiful middle sector of the lap, coming down to the bottom of the hill and then straight back up. It's a blind braking zone into this left-hander. It's going to be one of the places where we see passes most likely. But if you're in a GTP, you're trying to get past those GT3s, you've got to be aware of the track ahead of you. Many of the corners around here are blind, and evidently the curbs can take anyone by surprise.
It's a very difficult section through there at turn 12 and before 13, especially in GT3. The 963s are not going to have such a problem. They've got more downforce, and that really helps them through turn 12. But the GT3s are really on the edge through there. Chris Pies has certainly found that out as he went a little bit wide. The curb sort of yanked him off the circuit, if you like. He carries on to go in and practice pit entry, which I'll always say is the most underrated part of practicing for any sim race. Nobody seems to do it, and there's a lot of time to be gained. Here is Ivan Gomez in number 911. We were comparing his time to Pies earlier on. He was going quite well, actually, so we'll see if he can get any closer. He's only 4/10 off pole right now, but he's 6th, would you believe it? It is a very, very close opening session here in the GT3 Pro class as Gomez makes his way over another rise, one of many at this circuit. Final corner, just make sure you keep the right-hand wheels on the curb and you'll avoid an off-track. Over the line goes Gomez. He's into the 43s. Is that any sort of improvement? It doesn't look like it. He's going to stay in 6th place, but he's less than half a second off of the pole. What a fantastic session that's been in the GT3 Pros. What a close session it's been for those teams. Excuse me.
Yeah, indeed. Incredibly close times that we've seen from the GT3s. And the GTPs, it's a bit more of a gap, though the last 10th team, with Chris Braun at the wheel, have set a 135.1. Looks like session over there for all of our GTPs. All of them have completed their laps, and the championship leading Shopaholics race team car only managing 3rd. I mean, that's not too bad, all things considered, but they obviously would like to be on the front row. Still some laps yet to come in the GT3Rs. Chris Costas in GT3R AM. 5th place in that class, 19th overall, 13th in all the GT3s. He's decided that he's done too. And it looks like Chris Sherburne just setting a 145.2. It seems the GT3s set their fastest laps a bit early on in their runs. So, yeah, they're not quite improving on it here on their final laps.
Yeah, not many have gone faster than their previous on the very last lap. Matt Sido did it. So did Michael McKinney to get pole in GT3 AM, but I can't see. Mark Foley did it. I only see 3 examples, though. It's certainly towards the front. Down the back, it's a bit of a different story. But yeah, it seems that early on, that was the time to be quick in the GT3s. After that, it got a little bit more difficult for everyone. So Sherburn will be third in GT3 AM. In fact, the AM and Pros are quite nicely separated this time in GT3. You don't always see that in the qualifying session for these races, so that's a bit helpful for everybody on the start of this race. They'll be around those they're actually battling for points, because it is a point system based on classes rather than based on an overall system, which allows these drivers sometimes to battle with people and make overtakes for absolutely no points at all. The qualifying session is over then, and we will be into a quick warm-up session in a few moments' time. We'll have a look at the pole lap as well throughout the warm-up session, but the Series 13 of the Porsche Cup of America Sim Racing Series may be over, but the racing continues, the endurance racing continues in the month of May.
Spinning into the westward chute.
That's right, the 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport is coming up on the 4th of May 2025. Not related to the Team Racing Series. You can participate without participation in this series, but the PCA region also co-sponsors alongside support from PCA Sim Racing, and as we host the Operation Motorsport benefit event for 2025. For more information, visit pcasimracing.com/Opmo6 hours, and to sign up, you can visit the link on your screen in a couple of moments' time. If you are ready to sign up and participate on the 4th of May, there it is. So 6 hours of racing at Spa, GTP and GT3 machinery available like in this series, although as I say, you don't have to be a driver in this series or indeed a team member in this series to be a part of it. You can come to the Operation Motorsport event as a one-off, so very much hope to see you there the 4th of May at one of our racing's most popular circuits, Spa-Francorchamps. Now they're on to the Algarve again, and Chris Brown's pole lap 1:35.1 here for last 10th GTP, and we'll see here, Reece, just how he was able to take pole by about a tenth or so of a second.
Yeah, the opening corners here at Portimão are fearsome to say the least, and he was very close to running a bit too wide out of turn 1 there, but brought it back through turn 2, all the way down to first gear for turn 3, and you have to straighten up the wheel and widen the entry here across the hill. In wet conditions, that corner's especially treacherous, but there's no rain projected for today's race. Then it's down to the hairpin here. This is going to be one of the prime overtaking opportunities on the lap, all the way down to one of the slowest speeds on this circuit. And then you get into the real twisties, the most spectacular part of this circuit. High speed entry here into this double right-hander down to the hairpin, and then here, Ewan, you're just looking at the sky before you plunge back down.
It's a bizarre sort of elevation change through this point, really using the natural curvature of the land to help you out. There's the sky again, and now you're looking for an apex that you really should have been finding before you can even see it. There, he's found it very nicely though, Chris Brown, and nicely on the exit as well, just a tiny bit of opposite lock as he uses the power through turn 12, getting on the brakes pretty much as soon as he's done with the left-hander there, before a tight final couple of corners. That was turn 13, pretty simple hairpin. It's about getting a late apex here, then there's a bit more to this turn 14, and then that decides your run all the way effectively down the straight. This of course has a massive bend in it. Here's the final corner, but it is effectively that run from turn 14 right the way round all the way down towards turn number 1, and one of the better overtaking opportunities on this lap. There is a view from the sky at the warm-up session as the drivers get themselves ready again for the race. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Starting with the 963 Pros, Chris Brown will be on the front row, not alongside Thomas Briggs. He'll be in third overall, but he's qualified second here, comfortably ahead of Lenny Holland, and Rob Rose, who will be on the same row in third and fourth. In 963 AM, only 2 cars this time round. Kynarm Racing and Stallions GTP have qualified in the same order that they are currently in the championship. In the GT3 Pro standings, we've got David Fernandez with the best lap time for Gone Broke Racing. Good lap time from him to get ahead of the Chroma Motorsports driver Shabo Bandiapadia. That is second place for him alongside Christopher Pies and Brett Holmes. Matt Siddle and Jason Finch also inside half a second of pole. Kellen Hambusher and Mike Patterson round out the 8-car GT3 Pro field. In GT3 AM, Michael McKinney has taken pole, championship leader, getting off to a good start alongside Mark Foley. Chris Sherburn and Patrick Adamczyk are on row 2 ahead of Chris Costas and Rob Neville. Further down towards the back of the pack in our Tide Biggest class, Marcus Souza and Antonio Da Silva, who were both racing just this last week, by the way, at Imola in Series 13 of the regular Sim Racing Championship. So everybody seems to be ready to go, and the warm-up session will just be completed in a few moments' time before we get on to the grid for the race. As I mentioned, the GT3s are actually quite nicely separated between pros and AMs, and so that is going to keep things clean on the actual race start here as well. First things first, the thing I've noticed as we load into the session, track temperature a little bit down compared to what we had in qualifying, but still in the high 30s at the moment, and it is the middle of the day, so it will tail off. Oh, there we go, it's just changed, 41 degrees. It is relatively warm, and I can't help but feel some of these cars might be pulling their tyres apart by the end of an hour or so out there on the circuit.
Yeah, for sure, especially at the end of a stint. But I think at the start, the GTPs will be very grateful for that high track temperature. It means that their tyres are going to get past that initial very slippery cold phase rather quickly. So here's hoping that we don't see too many dramas for the GTPs in the opening stages. This is, of course, a 4-hour team event. So it's all well and good to put it on pole and be fast in the early stages, but I think everyone would do well to take some good care here in the opening sections of the race. I'm not expecting any dramas on the first lap. I just hope that everyone has a good time getting my Marge Simpson on there.
Everyone gets off to a good start at the very least. Let's hope so for that. I guess the real difficulty and the real race is going to begin, we always say it, when the traffic here begins. There are a lot less prototypes than GTs as well, so they can't help but feel a bit outnumbered, to be honest. There's 6 of them, 16 of those GT3s. That first run through traffic is not going to decide the race by any means, but you can certainly lose it in that first run through traffic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, and especially around a course like this, with so many quick corners, so many blind ones as well, especially around the middle. You play your cards wrong, you can lose upwards of a few seconds, if not completely ruin your race through contact. So everyone's going to have to take due care and follow due process when they're finding their way through this traffic. Not as big of a field of GTPs as there is GT3s, but that just means that those big gaps are going to be even harder to make up. Everyone, though, forming up nicely in their 2x2s behind the iRacing pace car, and the GTP's well ahead. There's going to be 2 separate starts here, and it should be clean through turn 1 for the both of them. At least here's hoping.
Yeah, let's hope. We will keep an eye on both through the both sides of the screen. The 963s getting underway from the front, and then the GT3s not too far behind them, in all honesty, but they only need a bit of a gap. If they started on top of each other, then it would be a bit of a problem, especially around here, actually. The GT3s can break really deep and are quite good through the first sector, through turn 3. And you don't want them running into the back of the rear end of the 963s on the start, because as they try and get their tyres up to temperature, you can certainly see problems with that on the opening lap. We're just going to separate them as a result and hopefully get off to 2 separate clean starts. It's the European leg of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. 4 hours in Portugal, followed by 4 hours in Belgium, coming up in 5 weeks' time to decide our 4 championships. Still on the line here today, coming into the penultimate round. Some teams could take a big step forward with a good race here in the Algarve. Up over that rise, in towards the start-finish line. And the 4 hours of Portimão in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series is set to get underway. Green flags in hand, and we're still waiting for the leader to get things underway. The 000 waiting almost as long as possible, and now finally going with Briggs immediately responding in towards turn 1 and already going down the inside. Very narrow gap down the inside for the Shopaholics race team, but they're just about down there, going for the lead. They're immediately into second place, but they now want the lead in towards turn 3. They're not quite going to get it. That was aggressive and well done from Thomas Briggs to get up into second immediately here. The GT3s are off to a bit more of a single file start, and the pole sitter holding on to its lead a bit better this time round for Gone Broke Racing, but that was aggressive in 963. Thomas Briggs looking to take the lead almost immediately there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Showing why they are the championship leading team. They display that aggression right at the start. Didn't quite work out for them though. Have to wait and see how things work out towards the end of the lap. Meanwhile, in GT3, it looks like it's going to be side by side for the lead and a change for the lead. Christopher Paes trying to get up the inside of David Fernandez, but they got to give room through this double right-hander. Very close between them, and there's good racing for third as well. That's very wide from Shabal Bandyapadye there in the Chroma Motorsports car. But the leaders are still side by side now, GT3R class. They're not hanging about.
Unbelievable. There's two of them still side by side up over the top of the hill, and finally Gone Broke Racing have got their nose in front. Pies giving giving Fernandez a real good go there early on, but couldn't quite get past in the opening lap. Side by side, bit further behind as the another of the Imperial Motorsports cars gets down the inside of Chroma Motorsports. Now that is the 495, not getting off to the best start, unfortunately for them. Imperial Motorsports still leading in the AM class, which is the important thing, but that was a pass on a pro, which has helped them out massively. Through the final corner, they now go. Gone Broke Racing lead the way in GT3 ahead of Imperial Motorsports. Then it's Matt Siddle in the Matrix Black car, followed by Flying Line Racing as well, as the change for the lead in 963 happens. Thomas Briggs only had to wait one lap longer, and he's in the lead.
Yeah, there he goes, and just in time for turn 4 up across the hill. Chris Braun still keeping him honest though, not losing too much time in the lead of the race. It's a proper top 2 breakaway in our GTP class. Reasonably close for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Basically, as we see the replay of how Thomas Briggs got it done here at turn 1, just darting to the inside coming down the hill. And you could argue Chris Braun saw that coming a mile away.
And deciding that maybe now is not the best time to have a battle for the race lead, and just let the Shopaholics race team have that one just for the moment. These two certainly weren't thinking like that on lap 1. David Fernandez and Christopher Paes were putting on a right show, and they might well do again here. That wasn't the greatest run through turn 8 from Fernandez, who's going to be under pressure here from Paes, who I'm a bit surprised he's being so punchy early on. I mean, pleased to see it, of course, but he is normally a bit more patient and a slower starter than that, in a sense of not looking to do anything too aggressive early on. He's really applying the pressure here though, and it's clear to see these two are the class of the field at the moment in GT3.
Absolutely. First lap times down, they were the only two of our GT3 class in the 1 minute 52 second bracket. So they are head and shoulders above everyone else on pace at the moment, and free to fight amongst themselves as they find their way through the last corner here. It is just flat out in the GT3 cars. GTPs, it's basically an extension of the front straight, like you said in qualifying, but in GT3 you've got to be a little more precise, especially when the track is hot and the understeer starts coming in as those tyres overheat.
It's going to be a very hot day. In fact, the last hot day of the season, you would say, because at Spa there is going to be weather around. That is going to keep the track temperatures a bit cooler, and it's going to make it a very different race, so different things to worry about than what they've got here this afternoon. That was a bit wide from Fernandez, and the better run through turn 4 is going to go to Paes. How much is he going to defend this one now in the Gone Broke Racing car? It doesn't look like he's going to defend that one at all. In towards turn 5, Fernandez later on the brakes, but he's going to have a hard time hanging it round there, and Christopher Paes does now finally get the lead. Pretty bog standard passing towards turn 5, and after all the fighting earlier, that was Fernandez letting that happen almost down his inside at turn 5.
Patrick Adamczyk there in the pits. He's been given a black flag by race control. I saw it on my end. Incident down at turn 5 on lap 1. Unfortunately, Adamczyk made contact with Rob Neville at the back of the GT3R field and spun him around. And so he's been decided that he's been the cause of that incident. And so he'll have to sit in the pits for a bit just to serve that penalty. It's back on here for 3rd and 4th in AM, though, side by side here with these two cars. Magnificent bit of racing going on up here across the top of the hill. It's Marcos Souza on the outside in the Stallions GT3R and Mark Foley in the Stallions GT3RR. So looks like a bit of a battle of the teammates going on here.
And pleasingly for us, they've put themselves in different liveries despite being teammates, so we can actually tell them apart, which is pleasing. Foley just in front, Souza just tucks in behind in the red and black. He's going to have a better run out the final turn here for a move maybe at turn 1. You don't often see this in towards turn 1 actually, but we've already seen Thomas Briggs having a go and being successful. This time round, Foley not able to Souza rather, on Foley down towards turn number 1. So bit of side-by-side racing between the teammates, quickly resolved with just 6 minutes gone here. Excuse me, here at Portimão. Just further in front of them, you will have maybe seen the Autogross is racing car on the back of Backmarker Motorsports, I think. SC Team Blue just in behind there as well. There are the GT3 AM leaders in a battle, Michael McKinney, but he's not in a battle with anyone in his class at the moment. Nearly 5 seconds in the lead already, which is a big margin for this stage in the race.
Yeah, it's a good gap to have, having 2 pro cars in between yourself and your nearest class rival. And McKinney's pace is looking pretty good. 1:45.5 on the last lap. And, Bandyapadye and Finch were about a 10th faster than him on the previous lap. But it's all much of a muchness at this early stage of the race. It's all about the long runs, all about how you can maintain that pace through the stint. And speaking of stints, well, the GT3s, they can go about an hour on a fuel tank from memory, and the GTPs can go anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour depending on their fuel usage. So that's when we can expect the first round of pit stops, with round about 50 minutes done in this race thus far.
Yeah, we will hold out for that in 963 when they come down for the first time. It is going to be not that far away. It's going to crop up on us very, very quickly. 1.2 seconds now, the gap for Chris Pies. He has got the lead from Fernandez, and he's starting to run away with it now. This is the thing with having a shortened qualifying session. Over the course of 3 laps, he might not be able to get quite up to the speed that you can achieve, and it looks like that's what's gone on here in GT3 Pro. Over the time period, David Fernandez was able to get up to speed the best over 3 laps. But he was, in reality, not a lot quicker. In fact, not at all quicker than Christopher Pies by the looks of this, because the gap's nearly 2 seconds already. You can see on board with Brett Holmes here that Matt Siddle is actually staying with Fernandez quite nicely at the moment as well. Siddle's driving the Porsche just up in front of us here, by the way. So it's 4 for the lead, you would say, but Pies the class of the field. For whatever reason, he didn't get his lap in qualifying down quite as well as he was hoping, I would expect.
Yeah, and I think that's just a difference between qualifying and race setups, really. It can make a big difference. You know, sometimes you can have a car that is just better on low fuel with fresh tyres, but it's way different circumstances in the race. Yes, at the end of the stint, you've got your lighter fuel load, but your tyres are also worn down, and so that can change the balance of your car quite a bit as well. Evidently, for the moment, the Imperial Motorsports car leading that GT3 class much better on that heavy fuel load and on fresh tyres, so Pies doing a very good job up front. Meanwhile, the gap for the lead in the GTP Pro class has extended to 2 seconds. Chris Brown making up a little bit of time there on Thomas Briggs in the braking zone, but you'll see the gap increase a little bit out of the corner. Slow in, fast out applies all over the world of racing, no matter if you're driving a GT3 car or a spaceship like this 963.
It is rather space-esque. It's just under 10 minutes gone. Briggs is getting off to a nice lead. There are the changes in 963 Pro, all too many of them, but a good start from Briggs here, and maybe again to what point I was making in the GT3 Pro class. The pole sitter, maybe not the quickest in actuality, as we're seeing right now. There is the 2 Stallions GT3s again, fighting away in GT3 AM. Mark Foley versus Marcus Souza, still battling away down the back end of the class. There's 963 AM on the left-hand side. Andy Jenks is leading by a lot less now, ahead of Jeremy Hall. It's only 3 seconds. Don't forget he qualified on the front row, Jenks, but he has not stayed there. A couple more changes in GT3 Pro. Great start from Pies, as you can see. Good start from Siddle as well. Be up to 3rd place. He's got ahead of Brett Holmes and a couple of others as well. Holmes has gained a place, though, on the Chroma Motorsports car that has gone backwards so far in this race, which is a bit of a shame for them. It's their first appearance since Daytona, so it's great to have them back this time around. And a few more changes in GT3 AM, rather. 7 seconds now the lead for Michael McKinney, but behind him there's been all sorts of changes going on. This is the class that's going to be first interrupted by traffic as well, which is not all that far away.
No, not far away indeed. The GTP leader making their way up to the roller coaster section, as I like to call it. These guys round about the end of the lap, so GTPs have made up a full half a lap, maybe 2/3 of a lap on a lot of our GT3s. McKinney holding on, and wow, that's some great lap times there from the Imperial Motorsports car. 4/10 faster than Bandyapadye behind him. So it looks like the car's just getting into its stride for now. Hard charger, if you're curious, is the Backmarker Motorsports number 27 with Chris Costas at the wheel. He's been involved in quite a rollicking fight for 8th in the GT3 class, with pretty close competition there from Kellen Heimbucher.
Yeah, that was all going on in towards turn 3. Heimbucher was on the defensive, and Costas was the one looking to try and get past. He's got Mike Patterson queued behind him as well, as they work their way now down towards the end of the top 5. All of a sudden you can see, oh sorry, the gap on the bottom right is confusing me there. It's not quite the battle for the lead in GT3 AM. They're just quite close together with another team, the Chroma Motorsports team, Imperial Motorsports for the moment. But yeah, further on backwards, Costas is really involved in a fight. Mike Patterson, just not backwards for the moment. So Foley will be getting a bit closer to all of that, and Souza as well. He's now under a second behind Foley, although he has been for quite a while now. So all going on back there, and that's exactly where the GTPs are going to be coming up to first of all. The Shopaholics race team, though, not there just yet. They've just overtaken the Max Snell Motorsports car, number 21, which is a little bit disconnected from the back end of the pack, and that's going to be helpful for the 963s. If they can pick them off one by one, they'll be enjoying that a lot more than the battle headed by Kellen Heimbucher we were watching earlier on. That's going to be a bit of a nightmare for the faster class.
It absolutely is. When you get to these really fast corners and you're a prototype driver, you see those GT3s battling in front of you, and you're like, where am I going to get past all these guys cleanly? Because, oh, that was a little of a slide for Matt Stittle there off the third corner there. Brett Holmes coming back into contention there. But yeah, as a GTP driver, you want to try and lose as little time as possible getting past the GT3s, but you also don't want to compromise them too much, otherwise you'll lose some goodwill, potentially some time due to penalties from race control. So it's a very difficult balance that you have to strike in the faster class around here. And as a GT3, always got to be watching your mirrors.
Yeah, stay on your line, watch your mirrors, be wary of what's coming up behind you. Very important for those GT3s. Whether you're in the Pro or the AM class, it all works the same in the end. Out of the 8th corner, Matt Siddle and Brett Holmes make their way back down the rise, and now in towards turn 10 and 11. Holmes applying that pressure, but not getting anywhere for the moment. Just in the background of that shot, by the way, you will have seen Michael McKinney just in front of the Chroma Motorsports car as well. It's quite close. And then further back we saw earlier the battle between Heimbucher and the rest of them in that very, very large group for what is 8th place overall in the GT3s, but he is 7th at the moment in the Pros because of McKinney just in front, and here it is indeed. Bit of side by side. A little look down the inside from Mike Patterson. Now, you're probably wondering if that's Patterson trying to make a move on someone not in his class. Well, what's the point? Well, it's because he needs to get closer to people who are in his class. Patterson's got to clear Chris Costas before he can even think about making up a position in the Pro class. So he's first things first, he's got to get past Chris Costis before you can start thinking about actual positions.
Yeah, exactly. And he's doing a good job of it. Last lap, he ran a 1:46.4, and it seems to me that's 0.4 or so faster than what Chris Costis could manage on the last lap. So this battle is certainly going to come up in intensity very shortly. Costis himself struggling a little bit for rear-end grip across the curb there. Heimbucher in the bright blue car at the front of this pack. And is that a bit deep there? Okay, maybe from the car behind. Very early turn in for Mike Patterson. He's getting pressured from Mark Foley now. It's been a great turn of pace from the number 14.
Yeah, turnaround really, because it was probably going backwards defending from Sousa. Now he's the one applying the pressure to Mike Patterson for an overall GT3 position here as they come out of turn 8 again over the steep rise and back down the other side. This GT3, of course, is what we use for the regular sim racing series at the Porsche Club America. Just finished season 13 here, and news coming through that the 14th series will be starting over in September, so make sure you stick around for that and join us for season 14. It's going to be a very exciting end to the year in the Porsche Club America. The sim racing series starts up back again in September. There's plenty of racing in the meantime over the course of the summer, including the team racing series, which we've got this round and one more. And the 6 hours of Spa to come as well for Operation Motorsport, which is on the 4th of May. That's in 3 weeks' time. 3 weeks today, indeed. So we look forward to that one as well. Here is the battle for third in GT3 Pro again. Matrix Black just ahead of the Flying Line Racing team. Further behind, the leaders in the 963 category are just catching up to that big train now in the GT3s. So the one headed by Cullen Heimbucher, of course, I'm talking about. That's going to be a bit of a nightmare for Thomas Briggs, and it's going to be about who can get through this traffic out ahead of the others, if you like. There's one of them for Briggs. Can he maintain at least 2 or 3 seconds over Chris Brown, or is he really going to be caught here in all the traffic, which he seems to have maybe dispatched of? Oh no, there they are. They're just up ahead here for Briggs, and he'll see that and probably sigh or something, or roll his eyes. He won't be particularly pleased to see this battle going on in front of him.
Here's a replay of what got Patrick Adamczyk the penalty. Massive check up at the back of the GT3 field on lap 1, and then a round was turned. The car of Rob Neville, and they got a bit stuck in with each other there. So if you're wondering why Patrick Adamczyk got that penalty earlier, that is the reason. And I think you're right. There would have been a bit of eye rolling going on in that number 20 race leading GTP, especially coming into turn 1. Briggs was thinking about going up the inside of one of the GT3s, but it looks like they're actually racing the GTPs pretty hard around here. It doesn't seem like there's a clear pace differential between them through the corners here.
And at slow speed, it's always a really difficult one. It's not a big difference between GT3 and GTP, but a big difference here. Briggs just lifts off through the final corner, being quite nice actually to the light blue car just in front, and so just get away with that. He will maintain 2.5 seconds, and that is a decent advantage to have over Chris Brown over the line, especially considering Brown has still got another car to deal with here through the technical section of Sector 1, although having said that, it's going to be difficult to get close really through the slow speed corners at turn 3. There's Lenny Holland, just under 8 seconds behind the leader, currently running in 3rd position in this race, about 10 seconds in front of Rob Rose, who's currently bringing up the rear of the 963 Pros. They were on the podium just the once so far this season, the SC Team Red in Road Atlanta, and that's been 2 4th place finishes for them so far this season. As we jump back to the GT3s, they're not quite as close as they once were, although Patterson is still applying the pressure, I think, to Chris Costis. Again, not for an actual position, but Costis under pressure nevertheless, because it is an overall GT3 place, and he's probably enjoying the bit of a buffer he has back to the rest of them. He's sitting in 2nd. 3rd place is trapped behind that GT3 Pro in the queue.
Yeah, track position is underrated, I think, in a series like this, because, you know, you've got your other class competitors to think about, and like I said before, if you put a couple of other class competitors in between yourself and your nearest fellow class runner, then that's going to be an advantage that you can carry forward through the pit cycle, through your driver changes yet to come, and you can afford to play around with your strategy a little bit more. Track position is worth quite a bit, and the GTPs are certainly going to be aware of that. The passing going on down the front straight like it's the freeway, and there's a couple of people breaking the speed limit, as it were. Ball with Mike Patterson through turn 1, and nice smooth line, no GTPs to worry about, at least for the time being.
Not this time. I think there's only one more to come through now, actually, for Patterson. He's had most of it dealt with. It doesn't seem to have affected him too much. If anything, he's got slightly further away from the car in front, but not really too much to worry about. He's not too far away at all. So, oh, that's quite late. Oh, he's going to be wide there a little bit. Just missed his braking point slightly. Oh, he's fine down that corner. It's actually quite a difficult place to find your braking point. Not least because downhill braking zones are always hard, and people sometimes seem to forget that gravity working against you is always going to make the braking zone more difficult, but also because the walls and whatever are so far away, it's actually quite hard to find a reference that's close to the circuit, really, when you're trying to brake late for that corner. And you do have to brake late. It's one of the best overtaking opportunities on the lap.
Yeah, Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, very much a modern circuit in many senses of the word. I mean, you can see it. Tarmac runoffs, gravel far away from the racetrack, plenty of space between the edge of the track and the walls. This is a track that was built to be an FIA Grade 1 circuit and was a Formula 1 testing venue for a while before it finally gained that Formula 1 Grand Prix during the pandemic. And it's certainly proven to be very similar to many other tracks of its ilk, and that means in lower classes like this, it is quite hard to find those reference points. And you also got to think about the curbs as well. I mean, you mentioned turning in for that hairpin, the tight left-hander. Every time I've driven through that, when I've been going for a steer myself, I found that curb is particularly brutal. I mean, you can see, if you look very closely at these curbs, the sawtooth pattern, it actually comes up quite a bit. These curbs are anything but flat.
Yeah, it's modelled 3D as well in iRacing. Now, I'm not sure how recently that was, but because I've forgotten. I did know recently, but I've forgotten. It's modelled fairly recently, though. It's 3D in iRacing, and it's pretty difficult. There is a danger with these circuits. You mentioned it's a modern circuit in every sense of the word, and I'd probably agree. But one of the differences, I think, with this circuit is that because of those curves a little bit, it does feel like track limits in certain places are a little bit more enforced than other places where there's a lot of tarmac runoff on the outside line. I'm going to discount turn 1 from that comment because that is a bit of a joke sometimes, although it's enforced quite well in iRacing. It doesn't seem to be in real life particularly much. Compared to other circuits around the world where there's a lot of tarmac runoff, maybe it's just me, I don't feel like track limits crops up quite as often as maybe it does elsewhere.
Yeah, I see your point. Algarve, I think, one of those circuits where as long as you got 2 tyres on the red and white painted curbs, you're good. And that means you do see some interesting lines being run, particularly I think through the big downhill across the top of the circuit when you're turning left through the dip. I was actually monitoring some of the GT3s earlier, and they take quite a bit of the tarmac runoff on the entry. They're almost sort of mounting the angle in the tarmac runoff on the outside to extend their run and keep the car a bit straighter through the fast left-hander. Keep an eye out for it. It's very interesting to see.
It does have its advantages, these little strips of tarmac on the outside of the circuit. Little red markers you can see there on the outside of turn 5. It remains all the way around the outside at 7 and 8. Get a bit of runoff there, but gravel brought right up to the circuit here at turn 8. Won't go any wider. Not that you really want to. It's not really advantageous, but you can't go very wide there at all. And over the top of the hill here, staying mostly through the middle part of the circuit here as well, right until you get to that point there trying to clip the apex. This is the hard part through traffic now, through turn 12. How are you going to do the communication? You can go around the outside there as a 963 and just keep it around the outside for turn 13, but do you want to? Because the GT3s do wash up, understeer into you, and this has been a pretty bad place to catch a battling pair of drivers for Andy Jenks, unfortunately. Not a lot he can do about that, but he got very stuck there. Now he'll just sneak down the inside. He'll get through quite nicely, actually, on the inside towards the final corner, but that's cost him quite a lot of time there through the final sector.
Also cost Patrick Adamczyk a little bit of track position. Of course, he had to take that penalty. He was a lap down on David Fernandez there, but still being sent wide by the GTP coming through on him. Checking back in with the Stallions car in the last 10th purple machine. Battle for 4th in the GT3 RM class. It's 12th and 13th. In the overall GT3 standings. Looks like a pretty good run for Rob Neville there, who's recovered quite nicely from his unfortunate turning around on lap 1, side by side on the way down the hill towards turn 1, and that's going to be a yield from Marcos Souza, discretion being the better part of valor there. Still very early on in this race, you don't want to be fighting moves like that too hard. Not really.
Although it's a real marked change from Souza's attitude to the first part of the race. He set off really quickly, actually, in that Stallions 248. And unfortunately, he's just been knocked back in these last couple of moments. Now overtaken by last 10th purple, Rob Neville. I guess that's somewhat expected that they'd be making places, given the incident that we saw for Rob Neville in the opening part. But for Souza to be losing so much time compared to the likes of Mark Foley, maybe he is a bit of a surprise. Last time around, 47.5. You know, he's only overtaken this lap, so the previous one unaffected. 47.5 is the slowest time apart from one in the last lap, unfortunately for him. So just need to find some of that previous pace that he had earlier back again, if you like. As does David Fernandez, you could argue. Mr. Pais leads here by 2.5 seconds ahead of Gone Racing Pro. You do always worry about someone who's set off too quickly in these temperatures and maybe is going to suffer for tyre wear a little bit later on. And maybe Fernandez is hoping that Pais is chewing through his tyres too quickly right now, but for this moment, he doesn't really seem to have an answer.
He doesn't. Not for the time being anyway. Still half an hour into the stint, which in a GT3 car means the tyres still have quite a bit left to give, but yeah, you know, you raise that point about working the tyres too hard early on. Potentially, that is what happened to Marcos Souza, because, yeah, he was quite quick earlier on in the race, battling hard with his fellow team car, but the pace drop-off has been quite substantial there. Keep an eye out for pace differentials as the stint goes on. The GT3s will easily go over the hour mark on fuel, but in these temperatures, will the tyres last that long? Track temperature has actually increased by 2 degrees since the start of the race. It's up to 43 Celsius now.
Well, I thought it was only going to go down. It's 2 p.m, but no, guess not. We will be reaching that peak at some point, though, and tumbling down the other side. Tracks do lose temperature quite quickly in iRacing. Not absurdly quickly, but maybe a little bit quicker than sometimes you expect. I wouldn't be surprised to see high 20s by the end of the day, since it will be getting towards the end of the evening. It won't be darkness driving by any means, but it will be sort of dusky, I'll say, at the end of the 4 hours. Should be just after 6 p.m. virtual standard time when we end this race, as we check back in with Flying Line Racing. Chroma Motorsports are now directly behind them here. So either Flying Lion Racing have dropped back, or Chroma have come forward, and it is the latter. Bandia Pavier has come through on Michael McKinney and is now putting the pressure onto Brett Holmes. Maybe the Chroma Motorsports car is an example of a car taking it easy through the first part and really coming into its own now. Down the inside at turn 3. This is aggression that we weren't seeing in the opening laps, and Chroma Motorsports are suddenly back in the game.
That was a good move. Bit surprising, but made it work. That's some nice dosed down aggression from Shaibal Bandiapadie, and his previous lap really says a lot. 145.7. The only car faster than him on the previous lap was Jason Finch in the Can-Am Titan machine, and our GT3 leader Christopher Pais. So there's some good pace being set in that Chroma Motorsports car. I think you're right. He took it easy in the early stages, got settled in, felt out the conditions in the car, and was able to pull off a move like this.
Take a look down the inside. I think that's chrome on chrome, isn't it? There's a bit of chrome on the flying line racing car there on the right-hand side. Anyway, the actual chrome racing car has gotten through the properly chrome car into fourth place and is immediately flying away as well. This is fantastic driving at the moment, and a real stark contrast to earlier on. Maybe that was tyre temperature games, as we've got Rob Rose into a spin. The 963, number 963, has gone for a spin, and that's the first time we've seen one of the top class having any sort of problems here today. It's down at the slow speed turn 14. These GTPs are not very good at slow speed, really, and we might have seen an example of that. Although there may have been contact as well. Worth remembering that Rob Rose wasn't quite done with overtaking the traffic just yet.
I've just reviewed it on my end. Doesn't look like there was any contact at all. Rob Rose did it all by himself. And I think it plays into one of the attributes of the GTP cars that can sometimes catch drivers out. They do run a hybrid system, these GTPs, and that means that there is a regenerative brake unit on the rear axle, and that helps to slow the car down. So sometimes you can get caught out by the rears locking on the way into a corner, especially if you're offline, and around you go.
Can't decide whether it was down to that or whether he just went too fast and the downforce wasn't quite up to it. I don't know, but it was the result is the same. Rob Rose spins around and he's now almost a minute off the race lead already, unfortunately for him. This is Gone Broke Racing, not looking to overtake for the lead. That's Maxinel Motorsports just in front of them. But we were speaking earlier about drivers who maybe taken the first half an hour a bit more cautiously and are now going to let loose a bit in the second half once they know that their tyres are going to be up to it for the final second half of the race, or the stint rather. At the moment, Chris Pies looks like he went out quite hard, and he's still going quite hard right now. Not last time, but the time before, set a new personal best, was the only driver in the 44s on that occasion. He's still running away with this lead. If this continues for an hour, well, he's going to have quite a large lead, I would say, at the end of his opening stint.
Yeah, certainly putting all of his points into race pace rather than qualifying pace. It's been a great first stint from the Imperial Motorsports 22, and David Fernandez can only stare at him continuing to disappear into the distance. 2.8 seconds the gap for the GT3 lead as Matt Siddall continues to close in the number 18. Meanwhile, looks like the Chroma Motorsports car hasn't quite been able to get free of the Flying Lion car. Bit of lap traffic for them to negotiate themselves, and that is a fellow GT3 competitor. That's the Mark Schnell Motorsports car with Edward Trippett at the wheel.
I think there's about to be a pass for position maybe back there as well, as Adamczyk got quite close. They're both a lap down now, Trippett and Adamczyk. And it looks like there might be a pass going on. Rob Rose not quite as confident through the traffic there as maybe he was hoping in the Flying Line racing car. And now, look at this, into turn 7, it's going to be awkward. Use the downforce through there and it should be okay. The 963 comes through, but then at turn 8 it would just get in the way a little bit through the slower part. Get away with it though, a little bit wide in the back from Brett Holmes, and that will be Rob Rose free. And he'll also get past the Chroma Motorsports car as well. It was indeed a pass for position, by the way, further behind. Patrick Adamczyk gets up to 7th in the AM class, ahead of Ed Trippett down there in GT3. So a change for position further down towards the back end of the field. We're just over half an hour gone. We'd like to remind you, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13 and the Team Racing Series. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. So just over half an hour gone here at the Algarve circuit, and Shopaholics race team are leading the way by nearly 10 seconds. They weren't on pole here this afternoon, qualified only 3rd actually, but they immediately made up 2 places, one of them in towards turn 1, nearly both in towards turn 1 on lap 1, and then at the very same corner on the very next lap, Thomas Briggs made his way down the inside, and ever since then, Reece, it looks like they've not been looking back at all, and in fact they've only been going quicker, now leading by surprising 10 seconds.
Yeah, winning the first 2 rounds, plus the bonus points of 5 points for fastest lap. The Shopaholics race team, and with another solid finish at Suzuka. 1,030 points for them in the championship lead at the moment, and they're looking to try and extend that here. At the moment, Thomas Briggs does hold the fastest lap of the race so far, 135.8. No one else in the 963s have been able to get even close to that, closest being about 4/10. Race is going pretty well so far for that number 20 car. Meanwhile, 963 Andy Jenks holding on in the Kynarin Racing car. They're only 15 points behind the Stallions GTP-X machine, which is currently running behind them in 5th overall. So at the moment, things are going well for them too. But we've got to remember, we've only just crossed the first half hour of a 4-hour race. We are 1/8 of the way through. Long way to go.
Yeah, very long way to go, but this is exactly what Kynarin Racing require. If it's only going to be them two at the this round as it is, and the final round, which it might well be, Kynarin Racing have to win today in the hopes that it's a winner-takes-all finale at Spa, and that is going to be a very exciting prospect, although there is still a very, very long way to go. We will hold ourselves on that one for the moment, but Stallions GTP, after winning the opening 2 rounds, have just lost a few points in the last one. Imperial Motorsports are the championship leaders in the GT3 classes, starting with the pros. They've got 125 points after finishing first or second in every round so far. 2 race wins, including at Daytona and at Suzuka, with that 1 second place to their name as well at Road Atlanta. It's been a very, very strong season for them so far. Matrix Black are the closest team to them. Gone Racing Pro are 3rd. They're currently 2nd in this race. Matrix Black are 3rd. They're 2nd in the championship. So they're the opposite way around, if you like. But this is the perfect possible start for Imperial Motorsports in both classes as well. It's been right from the very start of the season at Daytona. They've just been super, super quick. And there's Michael McKinney leading the way by nearly 15 seconds in the AM class as well. Not sure what the maths is in terms of sealing it 1 round early. Going to be quite difficult to do that, especially for this team in the Handsome Hawk. But it is a great start from McKinney. 15 seconds is a very big lead after less than 40 minutes.
Oh, it certainly is. And, you know, depending on how the pit stop cycle goes, if they can keep things clean versus GTP traffic coming around to get them, then that'll only keep going as it is. So, should be very happy indeed with how things are going thus far. For now, there's only 4 battles on this racetrack at the moment. Actually, make that 3, and it's just gone down to 2 on my timing. We have the 2-way fight for 2nd and 3rd in GT3 Pro, Gornbrook versus Matrix Black. Autocross IS Racing, Kellen Heimbucher still holding on to the 8th GT3 position in the number 1 car, but he's starting to come under some pressure from Costas, Patterson and Foley. Still a bit more to talk about in that particular battle, but we are approaching the point of the race where the GTPs are going to start thinking about their pit stops, and they got to be careful that they're not stuck in the middle of a pack here like that GTP is, especially when they come around the final corner ready to get into the pit lane. You know, it's a very fast pit entry here at Algarve.
It is. We'll talk about that as the pit stops crop up in about 10-20 minutes time, but it is a fast entry and a difficult exit as well, certainly if you're on the circuit and somebody's coming out in front of you. This is involving the number 1 though. This is Heimbucher and then Costas, 1 and 2 in the group, not in the same class, as we'll reiterate, but they are battling away. Mike Patterson and Mark Foley are the next 2 in line, and that was Max Snell just getting out the way. Ed Trippett staying out of the path of these guys, which is very nice of him at this stage in the race. Over the top of the hill they go, and Costas continues to apply the pressure. I can't decide really whether he's actually being held up by Heimbucher here and whether he'd be able to get closer to McKinney if he was passed, but the fact is at the moment he's not able to get past, and so we're not able to find out whether he's quicker or not.
Yeah, indeed. When cars are close enough together and you have drivers compromising their own lines here, you know, they just can't attack the circuit like they want to. So it will be very hard to tell, at least for a few laps, who's actually faster in that circumstance. As we find our way down to turn 1 again. 4-5-3, continuing to hold on to this position here. And I mean, not too much back to the Can-Am Titan car. Now, though, bit of a review here of the start here as we find our way through. It was an excellent run, actually, from our pole sitter, but immediately on the attack was Shopaholics.
Apologies, I think I've just been speaking without my mic on.
Yeah, I think you might have been.
Sorry, entirely my fault. 40 minutes gone, Reece. Unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to you in a couple of moments' time. But
Yes.
just before you go, give us your assessment of the race so far and what we are going to come to expect in the next 3 hours 20.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I'm expecting Shopaholics to continue jetting away. They have been the pace setters in the GTP class thus far. I'm expecting that momentum to continue. We do have to think about driver changes, though. Have to wait and see how the second drivers to get into these cars fare against their other competitors. And I'm particularly concerned in the battle for the GT3 lead. Christopher Pies will certainly be coming under some pressure if the Gone Broke racing car will be able to get it together. Fernandez, of course, hasn't quite been able to keep with him over the course of the race thus far, but potentially, once they slip the second driver into the car, there will be some extra pace to consider from them.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Reece, for being alongside me for the first 40 minutes of this race, the 4 hours of Portimão in round 4 of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series. For the next hour, I'll be staying here, myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Tom Knight will be joining me in a couple of moments' time. But in the meantime, I'll just tell you about the class leaders in all 4 of our classes before we get into pit stops for the first time this afternoon on a very warm day here at the Algarve circuit. Temperatures now climbing to 43 degrees Celsius, 110 Fahrenheit out on the circuit. There they are, just 2:45 in the afternoon. It's Thomas Briggs who's leading the way in the Shopaholics race team. He's actually just embarking on completing a second round of traffic, and that's given him an even bigger lead now, 15 seconds ahead of Chris Brown, who he had to overtake on the second lap. We just saw the race start, very nearly got it right from the off, but he had to wait for the second lap before taking the lead, and boy, has he made use of it since then. Lenny Holland is in third place. Before you get to the AM drivers, it's Andy Jenks who's leading for Kynarm Racing in a sort of must-win for them today. Stallions GTP are just in behind them. Jeremy Hall in the only other 963 AM car. There's Jenks making his way past a bit more traffic. In GT3, it's Imperial Motorsports who've been having a fantastic start to the day. A lead for Christopher Pies, 2 seconds in front of David Fernandez, who's keeping him in check in these last few moments when at stages it's looked like a gap in danger of ballooning. Fernandez 2.5 seconds further behind. Siddle is just under a second behind him. You will have seen them in the background of that shot there. And we are then having to search a bit further back to the Chroma Motorsports car. Only a couple of seconds further back. That's Shaibal Padilla going pretty quickly at the moment, 45.3 last time round for him. And Michael McKinney is leading in the Imperial Motorsports car, the GT3 AM field. The gap there, 18 seconds now to Chris Costas, who's finally in front of Kellen Heimbucher, who seems to have gone off in the last couple of moments. We'll try and see if we can get any sort of word on what's happened there. But that has released Chris Costas. Mark Foley's still in that group, though, still stuck behind Patterson, still actually stuck behind Costas as well. And so that'll be one of those battles we are going to have to watch throughout the remainder of this race. Good afternoon to you, Tom. Good to have you alongside me for the next hour of this broadcast. We've got an interesting race set up for us this afternoon. 3 hours 15 still to go in this one. Plenty of time, and it's an absolute scorcher out there today in terms of track temperature, ambient temperature as well.
Certainly is as well, and don't forget race temperature as well. If you add in that sort of factor that you've got to consider, it's a fantastic race. I've caught what I could from the first hour, and I'm really excited to see how things develop over the next hour. And as you mentioned earlier, the pit stop window is vastly and quickly approaching.
It absolutely is. Mark Foley's not waiting around for that at the moment. He's looking make his way past immediately here in towards running side by side with Mike Patterson so far. That's SC Team Blue, number 29, in one of the pro cars, so not for an actual position, but in any case, Patterson was able to hold on to the position. So Foley will have to wait for, again, a little bit later on, but we are not too far away from those pit stop phases, as you say. 3 hours 15 to go means probably 5 minutes or so until the 963s come in, but 4 hours is an awkward distance for them. GT3 you just do an hour 4 times and that's easy, but 963 it's just a little bit more complicated than that, a little bit more working out to be done for those teams in that class.
Yeah, it's a lot of the calculations in the back of your head, but also talks between the drivers who wants to take what stint and when you can afford to run a little bit of extra time compared to the GT3s around you. I mean, if you look at the LMPs, especially at the moment, can they afford an early pit stop? Do they want to go for an undercut, or do they want to run it as long as they possibly can and maybe try and save a little bit on their tyres?
Tyres are going to be a big factor, as we've spoken about, for the temperatures, as we follow one of the GTPs coming through here in the final sector of the racetrack. Pretty hard work around here to actually make the moves in the final sector. Slow speeds, the 963s are not really as much of an advantage over the GT3s, and you can see that here through the final corner when they get up to high speed. Jeremy Hall all of a sudden is able to gain a lot more time, a lot more quickly here as we ride on board on the way down into towards turn 1. Clears all of them on that occasion. It's every faster class driver's nightmare seeing a train of battling GT3s just up in front, but Jeremy Hall was able to make use of the front straight there to clear them this time round, a clear run for the first sector for him.
Absolutely, he timed that perfectly. He would have been praising everything up above that he managed to meet those GT3s as they headed on to that long back straight. It was advantageous to the GTPs to make the move there. As you said, you don't want to get caught in amongst the corners, especially if you have 2, 3, 4 GT3s in front of you battling. That is an LMP driver's absolute worst nightmare.
There is that battle we were just focusing on. Chris Costas is finally now released here. Kellen Pinebusher has dropped behind, and again, not sure why, but Costas is now through and in the clear, if you like, with Patterson and Foley not too far behind him. Not quite able to stay with him, though, either. Costas showing that he's got good speed. One thing he's not showing, though, is the speed that might be able to be used to catch up to Michael McKinney in the lead of this race right now. You know, that's going to be very difficult to achieve. We all know that, having watched the first part of this race, but Costas now with clean air in front of him, got a lot of work to do. That's the biggest leading margin, or at least it was. It's now overall, because Chris Brown has come in to kick off the 963 pit stops for the first time, just inside 50 minutes of this race.
Yeah, we were expecting them in around this sort of time frame. Chris brings the car in first, the GTPs to come into the pit lane as well. And we'll wait and see how far that car does indeed drop down the order. But of course, this could also trigger a lot of the rest of the field to come in for their pit stops as well. You can't afford to have one car come in and you stay out that little bit longer if you don't think you've got the advantageous pace.
Up on the jacks for Brown. Should be about 20 seconds or so for a tyre change, but there'll be no worries about that. Getting that done in the time frame. Only 32 seconds on the lane, so we'll compare and contrast that with everybody else over the course of the day as Rob Rose just sneaks through into third, but he is yet to make his pit stop. And now the difficulty out the pit lane. Chris Brun on cold tyres, having to get up to speed through this tricky first sector.
We know how difficult those tyres can be to get any grip, especially after the tyre model changes that have come in the most recent weeks. And I think Chris will be begging for some heat in the tyres, especially with the GTP chasing him down as he heads in towards the middle half of this of the lap.
It's through the first sector where the GTP is not actually that much quicker anyway. And so on cold tyres, it's definitely going to be a close run thing. This is Heimbucher again, who, as I mentioned, was in front of Kostic for most of this first stint, has recently had some sort of problem though. He's dropped a few positions. He's now behind Mike Patterson in the class positions as well, and he's down in 8th in GT3 Pro. There's Braun though, out of turn 8, and he's onto the circuit, off and away. So is there going to be an undercut here for him, or is it going to be an overcut for Briggs? Normally what we see with a lower fuel load is the driver staying out, getting an advantage compared to this driver. And I mean, you can see some of the difference. Just tyres not up to temperature yet, heavier with fuel. It's just not going to be as quick for the driver pitting earlier.
Not a combination that you'd want to exactly try and test out with. Obviously, he's taken a bit of a gamble, gone for the earlier strategy. And as you said, drivers around him now on the lower fuel load will be able to pump in those lap times, albeit with dying tyres not necessarily on their side. But I think it all comes down to when those other GTPs come out of the pits. Are we going to see the warmer, fresher tyres of Chris Braun come to his advantage?
Gets past, I think it's one of his teammates down towards turn 1 in the GT3 class, and that's too deep on the brakes. First time at turn 1 at full speed on these new tyres, and he's gone way too deep, and he goes a little bit wide through turn number 1. So still not quite up to temperature, even at the end of the first front straight on the opening time of asking there. Not ideal for Chris Braun. This, meanwhile, is earlier in the day. Is that Kainar Racing going for a spin? I wonder how recent that is in the first. Certainly not the race start. Let's see how recent that was. It's Andy Jenks in the number 8, and that is not an ideal way to go through the final sector. This is Kellen Heimbucher. This might be the incident that I've been talking about that has allowed some of the others through. Just a tiny bit wide before turn 11 and goes for a spin.
Yeah, wants a little bit more rear downforce on that wing. Couldn't quite ask much more of the car. Tried to send it around the outside, and the tyres unfortunately said no. Watching another replay with Matt Siddle here, and I think it's going to be a very similar thing. Tries to turn the car in. Tyres have all but given up, and the rear of that car wanting to step out again.
It's a shame for him. And down he goes, one position. Chroma Motorsports are up to 3rd now. Took things really cautiously in the opening part of the race. They're seeing the benefits now. That's Jason Finch through turn 1 in number 911, going for a big spin. It's from the Can-Am Titan team, currently running in 6th place in GT3 Pro. That looked like it was through turns 7 and 8 going for a spin. So a couple of those starting to creep in. Those are all in the last few minutes, by the way. So do wonder what that's down to. After 50 minutes of racing, the spins have all sort of happened at once here, when we weren't seeing very many at all in the opening part of the race.
I think that's mainly just to do with tyre differential. Of course, we're running over an hour, or nearly an hour into this race, in fact, and obviously tyres are going to go through those heat cycles, especially at a track like the Algarve. You have the long straight where the tyres have an advantage to cool down or a disadvantage to cool down. They're then immediately hit by a heavy turn 1, and we see something very similar in the second sector as well, heading over the top of the middle few corners, and obviously the tyres cool down, and then again, as soon as that demand's placed on them, they just have nothing to respond with.
Absolutely. We are going to see an increase of those mistakes, you would imagine, over the course of this latter portion of the race as well, as we go back to Rob Rose. He's only just in front of Chris Braun here, who, after making that early stop, is down in 4th place right now. There he is, just in the background, coming back down the other side of the hill. Looking to just apply that pressure here. Really too much of a worry if he can't get past just for the moment, because he is on a lot heavier fuel load, and the car in front is yet to make a stop anyway. But it's nice to maybe get through as he makes his way now out of turn 14 and into the final corner. There's the rise, just have to lift off slightly there, taking a slightly tighter line. Oh, he was just understeered a little bit in the dirty air there. That might be an off track, and you certainly have to keep on top of through here the Algarve. It's pretty easy to pick them up when it's so easy to just run slightly wide on this circuit.
Very much so. Of course, the circuit designed for MotoGP and had that sort of factor in mind. When you're running cars like GTPs, I say that, you have to play the patience game, but Chris Braun, nothing but patient here as we head into the 3rd corner, up the left-hand, a beautiful move down the inside.
And that is 3rd place for Chris Braun. Perhaps expected. When you match the pace up between these guys, you would expect it, but maybe not in terms of current speed. Here comes Thomas Briggs, meanwhile. Just under 55 minutes gone now in this race, and the GTPs are surely going to have to come in with a bit more frequency now. Lenny Holland may well have to follow as well. No, Holland carries on. So, not making an hour, and they're nowhere near making an hour, but quite close. Thomas Briggs managing 55 minutes around this circuit.
Yeah, the question is, when does Lenny decide to come in? How long do they want to extend that car? Obviously, we saw Thomas Briggs come in. We saw Chris come in slightly earlier on as well. Fresh tyres will be advantageous in the next few minutes. But obviously, if you've got life left in the tyres, and for Lenny, it certainly looks like they have, how long can you afford to run with them?
There's the end of the pit stop, 41 seconds from Briggs, so a bit of a shorter stop from Chris Brown. Is that going to give him any chance at going through? Not for the moment, but remember, Briggs has got to warm up his tyres just for the moment, and so that shorter pit stop is going to start to pay off a little bit later rather than right now. Just less than 10 seconds now it ticks down to, so that gap will continue to tick down, but difference in strategy now between Brown and Briggs. 9 seconds shorter in the box there for Braun. You'd expect the gap to come down to at least 6 seconds by the end of this sequence. What's Lenny Holland going to do here? If he can do another couple of laps after this one, he's in the conversation for making it to an hour, but surely that's going to be impossible in the Porsche 963. We will wait and see as he comes through the final corner, whether he's going to even attempt that or not. He has been losing time to the others, so it might make sense. Through the final proper corner. If you're a 963 anyway, you don't really need to worry about this final one. It's just flat out through here. And Lenny Holland is going to stay to the right-hand side and come into pit lane. No hopes of making it to the hour mark, and nor did we expect there to be. But after 56 minutes, Holland finally comes in and completes the pit stop cycle in the 963 Pros. 963 AM, haven't seen either of them in yet, but now Andy Jenks follows Lenny Holland into the pit lane.
Similar strategy, as you said, between Matrix and between the AM car as well that is just behind them. And I think it's a sensible move. Come into the pit lane now, get your tyres, fresh tyres on. But as we were alluding to earlier, they can't go the full hour, or they don't want to try and go the full hour. So when we start to hit the end of the race situation, at least with an hour to go, there could be a few interesting decisions being made in that cockpit.
Driver change as well. First of the day, Joe Sinclair replaces Lenny Holland. Thomas Briggs and Chris Brown will go straight through then into first and second, as the gap through the lead comes down way less than 5 now. Chris Brown is going pretty strongly, and remember, he'll have a slightly lighter fuel load as well for the entirety of this stint. Means his next pit stop is closer, but he's going to be able to catch Briggs here, and if he can just get to this end of the stint with Briggs at the very least in sight, maybe even right with him, then suddenly that 10th GTP will start to sow the seeds of doubt in the Shopaholics race team machine, and that's wide from Briggs as well. Still struggling with tyre temperature even on lap 2 of this stint.
Something we found over the new GTP time model, sometimes it's up to 3 or 4 laps to get these tyres completely into their heat window, and I think, as you said, they're still not fully up there yet, and it was a silly mistake going past the GT3. He went for a little bit of a lunge down the inside and just couldn't get the car stopped.
It's easily done down the hill there, but a shame for Briggs because he's built up such a good lead here. Now finally it looks like his tyres are up to temperature. We really know at the slow speed stuff here where you're really leaning on the tyres a bit more than you're leaning on the great downforce that these spaceships have, we'll call them, through the final sector. Still losing a little bit of time, and it's not too bad. This is the battle for second in GT3 Pro, meanwhile. Gone Broke Racing versus Chroma Motorsports, and the Chroma team showing exactly what you can achieve with a bit more of a laid-back first part of your stint and a loud second part, because in the first half an hour, this team were losing positions quite regularly. Now, though, they're third, actually challenging for second position here, maybe showing the better way to drive on these tyres in these temperatures.
Paying off for them, and they know how the car's going to respond. And I think, as you said, they're challenging for those positions now. Maybe they've got a little bit more confidence behind the wheel. Sometimes you'll see in the first hour, or at least the first kind of 45 minutes, drivers just taking it a little bit easy, minimizing any accidents, just making sure that they're comfortable in that cockpit. As soon as that hour or the 45 minutes passes, we'll see foot go to the floor so much easily, and they'll want to try and push up, gain the positions that they might have lost from the initial race start.
I see Team Red now complete the pit stop cycle in the 963 Pro class, so we will be back to normal in the class as David Boyer retakes the lead in 963 AM. CG3, we're still yet to see the first pit stops, and you ideally want to be going at least one more lap here, just so you can comfortably make it to the hour and then go past that and on towards the sort of region where you can start thinking about maybe taking a little bit less fuel at one of the pit stops, preferably the last one, although some people do go a bit earlier as well. There's Randy Lervold, meanwhile, new driver replacing Mike Patterson, so GT3 pit stops begin as well, but if you can only make it 59 minutes, you'd be a bit concerned about what that means for the end of your race in GT3.
Yeah, you've got to consider how much you want to hold on to the end of the race. Obviously, we've still got 3 hours. Let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. Obviously, endurance race, you've got to last a little bit longer, but you still have to be thinking about the end. You still have to be thinking about that checkered flag coming in. Do you want to put your best foot forward for that situation? We see Shabal here coming in towards the pit lane as well for Chroma Motorsports.
So, exactly on an hour, pretty much the hour ticked by as this car got onto pit lane. And Shaibal Bandepadier is going to be the first of our GT3 pros up towards the front anyway. So we've seen Randy Lervold and Mike Patterson's car already into the pit lane, but first of the real front runners into the pit lane here this afternoon. It's going to be a driver change as well. Adam Girling will now drive for the first time this afternoon. I did see him in practice actually, Adam Girling, so I don't know why they swapped for qualifying in the first stint, but anyway, they are in their first race this season since Daytona, where unfortunately they finished last in the field. Back again now as a non-championship contender, but certainly a race contender this afternoon. Let's just see how long this stop's going to be. You'd imagine it would be the full 40 seconds because some of these cars look actually quite tight on fuel. Same for the leader in GT3 AM. We've got Michael McKinney into pit lane as well here. So these GT3s are needing absolutely every bit of fuel they can get into these cars right now.
Certainly are. Obviously, we've just passed the hour mark for the first driver swap and the pit stop as well for those GT3s. If they want to try and extend it, minimise the amount of time that we're going to spend in pit lane, you can see the count at the bottom left. Over a minute in terms of pit stops, 30-40 seconds just in the pit box alone. So if you can minimise those, that's going to minimise your overall race time. Going back to what you were saying earlier about the drivers just switching in and out from practice to quali, there's quite a few drivers that don't enjoy that qualifying aspect, don't enjoy the one-lap pace, but once they get into the car, in a race scenario like this, they will fly through the field.
There's Marco Souza, one of the drivers staying behind the wheel of his car. Mike Sachs has gotten in. That's the driver change there. Christopher Pies, meanwhile, comes in from the lead in GT3 Pro, and that looks like it's pretty much the limit. A good stint from Pies. Feared initially that he might have gone out too hard because he overtook Fernandez very quickly, but he was able to hold that pace all the way to the line. We'll see whether he stays in for the first half of the race or whether he's going to do a one-off, one-off. One-on, one-off, rather. Here comes Matt Quinn. He does get into the car, and so Pies will be taking a break for the hour. It seems to me there's a bit of a split strategy as far as that goes. Do you want to be doing 2 hours all in one go, or do you want to, say, have 1 hour on and 1 hour break afterwards as well? Sometimes real-life circumstances make your decision for you. We heard about that last round at Suzuka for some of these teams. But this time round, I'm not so sure that is the case, as Fernandez drops off the jacks now, and we'll look to get close to Matt Quinn here. But he's going to struggle to do that when you need every bit of fuel you can get. His pit stop just half a second longer, and so Matt Quinn's going to come out in the lead with about 3 seconds or so, and a lot nicer of a tyre warm-up phase than what we've seen in the 963s so far. These GT3s don't mind the time out the pit lane nearly as much.
Yeah, especially in the GT3s, you'll be expecting roughly half a lap to a lap time to get those tyres fully up to temperature. As we were saying earlier, the GTPs, 3, 4, sometimes even 5 laps, and they won't necessarily be all the way up to that peak operating window that you want to be in. But talking about driver stops and talking about driver changes as well, quite often we've seen, especially in GT3s and GTPs, drivers who are on a good run and they're in the swing of things, so to say, they just want to stay in for another hour. They want to go to their full limit and go to that 2 hour mark before hopping out the car and handing ownership to someone else.
There is the battle of one team who have and one team who haven't. David Fernandez in second, and in third, Adam Girling who is now the driver of the Chroma Motorsports machine. No, only 5 seconds, or 5 tenths rather, or so behind. Shane McNeely is in the Matrix Black car now, and Flying Line Racing have lost a couple of positions overall. Enrico Gregorasso is the new driver there, but Chris Sherburn and Michael McKinney are now in front. Sherburn is because he hasn't stopped yet. He stopped 35 laps ago. That was at the end of lap 1 that the Gone Broke Racing car came in. Maybe it started from pit lane and I didn't notice, but anyway. It's the other Gone Broke Racing car. It's the AM team for them, and Chris Sherburn is still out there on the circuit for now. We're still waiting for Callum Atlas to come in as well. You remember that Patrick Adamczyk served a penalty earlier on, and so still waiting for a pit stop from him as well. There, though, is the battle for second place. Is that Chroma Motorsports car going to take off a little bit more quickly on this stint, or is it going to just wait behind? It's interesting now that these drivers have all done one stint. They might approach the second one a little bit differently to their teammates.
Do you go for raw pace in the second stint? Do you push knowing you don't have to drive the car again in a couple of hours' time? Or do you maybe take it easy, wait for your teammate to step into the car for the last 2 stints, especially if you've done hour 1 and you're continuing to do hour 2? Do you want to look after the car, or do you want to try and push, maybe go for a risky move? And then obviously your teammate has to suffer the consequences early. I think a lot of that will speak to the relationship between the drivers. Can you afford the little mistakes? Can you afford to push maybe that extra half a tenth through a corner? I guess we're about to wait and find out over the next 54 minutes.
Yeah, they've still got a long way in this second stint to go. As one of the GTPs now comes up to the back of this group, they're so split apart in 963 that they're coming through one by one. This is towards the end of Sturburn's stint here, and he's actually found the barrier. That's the Gone Broke Racing TRS AM team who have found the barrier down at turn 7. You don't often see the Porsche sort of snap around like that. You do see it spinning round and losing rear traction, and there you go, nearly did again. That's not uncommon in the GT3, but you don't often see it snap round like that. And Chris Sherburn, from the lead of the class as he was at the time, was still waiting to pit, but he's going to have some repairs as well now. That was very late on the brakes there from somebody trying to overtake Randy Lervo. It's one of the Autocross's racing cars, the number 1, going steaming down the inside. It's quite aggressively down the inside as well from Kellen Heimbuscher. It still is. I thought they'd change driver. It's still Heimbuscher. It was a pretty aggressive move. He's lost a lot of time in the pit stop phase, but that was a good way of getting one back.
I mean, not only was that aggressive, it was an absolutely outstanding move as he sent it down the inside. That is showing so much confidence, not only in his car as a whole, but on the brake pedal as well. He was about 2 or 3 days behind the other GT3 and just sent it down the inside. I think we're about to see a very similar situation. The cool blue liveried car, not always a little bit of contact.
And, well, it's not, it ended up in a spin, thankfully, but it was quite close down the braking zone. Max Mock-Duran just in behind Randy Lervold here. Just checking through who it was, last 10th purple. Mock-Duran getting into the back of Lervold. Shouldn't have done too much damage on this occasion. Just less than 3 hours to go, and of course this is the Porsche Cup America Team Racing Series in 2025. I'd like to remind you, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of the Series 13 and Team Racing Series. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. So the race continues. 1 hour 8 gone in the 4 hours of Portimão. Rapidly approaching 1/3 distance here, which is startling. And just over an hour gone here in this penultimate round of the Team Racing Series. Now, was there contact here, and how severe was it? Oh, well, there was definitely contact. And actually, maybe it was more severe than I was saying at the time. Certainly reshaped the front end of this car.
Yeah, the aerodynamics on that last 10th purple won't necessarily be too happy. Maybe a bit of duct tape or gaffer tape at the pit stop just to realign any aero that they had. You can see them suffering ever so slightly through the elongated right-hander they just had, still trying to chase down the cool blue liveried Porsche just in front of them. But there's still battles going on everywhere on the grid, and they're still all thinking about the race finish. So you've got to be smart in situations like this. Could the purple have backed off ever so slightly, maybe not gone for a move into that corner? I think maybe a few in the cockpit or a few back at race control might have said so as well.
This is Mike Sachs, who's taken over from Chris Costis, and immediately he's under pressure from someone who's been out there the whole time. Mark Foley for the Stallions team in towards turn 1. Foley's on the outside. That's a very narrow line, though, from Sachs, and he's surely going to be vulnerable to a bit of a crisscross hit in towards 2 and 3, but he's cut that off rather nicely as well. Foley's probing now, and he is, well, looking for a way through any which way he can. This is a rude awakening for Mike Sachs, who's barely been out there 10 minutes.
Certainly is. I think this is where the getting comfortable in the car aspect is really going to come to fruition. You've got a driver that's relatively new, just stepped into the car at the last round of pit stops, versus a driver that's been out there coming up an hour and 10 minutes, an hour 11 minutes in the car. He's going to be so comfortable, not only in the car, on the brakes as well. The tyres will feel fresh for him. I think that gold, beautiful gold livery will be storming past, hopefully, well, maybe in the next few corners.
Pretty important for Foley to try and do it quickly here. In these stages of the race, you've just got to make places when you can and use your speed when you can. He's not going to be able to use his speed if he's stuck behind Mike Sachs like this, and that's not going to help either. 963 getting in the middle of them as well. I think that's the 963 AM leader, David Boyer. One of his first runs out into traffic for the first time here in his stint as well, although he has been out there a good 15-20 minutes now. It's still difficult one to get used to, being out there on the circuit in traffic immediately. That's what happens for a new driver in 963. If you don't start the race, your first laps are generally going to be in traffic, which is more difficult to deal with than those who started the car. They were able to have those few laps at the beginning of getting themselves settled into the race before having to negotiate traffic. But Boyer will complete that now, and actually in that exchange, Mike Sachs has got a bit more of an advantage now, quite a lot more of an advantage over Foley compared to last lap.
Yeah, Foley, I think, got not held up on the exit there, so the entry into the final corner. It was just a coincidence. The GTP was getting their way past, and you're not really fighting for anything too major. The GT3 just let him pass nice and calmly. And then, obviously, yeah, as you said, the gap has come down. The advantage is now there to the chase car. I think he's regained anything he might have lost.
So 14 seconds for David Boyer is the gap, sorry, at the front of the field. And how's the pressure, by the way, on this team in number 8? A must-win situation, effectively. It's a must-finish ahead of number 7 when there's only 2 in the class. It's a must-win situation, effectively. This is the only car off the lead lap now in 963 Pro, making a move down the inside of one of the only GT3s off the lead lap as well. Rob Rose with a bit of half commitment there, really, down the inside. If you're trying to put a lap on a GT3 and you're in the faster class, then you've got to have a bit more conviction than Rob Rose had there. Just struggling a little bit for commitment in towards turn 1. He's now spent the whole first sector behind this slower GT3.
Not what he'd want to be doing at all. You've got a flip of the coin choice to make. You've either got to have pure conviction in the moves, and he's still not making it down the inside in towards the tight left-hander. He eventually gets the move done, I think, to the relief of everyone back on pit wall. But as you're saying, you've got to either have conviction there or have patience, and unfortunately, the GTP had neither in this situation.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Antonio De Silva is now the driver, not Ed Trippett. I thought De Silva qualified that car, but he didn't start it, so I don't know what's quite going on there. It's the Max Snell Motorsports car, nevertheless. They are currently at 7th place in the GT3 AM standings, right in a very congested part of the order from 6th place on backwards. Effectively, teams who have unfortunately not finished inside the top 5 so far this season. On no occasion have any of them been in the top 5 just yet. And that is why they're all very close around on points further down towards the back end of the of that pack. Mike Sachs, meanwhile, still under pressure here from Mark Foley. When we left them, Foley had just been knocked back by a little bit of traffic here. No fault of the 963 really, but just the general ebb and flow of things. Seems on normal speed, Foley maybe just has the edge here. Now he's just got to try and find a way through. And as I said earlier, try and utilise this period of the race where he's quicker, because there will become a point where The backmarker Motorsports car is quicker later on, so they'll want to use that period. Foley has got to use this period of pace now to get through and into clean air, but the 963 leader, that is, Thomas Briggs down the inside. That prevented Foley from having a dive of his own.
Certainly did. Foley, I think, wanted to move down the inside. Saw Sachs was somewhat lacking through the middle part of this circuit. Obviously, the GTP came barreling down the inside. Thought the move was well and truly on. That's forced Sachs just to play defensive, have to go to the outside line. Now it's Foley looking to the inside, but I think just playing patient, that's a sensible move to make. But it's interesting to note, Sachs is quicker in the first sector. Foley is quicker in the second and third, respectively. So if anything, Sachs has got to make ends meet in the first few corners.
Out of the final corner, and Foley trying to use a bit of draft from the 963, which is a bit strange, but on the entitled to do it. And towards turn number 1, Foley has no chance here, but it's down at turn 3 where there's a good chance. If not set it through there, you can try and have a go at turn 5 instead, and Foley's going to go from quite a distance back there. Was that an actual attempt or just an attempt at getting in the mirrors and getting in the mind of Mike Sachs? It may have been a bit of both. Through turn 4, he'll have a better run again here. A nicer line, and a nice line to give you a very good run through there, through turn 4, because of the uphill corner. Now it's late on the brakes from Foley, really late. Oh, and he steams into the side of him. He didn't quite grab the apex there, Foley. And Mike Sachs might argue the toss about that with the umpire, but I'm afraid that is a clean pass, probably. Mark Foley gets himself through into second place with a little bit of rough and tumble in towards turn 5.
As I say, Robbins Racing, Foley thought the move was well and truly on and was more than entitled to send it down the inside there. I don't think the argument will be there that he used Sachs as a brake. I think Sachs maybe didn't anticipate how far alongside the car was going to be to him. Tried to turn in for the corner. We are going to get a race replay here. Foley to the inside. Beautiful stuff. Maybe doesn't quite get the car slowed down enough.
Yeah. Maybe I've changed my opinion after that camera angle as well. I think certainly he didn't try and use him as a brake. I think that would be overselling it perhaps. But maybe there is a case to answer for that. We'll see if the stewards do anything about that, because it was only a minor bit of contact. As you say, a little bit of contact's absolutely fine, especially in this kind of racing. But it was a bit harder contact than I was... when I saw it live, anyway, I didn't think it was as hard as that, put it that way. Foley certainly getting into the side of Sachs pretty hard in towards turn 5. Here it is again, another angle. He's certainly not right on the apex there at turn 5, which is one of many things that the stewards will be having a look at.
I think if you're going to try and move down the inside there, you've got to be earlier on the brakes, heavier on the brakes, and really hug the inside of the apex, and that's not what Foley did there. He thought about the move and I think was just a day late and $1 short getting the car stopped.
Yeah, maybe. It's a tough one for the stewards, but they're used to it, and they're very good at efficiently getting through these incidents. Now then, there could be a secondary chance here as Sachs will try and follow the second place 963 down the inside and through. It's quite hard to do that because the 963s have such great traction off of the corners. And so that's not going to come to anything for Mike Sachs, but we'll see what happens now the roles are reversed, especially now there's a bit of contact. Here's the onboard shot, by the way. Oh. It's like pretty hard contact, doesn't it, really? And Sachs ends up off the road, just a little bit wide down at turn 5. We'll see, but the roles are reversed now, and with Sachs able to follow Foley's lines, can he stay with him and maybe offer a response on the racetrack?
If you're going to do something very similar, you might as well send it in the exact same corner that you got past that just a couple of laps ago. I wouldn't be surprised to see an ambitious move down the inside, and Foley and Sachs, they both know how the game goes. They both know exactly what to expect. So obviously, they've just got to watch out for any of the other cars surrounding them. They had a couple of GTPs coming through. Just had to play the waiting game, just allow the faster class to get through and not cause any incidents. We'll round the final corner to come onto the long start-finish straight, and I think it's just Sachs a little bit too far back to send the move in towards the first corner.
Yeah, it's not going to be turn 1, but will it be turn 3? Will it be turn 5? Those are the bigger braking zones, the deeper braking zones, if you like, to a slower speed, better for overtaking. Through turn 1, quite a nice line from Foley, and not quite as nice of a one from Sachs. You can see the light blue car in the background, by the way. That's Kellen Heimbusch. Saw making his mistake earlier on replay. Well, he's back in the game all of a sudden. Here's another angle on his side from Foley. Yeah, he just rather make the corner because Sachs is there. Interesting one to see what the stewards do about that. But maybe we're over-analysing a very small bit of contact. I don't know.
Opposite. I think it'd be a different story if they hadn't got the move made from that contact, if they'd given the place back, perhaps. Obviously, I think the main reason we're talking about, obviously, they got the move done, maybe as a result of that contact, but alas, as you said, that's for the stewards to determine. They are absolutely fantastic what they do. I'm sure we'll hear about it in the next few moments.
Absolutely. 1/3 of this race just about now completed. 2 hours 40 to go in about a minute's time, and it's Thomas Briggs who's leading the race. There's another trip over the line from him. 16 seconds it is now, and he's actually got more fuel on board than Chris Brown as well, so a second pit stop is going to be coming up in the next 20 minutes from Chris Brown, maybe even sooner than 20. Thomas Briggs will be able to go a little bit further, and that will give him an advantage with the shorter stop late on, perhaps the last stop, maybe at some other point. But when you've got a higher fuel load, less fuel to put in for the remainder of the day, and you're continuing to extend your lead, you know that you're in a very, very strong position, and that's exactly where Thomas Briggs finds himself at the moment.
Certainly does. He's got the commanding lead at the moment. 15, nearly 16 seconds advantage back to Chris Braun, but look how much time Braun's making up on him through all the corners. Obviously, you've got the race leader caught up through the GT3s. Braun's made up nearly 2 seconds in that advantage just when he's got caught up by 2 cars.
It's the ebb and flow. It will come back to him and go away from him almost as quickly over the course of these laps. It always does here in these races. 15 seconds for Thomas Briggs is going to be where it maintains. The closest gap for the lead actually is a very interesting fight in GT3 Pro at the moment. Matt Quinn and David Fernandez are only 4 seconds apart. They've been about 3 seconds apart for quite a lot of the day, but they have just seen another second added onto that in the last couple of moments. And I think it's especially worrying for the other teams behind when the leading team have used 2 drivers. You know, it's all well and good some of these leaders, in fact, all the other leaders apart from them have, and in 963 AM actually, but in 963 Pro and GT3 AM, you sort of don't know where the team as a whole are because they've only seen 1 driver so far. Effectively, all you're seeing right now is Michael McKinney's pace on his own and Thomas Briggs' pace. What you're seeing in 963 AM and GT3 Pro is a team's pace. Both Matt Quinn and Christopher Pies in GT3 Pro clearly quick enough to hold on to a lead sustainably, and also in 963 AM, David Boyer has taken over that car and he's continued the same pace as well. It's worrying signs for the other teams when you see a pair of drivers both driving well at the front of the field, and they're going to be difficult to catch, especially 963 AM. That gap is continuing to extend in the second stint of this race.
Yeah, boy, looks very comfortable in that car. Obviously, 14.7 seconds back to the other car in class. And as you alluded to earlier, it's the only car that you want to beat, essentially, on this racetrack at the moment. You don't want to get caught up behind this singular other car that you're majorly competing against. But boy, is looking comfortable. He's only caught up by back markers at the moment. He's playing the sensible game, not letting any instance come to him. But instead, just playing patient. He's sat there, he's waiting. They'll make the move when he feels it's appropriate to do so.
He certainly will. And we will wait for that in the next few moments. There is, in the meantime, is David Fernandez. Can he get anywhere closer to Matt Quinn in this stint? It's going to be another hour. These drivers effectively doing just the 1 hour and then coming into the pit lane. It's a pretty simple strategy to work out in GT3 over the course of a 4-hour race. Far more worried about the tyre life, especially at this stage, the middle of the afternoon here, virtual standard time. Just coming up to 3:30 in sim right now. So it's not the absolute peak of temperatures. It has started to dip back down again, but it is still 42 degrees on the circuit. There is Adam Gerling. 3rd place for Chroma Motorsports. Don't forget they dropped as low as 5th earlier on, but are now comfortably in 3rd. One of the nicer liveries in the field, I've got to say. But this is also a team showing their pace as a team as well, because Gerling has taken over that car at the hour mark, and they're still able to stay 3rd. There's Shane McNeely, also part of a team. Second part of the race for him, second stint. First stint for him individually in 4th place, but 8 seconds further behind And Matrix Black have had success this season. They won at Road Atlanta, second place last time out at Suzuka as well, but right now struggling to even get near to the podium places by the looks of this.
Yeah, something that's not necessarily going right for Matrix Black at the moment. Obviously, you've alluded to they're a fast team. They're known drivers. And obviously, on their day, they're certainly up there in terms of wins and podiums, but something's not necessarily going right for them at the moment. They've got a bit of time to try and make back. They're sat in 4th in class at the moment, 10th overall. But I think, you know, we've still got a long race to go. Still 2.5 hours, at least 2 or 3 more pit stops for the GT3s. So lots can go right. Lots could also, unfortunately, go wrong.
Yeah. It certainly could. Last 10th GTP make their way past Shane McNeely here. Still second place for them, 17 seconds further behind. Closest battles on the circuit, probably Mark Foley and Mike Sachs still, although we've seen that battle almost resolved, if you like. Mark Foley making his move for second place in the class not that long ago, and now you can see him just starting to stretch out the margin. Heimbuscher is closing in to the third placed AM car of Mike Sachs, so that could be a change for overall position soon, but it's not going to mean too much. It's of course a point system based on the individual classes rather than the overall within their different specifications of car, and so that makes things very different here in that second battle rather than what it would be between Foley and Sachs that we saw earlier. There comes Matrix Bronze down the inside. That's going to be awkward for Foley. Has to really get on the brakes early there. And there you go. Sachs catches straight back up again. Less than half a second. One moment of traffic and it's on again here.
Certainly is, and this could be another round of fantastic racing. Don't forget, it was 2. It looks like we've got 3 cars caught up, 3 GT3s, and I think we'll see another optimistic move into the heavy braking zone. Inside is defended. Outside could be the place to try and send it. Of course, you don't want to risk any more damage on that car, and it is just the patience game for Backmarker Motorsports at the moment.
They've not tried too much around the outside on that occasion. Foley bringing it over there makes it very difficult. The outside line at turn 5, I think, is actually almost impossible to make your way around there, to be honest. It's such a tight corner that you're really going to struggle to work yourself all the way around there. And especially now, that car really sliding off of turn 8 there, and there'll be pressure here for up to turn 10 and 11. Heimbuscher right on the back of Backmarker Motorsports now and taking a few different lines as well. That's when you know you're in a bit of trouble as well, when it's just moving around in the mirrors slightly here and trying to get down the inside somewhere. And the pressure getting to Mike Sachs a little bit. Brakes a little bit too late for turn 13. Got to focus forward here and not on the mirrors that are being filled right now by Kellen Heimbuscher.
Exactly that. He's got to be careful not to get caught up and too distracted with the cars behind. His focus has to be forwards as they race towards, to finish off the lap here and riding on board with Kellen, or watching on board with Kellen in the rear view camera. Let's see if they're able to make a move in the slipstream and with a bit of a tow towards turn 1.
And that's Kellen in the view there from the rear end of Mike Sachs's car. Goes a little bit deeper into the corner. Has he gone too deep there? Has he gone wide? Little bit, but he'll get away with that. Might have taken an off track, but he'll take that rather than losing the place. Down in towards turn 3. Again, not the greatest run in. It's not slow in, fast out, which is what you want. It's fast in and slow out, unfortunately, at the moment for Mike Sachs, but not quite fast enough out from Heimbuscher this time. But this is all taking away from the battle for second place. I mentioned earlier that there's no points for this for Heimbuscher, but these battles between cars in different classes affect races. They're helping Mark Foley right now, and it's disadvantaging Mike Sachs. In a situation like this, you sort of think, well, maybe I want to let the drive behind me through, but that can also be a disadvantage. Do you want that barrier of a car in between you and your nearest rivals in class as well? It's very, very difficult to get this right and not let these cars in other classes affect your day.
Yeah, it looks like Sachs doesn't want to let the car behind past, albeit could be used to their advantage if they wanted to go chase down Foley. Kellen could be the stalking horse in which that Sachs has the option to play with, but I think they're just biding their time. They're not wanting to get caught up in too many instances. Do they not want to drop down maybe a position in the overall order? Or is this maybe just a thing they're so focused on the car in front, they haven't actually paid attention to what is coming behind them?
And look at that gap ballooning now to Stallion's team. Goodness me. Mike Sachs has let this gap get out quite large right now. Chris Costis, the other driver for this team, started that car. He'll be back in again after an hour or two. Have to do another hour at least, unless they're going with a 3-driver lineup, which is pretty rare in a 4-hour race, although it has been done so far this season. Down towards turn number 1. There you go, and we'll cut up to the GT3 Pro standings, where Ivan Gomez is currently running in 6th place, trying to chase down the Flying Line Racing teams, currently 10 seconds behind there, so up to 12 now. Mark Foley is the next in line behind, and you can't really see him either, so number 911 very much on its own, just running laps. And they'll be hoping that by some method, not sure which, but by some sort of method, they can find themselves ahead of maybe Flying Line Racing, or indeed somebody else, get themselves into the top 5 a little bit later on. For now, there's not really a lot they can do about gaining places.
A bit of a bizarre situation Gomez finds himself in at the moment. Obviously, the next car in class about 12 seconds up the road from them. They've got an almighty gap to try and close. It's not like other racing series. We can try and use another car or another run through and get the slipstream down towards turn number 1. It's just about consistency in this sort of stage of the race. Keep pumping in those laps, keep pushing through with every twist and turn, and eventually something may be given to you, and you've got to grasp it with both hands.
So 2.5 hours still to go at Portimão in the 4th round of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series in 2025. I'd like to remind you again, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13 and the 2025 Team Racing Series. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Down the bottom of your screen, battle for 4th in GT3 Pro is just starting to pop up now. Matrix Black are being caught by Enrico Gregorato, and in here as well is the Imperial Motorsports car that is leading GT3 AM. He's actually just got past Shea McNeely. Michael McKinney has made a pass for 4th place overall. That just shows you how quick McKinney is. Even as a GT3 AM driver, he is now ahead of more than half of the pro field.
It's been a superb drive from McKinney so far, and I think he's continuing to push through with all of these laps as well. Maybe trying to prove that he deserves to be amongst that field, and that's a mistake, a very uncommon mistake from Bauer.
And that was one of the 963s off the road, down at turn 13, letting these 3 GT3s back again. And the drivers of these GTs will probably be thinking, oh no, they're going to have to pass me again here, because they just managed it. It's Rob Rose in the 4th place. They've just done it, and now they're going to have to do it again. There it is, down on the brakes, too late on the brakes, and I'll say it again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, these 963s, and indeed all the GTPs, all prototypes, as a general rule, not great at slow speed, and that is a really slow speed corner.
Yeah, of course, the massive advantage that the prototypes have in these sort of races is the downforce that they generate, not only from the rear wing, because all their front aero, the side aero, everything has been designed to give them fantastic top speed performance. The minute they're left alone with pretty much them and just their tyres is when they really start to lack any sort of grip, any sort of pace, and we just saw it there from Boyer, just losing out under braking, and wasn't necessarily the most unfortunate situation, but could have been a lot worse.
It certainly could have been. Could have taken someone with him, I suppose. So we've avoided that at least this time round. Unfortunately, that is the only 963 Pro car off the lead lap at the moment. Rob Rose has been struggling early on here in the SC Team Red car. Unfortunately, that team have been finished 4th and last in 2 of our 3 races so far. Hopefully they can improve on that here today. Road Atlanta was the only time where they finished in 2nd place. That was a crash-filled race for some of those in 963. We saw last 10th GTP and Matrix Bronze having a very difficult day. A couple of long stops in some cases for those guys 2 months ago, in that race 2 months ago. Like the first 5 months of the year. Long races here in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. Making up our championship. Our finale is in 5 weeks' time at Spa. And that's a couple of weeks after the 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport. So you can visit PCASimRacing.com/Opmo 6 hours. See his race at Spa. So very much hope that you can join us for that. Not part of the team racing series, so you don't have to be signed up for this. You can join us for a one-off of the 6 hours of Spa this May in just 3 weeks' time. There it is, indeed. It'll be live just after midday EST. There it is on the 4th of May this year. Back out on the circuit, bottom of your screen. The gap between McKinney and the rest just seems to be closing for the moment. Gregorato next in line, and Shea McNeely, or rather Gregorato just in behind Shea McNeely, looking for a way through. Looks to me like McNeely's just lacking that little bit of an edge at the moment, and Enrico Gregorato will look to try and take advantage of that and make a pass for 4th place.
I think we're seeing a little bit of lack of confidence from McNeely here, and as you said, Gregorato will be looking to try and capitalise that, especially if they've got a car in front. They don't necessarily know how to deal with it. They don't want to try and send a move down the inside of that GT3R AM class. They don't want to get involved in another car class and cause maybe a bit of a race situation for them. But obviously, the longer this goes on, the longer McNeely just sits behind who's in front of them, McKinney in front of them, Gregorato will get maybe just a little bit frustrated.
There's him just getting in the mirrors a little bit there towards turn 14. Just had a peek down the inside. He was never actually going to try and get alongside, but just wants to put McNeely off a little bit there. There's Joe Sinclair in the Matrix Bronze 963 having to come through on the inside line as well. That shouldn't affect these guys too much. They've caught up to them at the point at which the GT3s and 963s are most different in terms of speed, although that won't particularly help McKinney in towards turn 1. He's dealt with it quite well though. And McKinney will keep 4th place overall in GT3. There he is. Yes, he does look quicker than McNeely right now, so maybe he won't even have to worry about those guys in behind either. There's a bit of a battle down in towards turn 5. It's De Silva at the moment in 8th place. Now, that's not Derek Dirksen in front of him, so actually trying to unlap himself, and it's an ever awkward position to be in. Antonio De Silva feels that he's quicker than the driver in front, and he might be right, but he can't get past for the moment because he doesn't particularly want to get in the way of that driver either and try and make any rash moves on him. It's a very hard place to be.
Yes, it was a real awkward one. He doesn't want to send a move down the inside of the fellow GT3 in front of him, but of course you've got the GTP coming up close behind as well. Didn't want to infringe too much on their race. Of course, they've got to make their own way through, does the GTP, as we do notice the last 10th GTP in the pit lane already.
Yeah, so their shorter first pit stop has given them, as we expected, a shorter fuel run in this second stint as well. Last 10th GTP having to make an early stop. Oh, that's the team who are going to overtake them, supposedly. Matrix Bronze, very nearly hit by Marcus Souza because they were going so slowly out of turn 14. Now, though, De Silva will get past Souza. He'll feel that that was as good a chance as any to go through. And considering Souza was so wide there will be no problems at all about De Silva deciding he can slip through on the inside there. And as long as he drives away now, there should be no problem.
Yeah, it was a nice move. Used the start-finish straight to his advantage, used the extra bit of speed that he had coming out of that final corner, and now hopefully he can try and leave the beautiful tartan livery a little bit in the dust. But I think actually it's a bit of a second run here for Souza. Got a great run out of turn 2 and turn 3 as we climb up the hill in towards 4 and 5. I think we could see a bit of a dive in towards turn 5.
Maybe there is going to be a response, and now it gets tricky for De Silva. As soon as he's starting to shape at defending here, he starts to. You start to wonder about the legality of this. Souza down the inside, too late on the brakes. You can tell he's a bit frustrated by all of this at the moment. He's just been unlapped there by De Silva, and he won't be particularly pleased. You could tell that by the way he went down the inside at turn 5. In the end, he couldn't make that work, and he's now at the prospect of slipping one lap down. Doesn't realistically mean anything in the team racing series. There's no safety car that he'd be caught a lap down in this series, but it is psychological, and Souza won't be like being unlapped in that situation. It's certainly costing them both time as well, it's worth remembering.
Yeah, not at all. You don't want to get yourself in your own head a little bit too much, though. You'll see a car go past you, and you know they're unlapping themselves. You'll know that by the telemetry you have in the car, but often you'll get yourself caught up and maybe a little bit over frustrated by not wanting that car to now run away. And that can lead to many mistakes in your own race, a little bit of a slip of the wheel as well. And obviously, once you get to that moment in the race, you can't really recover that mental state until you have a good, couple of minutes to breathe.
Hopefully the cool heads will prevail there. McKinney will be trying to get a lap on those guys as well here in towards turn one. That's going to be quite difficult now for him to manage. All sorts going on through turn 1 and 2 and 3. As they get on the brakes, there's the look from Gregorato again. Oh, and there's the near contact through turn 3 as well. But nothing doing that time. So 2 hours 20 still to go here, Tom. We're about to step away in a couple of moments' time after about 100 minutes of this race. As we continue to watch this battle on our screen, we'll keep an eye on it, but just give us your assessment of the race so far. 100 minutes gone, and indeed what's going to happen for the second half of the race coming up rather shortly.
It's an interesting situation. A lot of the cars at the moment are in that middle stage of the race where they don't want to push too hard. They don't want to make those mistakes. And the last thing you want to do to your car is get a little bit of damage to the race. Boyer's run a fantastic drive so far, leading up in the 963 AM category. Of course, there's only 2 cars running in there, so you can't really do much worse unless you are running second. But it's been some fantastic drives. The GTPs are showing just their true raw grit and pace around here. If they can minimise the mistakes, I think we'll see some absolutely beautiful racing in the second half.
We certainly will. 2 hours 20 still to go in this race. The 4 hours of Portimão in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series for 2025. That's myself, Ian O'Leary, signing off for the evening. Tom Knight stepping away from the broadcast booth just for the moment as well. For the next part of this race, Rhys Gardner makes a return to the commentary box alongside Jeremy Scott as well. Good to have you back, Rhys. A similar situation as to what we left it, just on the cusp of another pit stop phase and another 2 hours 20 still to go in this race.
Indeed, Ewan. And here we go. It's time to bring you through the next hour of this event before we hand things off to Jake Sperry and company for the final hour of this event. And tell you what, Jeremy, it's looking all right for the moment for Shopaholics, up in the lead of GTP and finding their way back into the lead, continuing in the lead of the GT3 class. The Imperial Motorsports machine, Matt Quinn at the wheel. Things are looking interesting here. A couple of cars having their fair amount of dramas, but everyone's still running for the most part.
And that's what you want in a race like this. You want to be running, especially near the back of the pack. Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's man, I've got to say, you take a look at the gap for GT3, 963 Pro and AM. It's a big gap, to say the least, in both of them. But really, a minute 13 over second place, that could be wiped away with one off, one bad patch pit stop. But a lot of great racing to look forward to throughout the rest of the field. It doesn't matter if it's in the 963 or the GT3 R classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping an eye on Nicky Chan here. Just taking over the last 10th GTP car. He's having to deal with a GT3 racing him on the exit of the penultimate corner, and this is not an ideal situation for a GTP to be in. Having to work your way through GT3s on that incredible final corner, but offline and compromised. And so the triple O there of last 10th finding themselves having to work their way through quite a bit of traffic, and time's not looking the quickest here for this car. 1 minute 43.3 on that lap. They're costing themselves quite a bit of time to the Kynarin racing car, which of course is not competing in the same class as them, but would be nice to get another overall position.
Yeah, why not? You know what? It's still plenty of time to get that overall position. We're at about 2 hours, 17 minutes left to go. And of course, this is such a great racetrack to have an endurance race. We're looking at your GT3R AM leader, Michael McKinney, in the 453. As he's got Mark Foley behind him, 33 seconds, and right behind him, out of class, is Shea McNally in the number 18. So we're seeing a lot of out of class racing, but nonetheless, still a lot of great racing here in this middle part of the race. And look, I've been a fan of Algarve since the inception years ago, and it's great to see that it's slowly coming on as one of the favorites here in iRacing. And the drivers love it because it's elevation changes and lots of great passing opportunities. And nonetheless, it's wide enough to where these GT3 cars don't have to worry too much about the 963s because they can see them from a distance.
It's nice to have another Algarve Stan in the comms box here, because yeah, I'm a big fan of this track as well for exactly the reasons you describe. It's a truly modern circuit. It's built to the most recent safety standards in the world of motorsport, but it provides a bit of that old school charm with the way it just follows the terrain, and obviously providing a lot of challenge for Joe Sinclair, who suffered a lockup there and unfortunately finding himself spun around. I believe that might be at the third last corner of the circuit. Randy Lervold also having some trouble. That car has been having some trouble, the number 29, getting some contact from the rear earlier, and evidently that's affecting the balance. And Rob Rose, I mean, we've seen him have his fair share of problems in the first hour of the race, and his issues just continuing there. A bit of a loss of traction coming out of turn 3, and in the GTPs, that's understandable. When the hybrid power kicks in, sometimes it can take you by surprise.
Yeah, the Chopaholics race team have not put a wheel wrong at all, as we're seeing them catch up onto some GT3R traffic. I gotta say, you know, you want to be up front, you want to do so quite well, but there are times, especially near the end of your stint, where you got to worry about the tires falling off, you got to worry about fatigue. There's a lot of different things to go on, and of course, I think this might be the pit stop where we start to see some more driver changes as we work our way through the field. There's the 000 of Nicky Chan, one lap down. Looks like Rob Rose has made his way into the pits in the number 963. As we're watching that, we'll see the pit stop here shortly. But you know, this is a long endurance race for somebody who really hasn't done it here. As we see Rose get into the pits in the 963, and he'll take at least tires and fuel. I mean, why not?
Yeah, he's been in the car since the very start of that race, and in fact, it's time for him to make his exit. James Huth will take over the car. That is a mammoth stint there from Rob Rose. 62 laps around the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. That is truly a mark of endurance right there. And yeah, he had his fair share of mistakes and spins and such, but fact is, he's managed to get that car back to the pits in one piece. Hasn't had to pit for damage to my knowledge. So he's handed James Huth a clean car, and looks like Huth will be taking that one to the end. They're splitting this race about as close to 50-50 as you can get.
Yeah, just 13 extra minutes, not too bad. And of course, you got to do what you got to do to to just finish the race. And of course, that gap now down to about a minute 14, but it will dip just a little bit. Chopaholics in the number 20 with a healthy and commanding lead here. Once we get the pits through, let's talk a little bit about this this format as well, because you know, in sim racing, you don't normally see switch drivers, with the exception of, you know, a couple of the big races like this, the Rolex 24, and so on and so forth. And it's not, you know, okay, I'm going to sit in one car. No, sometimes you have separate drivers across the country, as we see our 963 AM leader, who has a 34-second gap over second place.
Yeah, of course. It definitely is a countrywide phenomenon, the Porsche Club of America. We have plenty of drivers from around the country racing in this series, all of course connected by their love for Porsche, getting to drive the best of Porsche's racing machinery here. Keep your eyes peeled on that number 8. It's been a good run for the Kynarin Racing machine, and keeping an eye on the standings coming into this round. Ewan and I talked about it a little bit earlier. Kynarin currently in the lead with Stallions GTP second in the 963 AM class, but Stallions only had a 15-point lead. So if things stay the same in the 963 AM class, Kynarin will take the championship lead with one round to go.
And of course, you want to get into that championship lead whenever you can, obviously, but hanging tight there with 1 round to go, that just makes things just a little bit easier going into the next round as battles abound. Here's Matt Quinn, your Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle driver. 6-second lead over Gone Broke Racing, the pro side of things. That's a slick paint scheme. What I'm noticing with some of these paint schemes, a lot of them are their own, but there's a couple of, we'll say, vintage paint schemes per se, including the All-Canada car, the old FAF Canadian dinner jacket livery that has made its way around the track right now. Quinn looking pretty good so far with, again, now opening up that gap to about 7.6 seconds with 2 hours and 11 minutes left.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm a big fan of the Imperial Motorsports liveries. I always like seeing a sort of vintage floral effect being added to cars, and they've certainly played the spec map game perfectly with that livery. It's one of my favorites out there. You can always count on these guys to turn up with some magnificent paint jobs. The Chroma Motorsports car as well is one that Ewan and I have really enjoyed keeping an eye on. Adam Gerling at the wheel of that car, running 9th overall. But so far, things looking really good for Imperial. They are leading both the Pro and Am classes in our GT3R category, and they'll be looking to extend their respective championship leads in those categories as well.
And a 4-hour race is a great time to do it as well, because you just get out there and put your nose to the grindstone. We see Mark Foley behind him. He's got a 963. Let him by. And of course, for those of you just tuning in, remember the blue number boards. Those are for the pro drivers, the green for the AM drivers. As look at the back of the GT3R of the number 14, and also something for new viewers as well. I don't know who are watching. Well, take a look at Stallions on our tower over there. That blue, now up to Matrix Bronze, who's in 2nd place, down to 57 seconds. As Shopaholics has made a pit stop right now. We'll see if they can get up closer to the leader and try and battle for the lead before they have to go in for their pit stop. But that's how you know we're watching. You see that blue ticker on the left-hand side of our towers. We go to Shopaholics Race Team.
Yeah, so driver change for the race leading car. Thomas Isabel taking over from Thomas Briggs. And they're running a pretty similar move to what we saw happening from SC Team Red there. There's some of the GTP teams like the Matrix Bronze car that have decided to split this one stint by stint, but looks like double stints for our race leading car, as Isabel will make his way back out onto the circuit, still with a massive lead over Matrix Bronze. Joe Sinclair just crossing the line there, and the gap is about 8 seconds or so, but that gap is going to decrease for a little bit because Isabel, fresh out of the pits, is on those cold tires, and especially since the tire model change for the GTP class, these things are like riding on ice skates for the first couple of laps. And even Sinclair is still having some issues with the rear end grip coming out of turn 4.
It's going to take us just a little bit, and I think this is where we're going to see that crossover as well. We'll see if Sinclair can catch up, and doing a great job now, down to about 3.7 seconds. Looking at the sector times, waiting for sector 2 to pop up for both drivers, as really a 139 for sector 1 for Shopaholics and Isbell. Yeah, no, that's not respective of what he's been doing, because he was in the pits. And look at that gap just getting eaten away by Sinclair. So we could see a battle for the lead sooner rather than later.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a good run.
42.3 in sector 2 for our leader, 38.1, but yeah, it's been a good run, but that run may end up with Sinclair taking the lead here in the next couple of corners, as we're on board with the 212.
We certainly are. Looking back at the laps completed thus far. Sinclair definitely will go for the lead here, but immediately into the pits. It's the end of the stint there for Matrix Bronze. So what that tells you is that Shopaholics Race Team effectively has a pit stop's worth of lead over the rest of the field. All Isabel had to do there was just keep the car straight as the tires came up to temperature. Now he's released again. Now he has the gap that he needs, and they can maintain that to the end here. So Sinclair, having completed pretty much a full stint's worth of racing in that car, he is not going to be staying in it. Looks like he might be handing that one back to Lenny Holland as Nicky Chan will find his way through. Kynarin Racing car up to P2 as well. We're definitely in that pit stop phase for the GTP class.
And now that gives 3 cars on the lead lap for 963 Pro as Chan trying to close in with Isabel. But I think the tires have finally come up to temp on that number 20 as we're watching through turn 5. Such a great corner there. Now on board with our leader, having to deal with some traffic. The Shopaholics Race Team really dominated so far in this race. There's a couple of GT3 cars are just up ahead. But it's interesting, this multi-class racing, I don't think we see enough of it here on iRacing, and I think we need to see more. It's mostly, okay, one class, several cars, or one class, one car. But multi-class racing, just the bread and butter here as another lap ticked by Isabel.
Yeah, so it takes a few laps for the tires to really get switched on for the GTPs, and Isabel will be trying to manage that as best he can. The lead that they have gotten so far is commanding. It's been a brilliant run from the starting driver, Thomas Briggs, in this car. He was aggressive from the outset, almost went for the lead in turn 1. Of course, the car did not start on pole. Pit stop as well for David Boyer in the Kynarin Racing number 8 in GTP. Certainly pit stop territory at the moment. So we've had Matrix Bronze come in for a stop. Kynarin Racing in now, and looks like the last 10th GTP was among the first to come in for that driver change pit stop. So Nicky Chan is certainly switched on in car 000 at the moment. Charlie Boyer will stay in the car for this stint. We'll see how much time he ends up losing to Lenny Holland and Jeremy Hall behind.
Going to be interesting to see if that crossover is going to happen. When is it going to happen? It's going to happen actually really shortly, because the 7 is just closing in and now takes the lead as Boyer is still in the pits. We're also watching on the bottom right of your screen the battle for 6th in GT3 RM between Souza and Dirksen, as now Boyer comes out of the pits and going to have to deal with a couple of GT3 cars for traffic.
Yeah, still owed another pit stop, I believe, from Jeremy Hall in the Stallions car. So there should be a change there for the AM lead again in GTP very shortly, but keeping an eye on 248 for the time being. It's Marcos Souza in the Stallions GT3 machine. Now, Marcos has been in the car since the start of the race. He was aggressive early on, but his pace then dropped off. And oh my God, that's quite late on the brakes there for Derek Dirksen in the Can-Am Atlas car. It's going to be a position done for that machine. A car that suffered the first penalty from race control of this race when Patrick Adamczyk had a coming together with another car, the last 10th purple machine with Rob Neville at the wheel at the time. So good recovery for Derek Dirksen here. First time in a while that car has not been running dead last, and what a move it was. I think he might have been actually taken by surprise. I think Souza was just a bit early on the brakes.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like. Souza jumping on the brakes just a little bit, but Dirksen with enough momentum through the entry of 5 to get in that lead, but he's not able to shake off Souza just yet. As looking through sector 3 right now, through turn number 14. Interesting that Souza took a little bit of a higher line there, so losing some momentum through there and down into 15, where he sets himself up and take just another lap, go up through the tabletop.
Yeah, definitely a plateau on the start-finish straight of this place. You dip right down on the way into turn 1, and you're braking downhill at the point that you step on the brakes, but then the track levels out, so you're able to get the car driven into the asphalt a bit more, keeping up with battle for track position, but not necessarily class position. Backmarker Motorsports versus Autocross IS Racing. Kellen Heimbucher is in the number 1 car at the moment, chasing Mike Sachs. And these cars have been around each other pretty much all race, but both of them separated from their nearest class competitors by some margin. And the problem for Kellen here is he's clearly got pace. You can see that he is angling that car very nicely through all of these corners, but Mike Sachs is proving just fast enough that he's a tough customer to get by.
Yeah, Heimbucher trying to get around Mike Sachs so he can look down Mark Foley and get back into some sort of position to try and get with somebody in his class. Of course, Sachs right now 3rd in the GT3R AM class. Heimbucher in 7th in GT3R Pro. You gotta go all the way up to 13th overall for Ivan Gomez, 6th place in the GT3R Pro. So quite a bit of distance, actually. For doing math, it's about 30 some odd seconds between those battles. Of course, a couple of GT3R AMs involved, but Heimbucher trying to just dispatch the Sachs. Not able to do it, as Sachs able to just open up that gap just a little bit through 12 and into 13. As he'll set himself up through Sagres in turn number 14.
Yeah, Heimbucher, another one of those drivers that's been in the car since the start of the race, and seems like he's been struggling for consistency over the last couple of laps. Moving a bit further backwards in the field here, SC Team Blue, Randy Lervold. Bit of an exchange here as the American flag emblazoned livery car makes his way past. That's Ivan Gomez in the Can-Am team car 911, running 7th overall in GT3 class. And as I look down through those overall standings, really speaks to the fantastic race that the Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk AM class leader has. Because guess how many cars are between them and the next AM class car? 4 pro cars. I mean, they've really had a great run of it.
Yeah, they really have. And this car kind of reminds me, if you think back to a year or two ago, the Jared Thomas 992 American flag livery for Porsche Sprint Challenge. So kind of neat to see that back in action, but it's been a good run for the 911. Of course, he's got about a couple seconds till Shane McNeil, who actually just came into the pit. So now he's Gomez is elevated to 5th in class. He's got another 9 seconds to catch up to Flying Lion Racing to move up to another position in the GT3R Pro class, I should say. Again, Matt Quinn, your leader there. He is, as we look on the timing sheets, 7th overall in position, but leading about 6 seconds ahead of Gone Broke Racing's David Fernandez.
Driver changes in the pits. Matrix Black has Matt Siddall jumping back in, and William Wolf taking over from Michael McKinney in the GT3R AM class, leading Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk. Good time for us to remind you as they cruise on out of the pits. We are thrilled, of course, to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13 They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Big thanks to Princess Cruises for your support of the Porsche Club of America. Well, looks like Matt Quinn has brought the race-leading Imperial Motorsports Pro GT3R car in, and they will briefly lose the lead, but Quinn has had a great run of it since taking over from Christopher Pais, and looks like he's going to be staying in the car here for the middle 2 stints of this race. I would expect that Pais will take back over from him for the final stint. The Flying Lion car also in too, taking some tires there. Enrico Gregorato at the wheel of that car, taking over from Brett Holmes in the last stint. And it looks like Holmes is going to jump right back in there. Saw some good laps from Brett Holmes early on in the race. He currently holds that car's fastest lap of a 1:45.002, and well, it's definitely pit stop season for our GT3 competitors. We see the Backmarker Motorsports car come in, the FAF liveried Stallions GT3R car in. Mehmet Karasai is going to jump in that 2:48, and we'll wait and see for the moment if Mike Sachs hands over to another driver. Looks like he will. Chris Costas jumping back in.
Okay, so that's going to be interesting to see if he can go the distance, at least one more pit stop left for really everybody here. Is we're at an hour 55, so under that 2-hour mark. And yeah, it's GT3 Pitapalooza right now as Mark Doran comes into the pits in the last 10th purple, double out 1. Do see we've got David Fernandez and Gone Broke Racing coming in. We'll see if the 09 decides to do a driver change, as we see Costas again waiting to be released here shortly as he's back underway. Another driver coming into the pits is looks like Rob Neville will be in the 001. I see Adam Gerling in the Chroma Motorsports 495, your second place in the GT3R Pro Series. So 1 and 2 are in the pits. Ivan Gomez sits in third in that GT3R Pro class, but he has now jumped into the lead with the 2 front runners into the pits.
And significantly, looks like finally a driver change in the Gone Broke Racing 09 machine. Rich Minkler taking over from David Fernandez, who was who managed to put that 09 car on pole position, in fact, for the entire GT3 class. But his pace dropped off rather quickly after a couple of fast laps. We were thinking earlier that this car here wasn't quite as strong on race pace as it was on a qualifying fuel load. Now that Rich Minkler is in the car, we'll see another attribute of how fast that car really is. Meanwhile, 495 stop complete. George Janelis is making his way out of the lane as we speak, and the Chroma Motorsports car rejoins down in 4th in the Pro class.
Steve Komatz is in the Stallions GT3 RR. That was the class leading GT3 RM. We'll be back out on course here momentarily. We see Patterson coming out 8th in the GT3R Pro class. Got a bit of a gap between he and the last 10th purple. That'll be an out-of-class battle once those tires come up to temperature. Things are just a little strung out right now as we're coming through the pit stop cycle. Still have Thomas Isabel leading overall and in 963 Pro. 19-second gap, though. It's a lot lower than the minute 15, minute 20 gap that we saw, Reese, when we got back on to when we were walked into the booth.
Looks like the one of the final pit stops to come out of this cycle here for GT3R, the Pro Class car of Can-Am Titan. Ivan Gomez bringing it into the lane. Jason Finch was the one who started that car. We'll see if Ivan stays in this time around. Still owed a pit stop on this cycle from the Gone Broke Racing AM GT3R car of Chris Sherburne in the 135. And it looks like the Autocross IS Racing #1 has finally succeeded in getting past the Backmarker Motorsports car. And in fact, there's been a problem for Chris Costas out there. He's just lost another overall position there to the Can-Am Atlas car. So not quite sure what's going on there. It actually looks like it might have been a little bit of a spook moment, as it looks like Nicky Chan had a bit of an adventure here coming through the opening corners, went off the circuit as the Pfaff livery car came on through. Here's what happened here to... No, not quite. Chris Costas. No, looks like we're not going to see that just yet, but what I can tell you is Chris Cook was a little bit deep under brakes, and Costas ended up getting spooked and spun around as there's a change for third Flying Lion Racing through on Chroma Motorsports. Brett Holmes right back on the pace here.
To the Autocross, I wonder if it's Autocross is racing team. That would be a cool name, regardless.
Yeah, truth be told, I actually didn't think of that.
I was looking at that. I go, well, I could see how it could be IS Racing, but yeah, that could be another good one. We're watching this battle, as we said, for third and GT3R Pro. Sorry to get off course, but I saw that, like, that would be kind of a funny name for a team. The Flying Lion Racing, say that 10 times fast, really opening up on Chroma Motorsports. We saw the gap down to a half second. Well, now that number 9 is opened up twice that gap, maybe 3 times, as now it's a 2-second gap for that bottom snap of the GT3R Pro podium. Right behind them also is your leader in GT3R AM, and that's William Wolf in the Imperial Motorsports 453. I believe, I'm not sure if that's on track or not, but nonetheless, a great showing so far by Brett Holmes, able to open up that gap. And there's your leader right now in GT3R Pro. It's Matt Quinn, coming off a great pit stop for that team.
Yeah, and keeping up the pace quite a bit. 144.8 on the previous lap there for Matt Quinn, and that is only 0.2 off the fastest lap overall for that car. Christopher Pies set the fastest lap on the second lap of the race, in fact. As far as GT3 times go, that is the quickest that we've seen today. So Matt Quinn immediately making his case here that it's a nice equal run for the number 22. Check back in with the Kyner Racing car. Meanwhile, Charlie Boyer cruising around at the moment. 8 laps into the stint, coming up on 9 laps complete out of the second last corner. Now we have to think about when the next pit stop is coming around for these GTPs. I'm just looking through the laps completed so far. Now, Thomas Briggs was able to complete 33 laps, maybe 34 on that first stint, and I'm showing on my timing about 67 laps remaining for our overall leader. So these GTPs will still have 1 pit stop left to run, possibly a splash and dash at the end, unless they save a bit of fuel. That will prove a further wrinkle in the strategy game.
I was just going to say, it has that feeling to where they'll have to really save, whether it's at the end of this stint or the next stint, to really make it the whole way through. Yeah, it's going to be tough to make it. Looks like Christopher Cook is getting the naughty flag in the number 1.
Yeah, and that was for the incident that I was talking about a bit earlier. Dive bomb causing incident with car 27 on their 71st lap. So immediately into the lane comes Christopher Cook, trying to make his case for being last of the late breakers, and unfortunately Race Control did not see eye to eye with him on that front. and neither did the team of the number 27. So through the pits he'll go. This is the reason for that penalty. Very late on the brakes, and yeah, I mean, you could tell from that far back the move just wasn't on.
Yeah, and it's in normal racing school, you see, you know, 50, you gotta be at least 50% of the car. He was barely there at that 50% move, but yeah, discretion should have been the better part of valor. He should have just backed off right there. Rich Minkler, your GT3R Pro second place finisher. Oh, he's gonna have to get around that car that just came into the pits for the stop. But back to this battle right here. Got a prototype behind him. That's the 963M leader of Charlie Boyer as well. Minkler also has a 15-second gap between he and third place, so he can really let that prototype by, as that third place driver is Costas.
Can I just draw your attention to a four-way battle that has just emerged out of nowhere? George Janalis in the Chroma Motorsports car, running fourth in GT3 Pro, currently has the Imperial Motorsports car for company, and up the inside, attempting at least, that was a bit messy there. William Wolf tried to get through, but evidently not enough overlap to get it done. Slight contact, he had to really back out of it. But that has granted an extra position up for Matt Siddall and the Matrix Black car, and this could be another run at the top four for this team.
Which is fantastic, but yeah, got to notice it's not very often you see somebody just tap somebody else and just stop. So at least, you know, there wasn't a full, I'm going to plow right through you moment. That was fantastic to see that. Let's take a look at this replay as we look from the vantage point of William Wolf, and yeah, there it is. Wolf shuts the door and just, boop, there it goes. Nice save. Really nice handling by everybody. We'll see what Race Control has to say about that move.
Yeah, well, there was a little tap, but reading back through the race control channels of PCA, it seems that they don't really class it as a reportable incident or one that requires action unless it results in a spin or damage to the car affected by the incident. And in that case, we could clearly see that it was just a tap, and everyone was able to keep going with if anything, the car being the aggressor in the contact, losing a spot out of that, if only briefly. So I think Race Control might just see that as a racing deal and let him play on.
And I think that that's fair, to say the least, is, you know what? No harm, no foul. The penalty was self-serving. Keep racing. Still got this battle for fourth place in GT3 R Pro as well. That's heating up as we talk more about it. Motorsports over Matrix Black, and this is just fantastic to see. You know, we're technically in the heart of the race, and we still have cars neck and neck.
Yeah, this could be a move here for Matt Siddall. He draws alongside in the braking zone, and he's fully alongside as they get into the corner. And the move is complete. George Janalis having to give that one up, but now falls under pressure from Ivan Gomez in the Can-Am Titan 911 machine. Gomez, of course, fresh out of the pits himself, has only 4.5 laps on that car at the moment, and he's really making his presence known. Janalis, meanwhile, been out there for 5 laps so far, so these cars are on pretty similar strategies at the moment, but clearly Janalis is finding himself swamped.
About swamped as you can get here in the middle of this race. This battle here between Janalis and Gomez still looking really good. Aww. And one has to wonder if Janalis is kind of backing off just a little bit, because while the GT3s also have one pit stop left, I don't know if they'll necessarily have enough time to do a splash and dash. So maybe a little bit of race strategy playing in here.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they pitted, well, it's about a 1:47, 1:48 lap generally on average in this area of the GT3R field anyway. So they pitted with less than 2 hours to go. I think pretty much everyone in the GT3 field is safe for just one more stop to the end, as finally that's Ivan Gomez finding his way past through turns 1 and 2. Now potentially another overall position up for grabs here for the AM class leader in GT3R. That was a brilliant run out of turn 4 and 5 for the car of William Wolf, but Analyst this time is prepared.
Again, this is out of class racing. Normally, race directors don't look too kindly on that, so Wolf is going to have to take some extra care to get around Channelist. Of course, behind them too, got a couple of 963s who would love to get around the two of those GT3R cars, and they're side by side. Ooh, this is going to be a little testy here. You got faster traffic behind you, but you're still in a race of your own.
Lenny Holland, the Matrix Bronze 963, finding his way through, and same for James Huth, who's recently taken over that SC Team Red car. So they find their way through on Janilis, and it looks like George will have a little bit of breathing room, at least when it comes to cars for position. Mike Patterson is catching up in the SC Team Blue car now. These two GTP cars are not racing for position. They are separated by a lap or so. So we're not going to be seeing them race too hard wheel to wheel. I think James Huth at the moment still getting used to the car. Lenny Holland getting used to the car himself here after spending a stint out of it. But I think with a bit more experience thus far in the race than the car following him.
Yeah, still plenty of time to have some sort of pass happen here, but nonetheless, the top three overall and in 963 Pro, they all are within a lap. And closest we've seen Nicky Chan for a while, 21 seconds behind Thomas Isbell.
Yeah, there's pretty much no race in the GTP class at the moment, but I have to say, Nicky Chan there, running the fastest time of the GTPs for that specific lap. A 36.5. That's pretty pacey here for the middle phase of the race. Nicky's really switched on at the moment. That car is in its prime phase as we speak. Still 0.3 off the fastest lap overall for that car. And I'd call it about 0.7 off the fastest lap of the race from Thomas Briggs early on in the running, but still, that last 10th car is looking strong here in the mid-phase.
Looking real strong, and we'll see what Sector 2 has to say for last 10th. The 37.8 by Isabel. And that second sector time here for Chan, 38.4. So losing a little bit of traffic sitting behind that GT3R Pro traffic right there. As that's just what you're going to have to deal with here. With the influx of GT3 cars in this field, these 963s really got to pick and choose their battles, because once they catch up on them, it takes just a couple of corners, either A, for the GT3s to realize, hey, I've got faster traffic, or for the 963s to make their move without making any hay. Here's Brett Holmes in the number 9 Flying Lion Racing GT3, sitting third in class. Got a bit of a gap between second and fourth, so really just running his own race right now, not looking too bad. Got a couple of the 963s with Lenny Holland and James Huth right behind, so those two just cut through the field slowly but surely. That's all you really need at this stage of the race.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the thing for the Matrix Bronze car here, as we see him going, sweeping through into the final corner, is they're aware that they are safe in third for the time being. Like the gap back to the Kynerin Racing car is some 27 seconds at the moment. Charlie Boyer does look to be making up some speed on them, but for now, there isn't much of a race to be had for second. That last 10th car is just too far ahead for them to make a difference. So this is the point of the race where, as a driver, you just settle in to the position that you know is a certainty. Of course, there's no full course yellows in this series, so there's not much of a chance to leapfrog someone under safety car, for example. So just keep it clean, keep it running consistently, and the race will come to you in the end. Strong third place for Matrix Bronze right now, looking to hold on to it.
Yeah, with no full course yellows to count on, you really got to make your race strategy work for you. One wrong move, and it could potentially be game over, as we see James Huth hanging on to 4th place. It's still a lap behind the top 3 of Isabel, Chan, and Holland, but a very strong running top 5 overall. Ahead of them in the laps, I should say, is your 963 AM leader of Charlie Boyer. But take a look at the tower on the left, Reese. I'm noticing that gap between Isabel and Chan now down to about 18 seconds. Last time by, Isabel 37.9, 36.4 out of Chan, 38.9 out of Isabel this past time by. Let's see what Chan does crossing that sector 2 line, because this if we get to pit stops and those two are still 1 and 2, I think it's gonna be a lot closer than we've seen all race long. Monstrous stint put in by Chan. Yeah, 38.2, so 0.7 of a second faster in that sector alone.
Yeah, this could be a very interesting battle for the leads starting to emerge. There was a bit of traffic for the Shopaholics race team on the previous lap. Getting some lovely artsy shots of these two circulating. Of course, the car we're riding on board with 5th in the overall standings and 4th in the 963 Pro class. They are 1 lap down on the leader, and you know, it's a bit of an outside shot. Still a very slim chance that they might be able to get that lap back if something happens to any of our top 3 as things stand. But I think James Huth might just be focusing on Lenny Holland up ahead of him and looking to follow him around, learn a few lines, maybe try a few different things, keep the race going as strongly as he can. Looks like the gap for the lead has stalled a little bit. If anything, Nicky Chan now losing a little bit of time to Thomas Isabel. But regardless, you are right. It's a great stint from that triple O. And there's going to be more traffic coming here for Thomas Isabel.
And I gotta say, it's going to be pit strategy. If Huth can stay out a couple laps longer than Isabel, Chan, and Holland do, we might have ourselves a race for some spot on the podium, because we've seen how close Huth has been to Holland during this this stint right here. They've been running real close together. As Isabel comes across the line, the Shopaholics race team didn't complete yet another lap, just dispatching of cars left and right. That's all it takes here for that to happen. Of course, closing in on Chad Cassian in the Stallions GTP number 7. That's a AM car that is being held up by some GT3 traffic going around turn number 3. But yeah, I've been impressed with Nicky Chan and the stint that he's put in this time by, since he's gotten out into the track. Lost a couple of seconds, but again, you're just going to get that with GT3 traffic.
Yeah, of course. It's the ebb and flow of a multi-class race, and everyone knows the deal coming into a race like this. You're going to lose time at some point. You just need to make sure that you minimize it and recover well. And Chad doing the right thing there, not going for the dive, waiting for the exit of the corner and sweeping through at the left-hander to complete the move, makes up a little bit more time on the next GT3 ahead. That is the GT3 Pro leader, I believe, that is coming on. No, actually, it is not. That is the Flying Lion car of Brett Holmes, P3 in the Pro class at the moment. But this is the way I would be driving if I was in this race. You know, just staying behind through the corners where I know that a dive bomb isn't possible and would definitely be ill-advised, and wait for the exit to make my way by. And that will be the least amount of time lost. Charlie Boyer, meanwhile, kind of in racing car, looking for a little bit more pace here. He was the fastest car on track on the previous lap. 1:36.5 for Lenny Holland. Charlie Boyer, a 1:37.8 on that lap, obviously facing off against some traffic himself.
It's going to be interesting to see if some of these drivers decide to come in just a little bit early to kind of cut themselves off from having to deal with this GT3 traffic. But then again, Boyer holding a 1 minute 24 second gap to Cassian in second place. And Cassian still has to get around James Huth and get back on the same lap. Well, actually, no, the Boyer and Cassian are on the same lap. So, yeah, just needs to get around. That's the key right there. As time's winding down, we're about 90 minutes left in this race, but still long enough for anything to happen. The good thing is the walls are far enough to where if you go off, you're not going to get sucked in, but it still takes one move to end up either in the gravel or in the tire barriers.
Yeah, right there is a difficult spot to come up on GT3 traffic. Boyer obviously waiting for the most obvious opportunity to get past the Flying Lion car here, and will be dipping up the inside on the exit, I believe. Gets the power down, the hybrid kicks in, and that V6 is singing as he makes his way through the final corner. I mean, I'm always amazed at the speed that these prototypes can carry. Of course, you know, GTP, LMDH, you know, whatever you want to call this this class of prototype, it's not quite as, you know, spaceship spectacular as say the 2014 to 2019 LMP1s that you saw racing in the World Endurance Championship back in the day, as it were. But they still carry a great amount of speed through the corners, and they're just as spectacular racing machines. Their technology is slightly simpler. There's a bit more of a spec element to a lot of what they do. But yeah, I've always been a fan of prototypes, and I really love seeing the Porsche 963 here in iRacing. To say nothing, if you're a GT3 fan, seeing the Porsche 911 GT3R racing here. Mehmet Karasai trying to chase things down here in the number 248. You know, I believe we're both old enough to remember a time where Porsche only appeared in basically Need for Speed. And It was a great day when the license was opened up and we were able to see Porsches in iRacing.
And I think that you got Need for Speed just so you could race a Porsche in a sim-like setting. So having this in iRacing is absolutely fantastic. Not just the GT3R, but also the 963, and having to see it at both the legacy endurance races over the past couple of years here in the United States. It's just been absolutely fantastic. And of course, being able to commentate on the 992s, the 991s, and even the 718s, the 718 Caymans, has been nothing short of spectacular last season. And those are even machines in and of themselves. Very nimble, very fast, and really good sounding. Ooh, Karasai goes to the inside again. That's out of class position between Janela, the couple of cars between Karasai and Janela. Of course, also different laps. I think Karasai is about 2-3 laps behind Janelis there for overall position.
Well, he's trying his best to make up some time there, evidently trying to get some positions back. Of course, we must once again thank Princess Cruises, who were thrilled to have on as the 2025 Porsche Club of America title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Fantastic partnership here for 2025. Brilliant to have Princess Cruises on. Well, with an hour and 30 remaining in the race, we are almost getting ready in the next few minutes. Oh dear. Okay, I'll leave that point for a second. Nikki Chan with a spin in the opening corners of the lap there, and the overall leader sweeping through to find their way past. What on earth happened to Nikki Chan there?
Well, Nikki Chan just came out of the pits after
he
a
did?
pit stop. Yes, and I was going to make the point where it's like, okay, you know, now Chan's got one more pit stop because, you know, I don't see them lasting 90 minutes on any kind of stint. And then all of a sudden, cold tires just bit right there in turn one for Chan. Unfortunate because now Chan's even further back, but heck, even Lenny Holland has leapfrogged Chan. So we'll see when those two pit what kind of distance Chan can get. And yeah, those cold tires, they just bite as we take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so hitting the apex curb of turn one, there's a hump there in the middle of the corner, and you get on the power too hard, and around you'll go, especially on the ultra cold, slippery tires that these GTP cars have when they come out of the pits. Far from ideal for Nikki Chan, who, remember, we were singing his praises just a few minutes ago as he was making up that great amount of time on our overall race leaders. But for now, he's going to have to go at a reduced pace here and wait for the tires to come to him.
And you know what? There's still plenty of time left because, like I said, you still have the top two in the 963 Pro who have to pit. So that's going to give, and Chan's going to have warmer tires. So once those two get out there, they're going to have to deal with the 000. And of course, I think that Chan's going to easily get his lap back. This is second in 963 Pro between, Holland and Chan. They're on the track, that's what it looks like, but there's a lap difference between the two of them.
Yes, indeed. For now, the timing screen does not light up. There is still the battle between the classes, so to speak, between Chroma and Stallions, 7th and 8th in the overall GT3 classification. Thomas Isabel finding his way out of the uphill corner where you're staring at the sky before you dip down low through the roller coaster. The most spectacular section of this circuit. It really is a driver's track through and through.
Well, you understand too, it's a driver's track, driver's resort. There's so much here. It's not just the racetrack at Algarve. So it's almost like a destination, to say the least. Here's Ivan Gomez in that number 911 Can-Am Titan. Trying to hold off over positions overall. It looks like the 135, I should say, at Collinbrook Racing. They're on separate laps, but Gomez still with a little bit of a gap between he and Siddle for that fourth position.
Yeah, here we go then. Janilis versus Komats at the moment. Another fight that is not necessarily for points paying positions between either of them. Janilis, of course, in the GT3R Pro category, and the Stallions GT3R machine of Komats fighting in the AM class. They are actually running second place in the AM class at the moment, and if they want to... Oh, here we go. Yeah, I was about to say, if they want to try and make an impression on Imperial, who currently lead the AM class, they want to try and go for a move here, but oh, bit of contact, and they slip and slide and bang wheels on the exit of the corner. But the inside line is there for Steve Komats, and George Yanilis in the Chroma machine will have to yield. That got a bit leery there.
Yeah, you don't want to... make an impression like that, but nonetheless, Janilis able to get out of there without any marks, as those drivers will have to face another lap yet again. But you know, I think we're gonna get to the point in the race where some of these drivers are gonna get a little fatigued if they've been in the car for a stint or two. They're gonna need that break in the pits.
And we're not too far away from the next sequence of pit stops for a couple of our GTP cars. 31 laps have been completed for the 963, number 963, James Huth, having taken over for that car some time ago. And the GT3 class will be pitting with round about an hour to go, I'd imagine. Looking at something approaching 50 laps to go for our overall GTP leader. With Thomas Isabel continuing to strut his stuff up at the front, and now the chase is in the hands of Lenny Holland in the 212. There's over a minute's gap between those two cars, but the Matrix Bronze machine is looking quick. 36.5 on the last lap. A bit of traffic for Thomas Isabel, so a second faster on that previous lap for the 212.
See if Holland is coming into the pits, because there's something like that. You see them really in the lap or two before the in-laps. That's when you start to see the hammer get dropped. Interesting to note that as well, as we see the battle for third in GT3R Pro between Brett Holmes and Matt Siddle. And of course, this is tightening up quite nicely as they're in the middle of their stint. And bottom step of the podium between Flying Lion Racing and Matrix Black, the 9 and the 18. They're running each other's tire tracks. And this looks like it's going to be setting up for a great sparring battle here as we go through the 6, 7, 8 complex.
Something we should also highlight is, I mean, it's looking much more grey out there as clouds have fallen over the racetrack. Ewan and I were talking quite a bit in the first stint about how hot the track was. It was around about 43 Celsius, which is approaching 100 Fahrenheit or so. And it was even increasing a little bit as the race wore on into its first hour. But now that we're getting a little bit later in the day, now that the clouds have fallen over the circuit, down to 33 Celsius, which is right in prime territory for tires on the iRacing service here. So these guys are able to race a little bit harder, push a little bit harder in the braking zones, with the Flying Lion car holding on to the pace. And man, there is absolutely nothing between these two cars. Brett Holmes, a 145.527. It is a 45.563 for Matt Siddle. A mere 0.04 of a second separating these two, but things are starting to get closer.
And of course, you take a look at their different sector times. 30.5 out of Holmes, 30.3 out of Siddle at Sector 1, Sector 2, 41.2 as those go away right now, as Siddle goes to the inside. Nice dive into turn number 5. I was just about ready to note that it's about a half second faster for Siddle, and he really takes advantage of that and goes into third place.
Yeah, fantastic job. You know, we've seen some great driving from Matt Siddle and his teammate in the Matrix Black team, Shane McNeely. Looks like potential for a comeback from Brett Holmes, though. He's gaining quite a bit in those braking zones. Perfect time for me to sign off here. Myself, Reese Gardner, will be saying goodbye to you all. I'll be handing over to my good mate Jake Sperry to take you through the final half hour with Jeremy Scott. Thank you very much, Jake.
Yeah, not a problem at all, Reese. We are in for a real treat to finish off the racing action here, with 1 hour, 18 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Jake Sperry, Jeremy Scott here on RaceSpotTV, bringing you through the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Team Racing Series. Here, round 4 here from Portimão. The battle that you just saw, all important on screen there, as the Flying Lion Racing team lost out that third place position to Matrix Black, piloted by Matt Siddle. That is the second place in the championship number 18 team that needs to start finding a way to limit the damage damage being done by Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, who are out there at the front of this field and proving that they are walking steps closer to their championship. Currently looking at 350 points for a race win in GT3R Pro, which is what would be the gap. It's 125 points already, but of course moving into that third position is enough to now be on 300 points, and so the gap would be 175 championship points for the Big Eagle when they would head to the 5th round of the championship. So as they sit, this is an all-important move that you look at, Jeremy, and say, well, Matt Siddle needed to make that move, makes that move with just over a quarter of the race to go, and now has to do the nigh-on impossible task of chasing down half a lap to Gone Broke Racing.
Yeah, I was about to say about 50 seconds separates first from third right there. And Matt Quinn really logging the time. He's running a 44.6 as his best lap. Last time by 45.4 compared to 45.6 out of Siddle. And of course, you got 44.7 with Rich Minkler in the Gone Broke Racing 09. So Jake, everybody kind of running about the same pace as we're starting to see Brett Holmes fall just a little bit further back in 4th place.
Yeah, and the moment that you break outside of 1 second here, it's so easy for that slipstream help to fall away. 44.7 there from Matt Siddle on that last lap. That will certainly help get the gap down. It was a full half a second quicker than Rich Minkler, who's their second in category in the 09 Gone Broke Racing car. So more laps like that will certainly help to turn the screw, so to speak, out there in this one. It's an important race out there for a number of reasons, and we do talk championship as things go. We've been noting that 963 Pro has been led with just the 2 cars now currently on the leading lap, which is the Shopaholics race team, who lead through Thomas Isabel and also Isabel's teammate in the number 20 car of Thomas Briggs. So Team Thomas certainly proving to do very well at the moment. That 1 minute and 7 second margin over Lenny Holland, which is now down to 1 minute and 1 out there at this moment in time. So there's certainly been a lot of movement in that category, but it's Last 10th GTP that will be the team that needs all the help, with Nicky Chan currently in behind the wheel, because they are the team that currently sits right now second in the championship on 955 championship points. They will drop in terms of this one 20 points back to Matrix Bronze, who will take their 55-point gap, and that will go down to 35 points if it were to stay like this. But crucially, the Shopaholics Racing team right now sits 75 points clear, and if they are to get this battle the way they want to, they would move 130 points clear moving into the 5th round of the championship.
Of course, we saw what Nicky Chan did in his stints, in his last stint. He was able to get within 18 seconds of Isabel. Now, we saw the spin after this last pit stop coming on cold tires. Now, once Holland and Isabel pit, that's when Chan really needs to shine and put the pedal to the metal to get that gap closing. We're seeing this battle also in GT3R. Looks like it got the one of Christopher Cook. The autocross is racing car. And that's the out of class, out of lap battle. We've been seeing a lot of those, but it still gives you somebody to race with. Doesn't matter if they're a lap behind or in a different class, because those have been few and far between here in endurance racing.
No, and I think where Christopher Cook is concerned right now for autocross is racing number 1, is that they'll look at Gone Broke Racing and say, I don't think it's any trouble at all being stuck behind the 09 car that's second overall in class. It's very similar like to when you're running a marathon, for example, Jeremy, and you find yourself running about and you don't quite know what you're doing about mile 4, mile 5, but you find someone in front of you and you just focus on them. Right, if I can just trail behind them, I'm okay for the next 5, 10, 15 miles or so of running. And so I think it's very much the same philosophy, but from an endurance sense. But this is going to break up very quickly, because here comes the look down the inside from SC Team Red, the 963 Pro category car that is last of the 963s in any category running, 2 laps down, and so the move then comfortably dealt with.
Oh, we got a spinner. It looks like it is our leader, Thomas Isabel. So let's happens, see if he pits, but I can't wait to see a replay on that one because you don't see many errors out of this car.
Well, it's on its own, and it's tipping into Sagres corner here, which is one of the most devilishly deceptive corners on this racetrack. And I think it was just a case of getting a little bit of rear locking in the car, trying to get it slowed down. And look at this here as it goes through. Thomas Isabel desperately is fighting the car, trying to get it to turn, and the way that the steering was then closed back up again to effectively straight through that section, Jeremy, you have to think that Thomas Isabel was thinking, well, this car is going to switch around if I oversteer it and I get that massive snap of a tank slapper. So I was trying to mitigate around that, and the spin was the lesser of two evils.
Well, sometimes back end want to see what the front end's looking at, and that was the case there, but able to get to minimize the damage. 55 seconds now, the gap from Isabel to Holland, so I think that's about a 15-second loss there in the gap from first to second. Again, Isabel and Holland have yet to pit, which makes me think that the pit stop by last 10th GTP with Nicky Chan behind the wheel may not have been a scheduled pit stop, or it could have been strategy. I'm willing to bank on the latter because it was with an hour and a half to go, so we'll see what happens here and see if Nicky Chan can run it to the end with obviously one more pit stop. But Isabel and Holland, they've yet to pit. Would not be surprised to see them pit here in the next couple of laps.
Over the line, that gap was classified as 59.7 seconds over the line. I know we've got slightly different timing measurements here between the two classes here, but Lenny Holland here is certainly looking at this, thinking, okay, there's still a little bit of time to go and gather back, diving through some of your GT3Rs out there. George Janellis there going by of Chroma Motorsports, and actually on cue, in comes Thomas Isabel in, and this would be an ideal penultimate stop of this race for the Shopaholics race team, and a 963 Porsche 963 that will be difficult over the first 5 laps as it gets itself up to speed. Part of the brand new update which has been done to the hypercar categories out here on iRacing as part of its refresh to get it back in balance and in line with some of the most amazing action that's out there. Lenny Holland currently running through Sagres corner. Driver change over at Shopaholics because Thomas Briggs is getting in.
We'll see where Briggs ends up with Holland on the track. Holland coming around Gulp. Well, we may see a race here. Actually, we probably won't because Briggs now down off the Jackson. Holland's going to come into the pits. So yeah, Holland lost an extra lap.
Yep, so couldn't get themselves the extra lap there, Lenny Holland, but crucially, Chris Costis is also in, and that is a penalty that they've come in for. They were a cause of incident with the 495 car with Chroma Motorsport, so that was George Janellis. So Chris Costis for back marker is down in the lane. So transfer in for Lenny Holland, transfer out for Thomas Briggs, and will maintain the margin out there. Kynarin currently in third, and Nicky Chan, of course, with a lap to try and pull on back at this moment in time. There is the pit stop and a driver change as Joe Sinclair gets in for Matrix Bronze.
Well, you mentioned the length of gap between when the cars come out of the pits and when they're finally with stable tires. You got to remember, Nicky Chan has those hot tires as Chan comes across the line right now. 26 seconds in arrears, but still now moving to second place in that gap. Every inch or so just keeps getting eaten up because you're seeing Briggs trying to keep that car just on the track and get those tires up to temperature.
Well, I look at this from last 10th, and I will be very much keeping an eye on when they came in. So lap 92, so they're 10 laps in on this stint. So they've got what they want, back to P2, and just keeping themselves in. Sinclair off and away, and spit out here into the opening corner here of this circuit here, the Primera corner. Moving, and a massive kick of oversteer through turn 2. Now leading over to Lagos. Joe Sinclair out of the frying pan, immediately thrown into the fire here in this race and trying to go. We've also got the GT, the 963 AM category with only the 2 cars in play here today. Do want to talk about that quickly because we've only had 3 in category. So the Stallions GTP X are the championship leaders. Kynarin in second, and then the Late Breakers Racing in third. Kynarin were on course to almost pick up a victory on the overall as they went through, as we watched 6th and 7th battle. Autocross Racing versus Chroma Motorsport out now. Those two then split by next to nothing out on track, and now they'll be split by a little bit more. That's a bit deep. Lagos overcooks it through the gravel, try and gather it back, and George Janellis just about manages.
Ellis has had a good stint, and it's kind of rare to see him be the one who made the mistake, because he's been the victim of drivers who've decided to run into him. There's your leader, the number 20, going deep to the inside through toward Vip, and going to make his way around. So Charlie Boyer, your class leader in the 963 AM, comes into the pits. We'll see if Boyer stays in or if it will be a driver change, as we're also watching Castillon over there on the circuit. Second place in the 963 AM, as the tires will come off the number 8. And looks like may have this Boyer stay in for the stint.
Yeah, that would be the key here. 15 points in the championship, the difference currently, and that difference is legitimately 2 race wins to 1 by Kynarin, who picked up 355 championship points in the last round to pull the gap down to 15. So it is legitimately a case for the final couple rounds of this season. Kynarin and Stallions, whoever finishes ahead of the other, is going to pick up the 963 AM title here, and the only title left to talk about then, of course, is going to be the AM category title, where Imperial Motorsports in GT3R have been doing wonderfully. Handsome Hawk currently on top of that, and currently on top of this as well by 20 seconds over Stallions RR, who are 4th in the championship. It's Gone Broke Racing TRS AM that are going to be the interesting AM category car to keep in mind, because they are a team that will be looking around at this thinking, not necessarily the day that they've been looking for, but ultimately I would say that they will see Can-Am Atlas now as the nearest challengers out there. 905 points, so a full 100 points adrift, and that Can-Am team will find themselves, I believe, in about way down there. Can-Am Atlas down there, 3rd to last, 1 lap down off of the leaders. So work to do. And speaking of that work, we take a little look then going through at the VIP tower, as this is George Janellis, and this is where the contact, I believe, would have been made with Chroma, and it's easily done up at the top of Portimão corner there, turn 10. It is a plateau as you go on the brakes on the top, so you think you can brake a little bit later, Jeremy, as you reach turn 10 and 11, but very quickly you find if you overcook it by 1 meter or 2 meters, you're going 10 meters by.
Yeah, Janelle's hoping he wasn't going to be somebody else's brake marker again. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. This is the battle for 4th place in the GT3R Pro class between Matt Siddle and Brett Holmes and Ivan Gomez. Of course, we saw Siddle dispatch of Holmes earlier on in the stint, and Holmes trying to do all he can to stay at least in that 4th spot. We see the 911 trying to reel in the number 9. As they're working their way through Craig Jones, and they'll go into Portimão here shortly. As the field just still plenty of time left to go. We're just over an hour left in this 4-hour endurance race. And a little higher line through Sagres. Interesting to note, but Holmes able to get just a little bit easier jump, but Gomez reels him in through Galp.
Yeah, Galpi here, this final corner on track is one where you can just absolutely set up the run, and Ivan Gomez now brings himself into play. It's 911 versus the number 9 out there, and Brett Holmes and the Flying Lion lifts off of the break. Through the opening corner, wide goes Ivan Gomez, but Gomez can gather it back up off of the exit and holds on. The Stars and Stripes will now move up to 4th position in the GT3R Pro category, and so the Flying Lion team are now starting to look a little bit backwards. The good news for them is that as things go, Imperial Motorsports' Handsome Hawk is the next car on track, but their next pro car that they're looking at is the Autocross Racing team, and they are about 3/4 of a lap behind them at the moment. So I'd say nothing to worry about. Brett Holmes, this is about as low as you can go without having major incidents out there on circuit. And we say major incidents on circuit because I'm looking around at the entire field that they've got. You've got one fast repair for the entire 4 hours. We had 22 starters for this race, and we've still got 22 circulating here, Jeremy.
And that's a fantastic thing to see, that everybody who started is right now still on track with about 3/4 of the race to go. It's hard to do in modern endurance racing, but then again, it just goes to show that the talent and skill of these PCA racers really showing here at Algarve, as we're still watching this battle for. Well, it's not really a battle for 4th place, as Gomez trying to open up a gap now about 7/10 of a second, separate he and Holmes. We watch this battle for 3rd place between Sinclair and Huth. Of course, Huth at least looks like a 2-lap gap separate the two drivers right now, although on the timing it looks like it's 1 lap. But still, your top 3, Jake, are still within a lap of each other. I'd say a half lap of each other, which not too bad for 963 Pro.
Yeah, I'd call that touching distance in an endurance sense. And so when you've got that level of gap that you've got to work with, yes, you are going to be reliant here on drivers making mistakes or getting caught up with a little bit of traffic through a couple corners to pull that gap back. But it's still manageable from an endurance sense. You know, this is an endurance sense where you look around and you say, well, you could lose anywhere up to the amount of a lap out there. And from an endurance perspective, you can still call it close.
You really can, because 16 minutes really is a lot in endurance racing. It technically is a sprint, but at the same time, you could still make any sort of headway here in this race. As you see, Joe Sinclair holding on to 3rd place. But Nicky Chan has fallen off just a little bit from Thomas Briggs. Again, Chan pitted earlier than the 1st and 3rd place cars, so that might have something to do with it, with Briggs now coming up to temp. But could be also the GT3 cars, as we're seeing Sinclair, almost having to deal with Brett Holmes here. Holmes, of course, 5th in the GT3R Pro class. And that's the key, too. You have all these cars still running, and with multi-class racing, that's pretty much almost unheard of in some places.
Yeah, it is unheard of here to see just how much of this is what's going on. And Ivan Gomez here for the Can-Am Titan team. You can see there that massive pace difference that goes through. And you do talk about that pace difference here between these 2 different Porsches out there, 2 very different characteristics here. The GT3R, which is there, the 992, which is so important in terms of the legacy of the 911 as a car, which has been there for forever when it's come to the way that Porsches have worked and completely revolutionized the world, known as the car that simply should not work in terms of how it's built and how it's constructed. It's what's known as a modern miracle when it comes to motorsport racing.
Of course, you know, in this day and age, it's easy to have a modern miracle because you have the advent of technology. Whereas, you know, 10, 15 years ago, yeah, you have the technology, but you just didn't have the knowledge within the technology to make a modern miracle properly work. Dare I say, the Delta Wing, you know, the Nissan prototype that came out. Di Vincenzo into the pits in the number 21. He's currently 8th in the GT3R AM class in a very nicely liveried Porsche right there. Let's see what happens if he decides. I think he's coming out of the pits just now.
Yeah, it's definitely got there the black, the red, and the yellow of the German flag plastered all over that Porsche there in the number 21 before it makes its drive away in 8th place overall and looks to continue on its way in category, looking to prove itself out there at the moment. So able to continue on there in this race and hoping that this is going to work. There is your overall leader of the Shopaholics race team, now up at near 30 seconds of margin as they cross the line. 31.5 it was over the line when they crossed. So Nicky Chan at the moment on a 137.4, meeting a 35.9 of Thomas Briggs. I think they've started to really let that gap go, and we see on our timing screens 29.4, 29.5 as they go and cross the line. Briggs with a 36.5 crossing over the line then and looking to continue to try and build that margin, at least at the moment. So this is certainly working out very well, and in sim time I think it's very important to work out. We do note there is going to be no rain from now to the end, but they're heading into the evening here, so 5:05, track temperature only going to be cooling, which means one thing and one thing only, Jeremy, these laps, they're going to get quicker.
Yeah, they're going to get quicker, and it's going to be interesting to see who has their car set up for the end of this race with as dark as it is getting here. Air temperature 24 degrees Celsius, 76 Fahrenheit. Gives you a track temperature of 32 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's going to be quite interesting to see who has it set up and who can make the changes here on that final pit stop. We're closing in on the time where GT3s are going to come in for their final stop. And of course, a little bit later on, I think the 963s will be coming in, I would say, with no more than 45 minutes to go. So a little bit of a run to the finish for those prototypes.
Well, we do have a driver change over in the Stallions GTP-X. It's Rex Jarawala who will jump in behind the wheel, taking over from Chad Kasian, who was there and in the car. So the Stallions GTP, second in category behind Kainaran, who looked really, really good there as we got them on screen over at Suzuka at the last round. They're actually on course, Jeremy, at the last round to win or to fight for the victory as an amateur category team over in the 963s. For overall, they just got themselves caught out, wrong place, wrong time, and so they were able to hold the victory, but the opportunity to win cost them a couple laps.
And yeah, you just got to be cautious about that, because you have to have everything go right your way. One wrong thing, and it'll definitely end your race. Shea McNally right now, 5th in GT3R Pro in the pits. We'll see Shea get out on track here shortly. That number 18 been running near the front in the Matrix Black Porsche. Not too far away, the autocross is racing, driven by Chris Cook, and McNally underway after a full service pit stop.
Yeah, this will be the final pit stop, you'd feel, for Shea McNeely here and Matrix Black. They've got a lot of work to do over this final stint. They'd made their way all the way up to 3rd position. They'll be looking to consolidate that with Can-Am Titan and Flying Lion Racing when they do decide to dive back down into the pits. There is Matt Quinn in the Big Eagle out there at the moment, leading this field in category. The work that he's done over the course of this race, and at the start of this race from Christopher Pais, who has been up there and took the opening stints, the first 35 laps, before Matt Quinn has taken them all the way around on their run so far. It has simply been what they've been trying to do all season long: dominate their racing, give themselves everything what they can. William Wolf leaving the pits then for the other Imperial Motorsports car, the Handsome Hawk, and they are looking to take 2 titles out there. The gold car is out there in front in Pro. It's the silver car that's looking to continue their results currently in GT3R AM.
Now it's a matter of trying to get a sizable gap to where, when, you know, Stallions, last 10th and back marker all pit, they're in a position to where they can pass Comats right now. Your leader in GT3 RM, as we just mentioned, in the number 14. He's got a decent-sized gap between he and Rob Neville in the double aught 1. Right behind him, that is Christopher Cook, actually, pardon me, gets out on the circuit. He's currently 6th in GT3R Pro. So yeah, the GT3Rs coming in for what looks to be their final pit stop of the race.
Yeah, they're in, and they're looking at their stops and thinking, what more can they do? Is that Matt Quinn in again there to go and get himself into play? So there's Matt Quinn in for the Big Eagle. They'll be making their stop and looking to get everything sorted for them. So it looks like they're going through. In fact, no, that will just be their initial stop, and they will, no surprises, put Christopher Pais back in to the car to get a more even fair share. They wouldn't want to fall foul of that. Gone Broke Racing have dived in, and so too SC Team Blue, who are out there right now and find themselves there with the Red Cross on the top of their car, the Power of Red, the American Red Cross, and one of the few places in the world where you can use the Red Cross legitimately, because any use of a Red Cross for medical purposes, Jeremy, outside of that to be used, for example, like the Red Cross, is a violation of the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that in a race setting. That's never good. Ivan Gomez, your new GT3R leader, is Rich Minkler off the jacks. We'll see how long it takes them to get going. But Christopher Pye, it's the Gomez and Pies right now. 1 and 2, 3.2, 3.3 seconds separate those drivers. We're seeing pit cycles in GT3R give new leaders. So Komats, your leader in GT3R AM. Lots of moving and shaking.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of moves here, and when you got Can-Am Titan right now, who are currently out in front, I'm looking at the last time they came in and made a stop, and it looks like a while ago, lap 72. So yes, while they've got the lead, they are going to have to try and give this up as Enrico Gregorato now jumps in for the final stint at the Flying Lion Racing Team. And I love the chrome that is there for the Flying Lion team there. Chrome and matte side by side, but it's not quite 50-50. Actually, yeah, you can say it's 50-50. It's just the number that's slightly adjacent and away there as it sits. But wonderfully done. And from them, that final pit stop, no worries at all for Flying Lion. They'll get themselves back out on track, but crucially, they'll get themselves back out fifth in category because they'll lose a lot of time to the Matrix Black team, who now find themselves then in that third position and net third position in fourth overall right now, and will look to continue on. So out and away again. Having a paint scheme like that in the real world will actually be really impractical, I've just realized, because you'll get one side of the car that's really great expelling heat, Jeremy, and then that matte side is going to overheat like anything.
And plus, you got to think of the, the people trackside. You got to think of the officials, the announcers. Because case in point, it reminds me of when JDX Racing ran the Hertz livery in ALMS. Our announce booth was actually across from the JDX pit. Let's put it to you this way: anytime that they ended up pitting, we had to turn down the blinds in the booth, or else we would have been blinded with the gold livery. So I'm glad that we were seeing this now as it is. But in real life, yeah, I'm not a big fan of the chrome liveries as good as they look. Here's Mike Sachs in the pits in the number 27, sits fourth in class right now.
Yep, Backmarker Motorsports, and that's the car that has just taken that fourth place straight back. Last 10th purple. Mark Doran, who is there behind the wheel from Club Northwest, is there and outgoing. Had Rob Neville along with him for the ride, so Doran will get himself the chance to run away at this point, but not by very much. Mike Sachs and Backmarker haven't got that much of a gap to chase down over the final 51 minutes of their race. But look at that out into the circuit again for Mike Sachs, because he had Huth and Sinclair both trying to get by. Now Mark Doran's going to find out here over the top of turn 4, over to the VIP tower, or sorry, VIP as it is known, to go through. In now comes the Stallions Double R team out there. Number 14, Steve Komatz there behind the wheel. It shouldn't take too long before the Handsome Hawks come around and William Wolf, but they are off the jacks already with the tyres. And will the American Rubber Duck find a way to get up to the top? Wolf, by comparison, is running down through Galpy corner right now, and it's just a question of fuel and transfer time. You look around, that's William Wolf onto the front stretch, and finally there's the movement by comparison, but it's not going to be easy like that. Komatsu is probably going to have about 15 seconds worth of chasing.
Yeah, I think now's the time when Wolf really needs to open up that gap just a little bit more, so he doesn't have to worry too much about Komatsu making some sort of defense. Peter Coomer is in the Glenbrook Racing 135 as well. He'll come out of the pits here in just a little bit, but now with the GT3s wrapping up their final pit stop, it's going to be interesting, Jake, to see what happens and where everybody's placed and how they set themselves up for the race. Jason Finch is in the 911. He made some great that car made some great passes, but right now Chris Cook is the leader in GT3R Pro with the Autocross is Racing looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking good, but I believe it's Big Eagle who have the category in Pro at the moment. Autocross is Racing, of course, is still out there and is circulating, but they are down a lap or so at this moment. Shane McNeely currently in fourth, and look at how close he's going to come out in comparison to Can-Am Titan. So Can-Am Titan here look like they got the launch, but look at that. Tyres up to temperature straight down the inside at Lagos corner, and Shane McNeely just eat up the rubber duck for breakfast, lunch, and for dinner. Can-Am Titan, nothing they can do about that.
Quack, quack. That was a great move as they go into turn number 5. And you just got to make these moves early on because you know that the gap's just going to open up here. 48 minutes left. It's now turned into a sprint. So it's amazing how quick we've seen an endurance race turn into something that really is going to be just a little bit more fast-paced.
Yeah, and that pace, I think, is going to be really, really important to keep in mind. And I'm sure these drivers will all sit around and look and say, right, we are down into the crunch time laps out there in this race. If we can go and manage and find everything that we can that unlocks these moves and these places and gains us those extra positions, which we think are mighty important at this phase of the race, I think they're going to be smiling from ear to ear about what they've been able to do and what they've been capable to do out there over the course of this race. Thomas Briggs, though, I think is trying to count down these laps and stay out of trouble. That gap over 41 seconds now at this point, and Thomas Briggs will be looking at that sort of move. Oh, down the inside of Galpy on Jason Finch, and would not like to take those sorts of risks there. Straight down the inside, an ever-decreasing gap that left him just the width of one Porsche 963 hypercar.
He's got a 42-second lead. I don't understand why he's taking these risks. Other than, yes, they've got one, everybody in the G963 class has one pit stop left, but let's take a look at the replay of that. And I just don't, gotta give a credit to Jason Finch for seeing that at the last second and deciding to avoid contact. That's just absolutely unnecessary risk there.
Well, you've got a race lead like this, and we'll see it here with Thomas Briggs on the back of Mike Sachs. Goes over to the outside to go and get that move done. When you've got so much downforce here in the Porsche 963s, you're looking around at it. You've got to keep the foot down going through Galpy corner, no matter what happens. Otherwise, the moment you lift off that throttle, you're going to lose all of that downforce that's there that's actually sticking you to that position. So you're talking about the difference between 30, 40 kilometers an hour through a very, if not the most loaded corner on this circuit. So I think Thomas Briggs didn't really have that much of a choice. By the time he put himself into that situation, that was his only option to get himself out of it.
On board with Nicky Chan and the 000, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but still, you have a 44-second lead. It's 6 1/2, half dozen in the other. See, how it ends up. Chan trying to do all he can to get up to Briggs, but Briggs just opening up that gap lap after lap after lap as it's up to about 45 now, almost 46 seconds separate the top two. Of course, Sinclair about 20 or so seconds behind Chan, so really Chan can't rest on his laurels, because if he does, he's going to have that 212 closing in, who pitted, I would 15 minutes after Chan did.
Well, they've got to pit first, and that's going to put them on a slight disadvantage on how much they've got to take at their final. Oh, half spin in front of them. There, that's Rex Jarawala, the Stallions GTPX AM car there, that's now 2 laps down, and finding out again that Sagres corner is the one that is going to cost you the most time in terms of finding a spin like that. And that was just at the point of tipping the car in, the rear again wanting to step out, and we see that quite a bit because you are looking to try and carry as much speed through the middle of the corner to attack off the exit, so you are getting a little bit of trail break as you go into Sagres, and we'll see it here.
Yep, just typical, back end, wanting to see what the front end's doing, and a little bit of a snap there, but nice catch by Jarawala as he'll continue on with the GT3 right under that diffuser.
Yeah, and straight underneath, Christopher Pies, then, your leader in category for GT3R Pro. And with over half a minute in the back pocket right now, 47.2 on that last lap. But crucially, Rich Minkler took out a full 2 seconds on that last lap, a full 2.2, a 45 flat from Rich in the Gone Broke Racing 09, which is out there. So this is not a race that is over and done with, because 2 seconds a lap from here to the end of the race, that is catchable for the race lead.
It really is. And, really both GT3 R classes with quote-unquote tight gaps, because you take a look at GT3R Am, Wolf has a 13-second advantage over Komatsu, who was our race leader earlier on in that class. So nothing is settled in GT3R, but look at what Pies is doing right now, trying to hold Stern, and now that gap's down to 31.6 seconds, with Minkler just eating away at that. Look at the lap times, it makes sense. 47.2 out of Pies, 45.0 out of Minkler.
And you can see there on the bottom right corner of your screen, the mini-map Delta, which shows where everybody is out on track. Car 14 heading over towards Sagres corner, and by comparison, the handsome Hawk of the Am just running out of the final corner, the 453, and onto the front stretch as we go back to Rex Jarawala here in the 963 Am right now, who is looking around at this in the car number 7 out there at the moment, and just getting the move done then on the Max Schnell Motorsports Am car, which is running 2 laps down on everyone else at the foot of the table as things go, but still continuing there with DiVincenzo and trying their best to go forward. You look around at Stallions GTP, they know that it's a tough order from here to go on, when they know that Kynarin is starting to hit a rich vein of form, which they have as if they've just struck gold out there in terms of what they're doing. But, you know, this is tough for them as an AM category. You're supposed to be a category that's learning the tips of the trade out there, and I don't think they've done a bad job as a team that's learning. Jarawala and Kaysion and Jeremy Hall, who took the car on to begin with, I think have done a really good job. The issue that they've run into here as Jarawala runs wide is that the sum of their parts does not add up to the same pace that Kynarin has right now.
No, it really doesn't, but, you know, we've seen stuff. We've seen weirder things happen. So it's going to be interesting to see if Boyer can keep up on Jarawala. But we did see Jarawala with that one mistake. So, you know, anything, as I said, something could happen. 41 minutes left. That botch pit stop. And here comes Nicky Chan for his final pit stop of the race, though. We'll see if there's going to be enough energy, as they've been saying, to last, as Chan, currently in P2, will give up that second spot here in just a little bit to Joe Sinclair.
Yep, so as we get these final pit stops then in and under the books, Nicky Chan will look to try and really make this happen here. Joe Sinclair moves Matrix up to second, and they'll change drivers. Chris Brown will now get in behind the wheel and will now look at this as a big moment for them as they now look. So as it all goes, I would say right now, Chris Brown here from Club New England has got one role and one role in his entirety. Go out there and just put the foot down. See what you can get from it and just drive it all out. It's one final stint. It's a full stint to get yourself home. It's not one of these splash and dashes where drivers will start thinking about, oh, do I even need tyres here, or do I even need to fill up half a tank? There's no thought process needed. It's just drive a full stint, and sometimes that's the easiest for a driver.
It really is, because you don't have much to think about. Just get out there and log your best laps. Now we see Chris Braun back on circuit, kind of gingerly going around, making sure that those tires come up to temp properly, because we saw what happened last time with Chen just losing it, coming just out of pit out. So you want to make sure that those tires, while they're still cold, get treated nicely, so you don't abuse them near the end of the stint. We saw James Huth back there as well. Huth about a lap behind the third place, and now Joe Sinclair is in the pits for the 212. So second place in GT 963 Pro, I should say. It's all happening quickly with just enough time to make something happen.
Oh,
so now.
No, that might be technical from Joe Sinclair and Matrix Bronze, and if it is, that's going to really hurt them in terms of what they were hoping for. They were just coming along through towards Sagres corner, and I do wonder what has just happened to them, if they've just had something happen and go wrong. Because that will now put SC Team Red in a great position to jump up to third out there in their category. So I would look at that and say that is possibly the worst scenario they could possibly throw themselves into. You never like to see something like that happen. And for a team that was looking to challenge last 10th GTP in terms of looking at second overall in the championship, they might actually now be staring down the barrel of an even-keeled dogfight to not get the wooden spoon in 963 Pro.
Yeah, it's just a shame because here I thought, okay, it's proper time for Sinclair to pit. If they want to kind of stretch things out and maybe do the overcut for Briggs. But now Huth is in a great position with the SC Team Red to get on that bottom step of the podium with 38 minutes left. And it looks like that the 212 now into the pits as we see the pit timer. So let's see if we can get a replay on what exactly happened as Lenny Holland, if they go back out, is the next driver to hop in the seat.
I really don't like getting a replay of internet disconnects like this, so this was the quickest that they could possibly get the car back out on circuit. So with Joe Sinclair dropping, it means that Lenny Holland had to, as soon as it became available, jump into the car and allow himself back out onto circuit. It's cost them a fair bit of time because they'd take tow time, but not too much tow time, it has to be said, because this happened on the back half of the circuit, heading just through Sagres Corner. So I think they got away with it in that sort of respect, that they're able to get out on track so quickly. SC Team Red, I think that gap is no more than 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's 6.8 seconds, and of course that means that Huth has to really hammer down to make sure that Holland doesn't get too far away. Again, Holland in P3, and yeah, just poof.
Goes like that. It's the sim racing equivalent, even though you can do it in here in the sim and iRacing. It's the sim racing equivalent of the engine going boom.
Yep. At least you can get the car back here and get a new driver in there. That's the good news. Here is Chris Braun, and right behind him is your 963 AM leader, Charlie Boyer. We're on board with the number 8. Of course, they've got to go for their final pit stop as well. We'll see if Boyer stays in the car. I can't see why he wouldn't. He's put in a solid stint for the Kiernan Racing Porsche, and really he's done what is asked of him, and that's to keep Stallions at least a lap behind.
Yeah, that is the role that they've got to deal with here, is they've got to put the laps in. They've got to make sure that they're making their fair share. They only need 12 laps, I believe, to create fair share, 11 or 12 laps. And Charlie Boyer right now has done 54 laps worth of fair share out there, as well as the 35 that David Boyer's done, and the 34 that Andy Jenks has gone into the car and managed to achieve out there. But for Charlie Boyer, up the top of the hill through Portimão corner, double 8 entry on Apex, leave off the exit down the hill, and that should be an all-important drive out there, as now it becomes a look through the final section of the lap. Car down in on the lane, that is James Huth there for the SC Team Red. Final stop of the day for the number 35, and taking that decision to make that final stop and drive away again.
Looks like that Huth will stay in the car for this, as he will, for the final stint. So 35 minutes left. Huth doing all he can to possibly get back on the podium, but he has lost yet another lap. He's 49 seconds, 50 seconds behind Lenny Holland. So yeah, that getting into the pits quickly for Matrix Bronze has saved them a podium. But now we will see when Thomas Briggs brings that number 20 in. It should be any lap now, and that gives Chris Braun a little bit of an opportunity to advance that 000 into the lead, because he's really going to have to get on it the second that Briggs commits into the pits.
Yeah, and diving over towards the pits, I think this could be a really important bit of time here for Chris Braun. Knows that they are a lap down currently on your overalls, and he's actually having to deal with this on-track for position out there, third and second, knowing that Kai Naran have to come in and make a stop. Awkward position to be in if you're last 10th, because you're being hurried up by a car that's not battling you for position in your category of class, nor is it battling you technically for overall either.
But here's the thing. Good as they have an empty track ahead of them, bad as they have an empty track ahead of them, because Braun cannot use GT3, and we've got a spinner. It's the teammate of the last 10th GTP.
Yes, last 10th Purple, who have gone around and had a little bit of a moment out there on circuit, and the 001 immediately gets on the radio to try and get a protest sorted, because they've been run up the back by Backmarker Motorsports, who are trying to go through, diving down the inside. Torre VIP is where it happens once again, and you see he's in the corner but through the middle, oh, it's clumsy there, along with Mike Sachs. And it's very difficult to break this one down, actually, because, yes, they come from a mile back, but if you take the Formula One perspective of it, of I got my nose down in on the apex and therefore I got myself along, I'd say they got there. They got to the A-pillar.
But it's tough to say, we'll let the stewards deal with it. Doran opening up a little bit bigger gap between he and Sachs for position. Again, this is for GT3 AM, as Komats closing in on Wolf there as well. 13 seconds separates Wolf and Komats for position. But yeah, that incident has ramifications on who's going to be on the podium. We'll see if Race Control takes that up, but it'll be interesting to see what happens these next 33 minutes between those two cars, as there is the 911 between them. That is Out of Class Racing. You're on board with Thomas Briggs in the 20. Ooh, that was a little close there. Coming off Galpi. Almost made some contact with the GT3.
Yeah, he's got to be careful about making that contact there with Peter Kuma, and also Randy Teague, who was there from Chroma Motorsport, was certainly moving to take the path of least resistance, and it's that style of drive. Some drivers actually just cannot not drive at 100%, if you know what I mean, Jeremy. You come across those sorts of drivers as Backmarker Motorsport, immediately get dinged with a penalty for dive bombing and causing an incident. So that puts them wrong place, wrong time, and they'll have to come down into the pits with Mike Sachs and take that penalty for the black flag. But there are some drivers who legitimately, the moment you tell them back off, they just cannot string their points together. There's those drivers who are 100 or nothing.
Well, and we call that, you know, the helmet syndrome. They get the brain compression syndrome. They get their helmet on and their brain just compresses. And Doran, he better know that the Sachs is going to have a penalty coming his way, because he doesn't want to get hit by him once again and then lose that podium, because Sachs, he's just all over the place right now. We'll see if he comes in this time by, but yeah, that was basically open and shut case right there by the race directors to tell Sachs, yeah, you got to come in. You shouldn't have done that.
Well, it's looking a little bit more like a jazz sax solo at the moment here from Mike Sachs, rather than it is maybe something a little bit more like 70s, 80s pop, where it's a little bit more defined. As into the pits then will come Rex Jarawala for Stallions GTP. Sachs has, of course, 4 laps to serve that penalty out there overall. But in the ultimate sense of it here, Jeremy, will have to come down, will need to take it, and ultimately is going to drop a lot of time.
Yeah, and that's basically race over for Sachs. You're going from battling to third to, you know, battling for whatever position near the back you have to do, because your tires are going to cool off just a little bit, and it's still going to cause some sort of difficulty. And in the points, it's going to hurt you as well, because you decide not to get on that brake just a little bit harder and use another car as a brake, as we look at your 963 AM leader.
Yep, so Stallions GTP into the pits, and that was with a black flag penalty for incident points out there. You get an incident point at a penalty at 50 incident points. It's a penalty. You get one every 10 incident points after that, and then following on from that, if you reach 100 incidents over the course of the race, that's it. They'll park you for it, and that will be the end of that sorted. Down towards the final half an hour's worth of racing here with us on RaceSpotTV and the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series here. Round 4 of the championship here from the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. But we are very thrilled here on RaceSpotTV to have Princess Cruises along as the 2025 PCA title sponsor and as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13. Princess Cruises provide exclusive offers which include world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. You can reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. You can sail away with Princess Cruises. So, into the final half an hour of this race, and for some this will feel like settling down. For others, this will feel like gearing up for the end of their race, Jeremy. It's never easy to be put into this position as a driver, as someone who has to bring the car home, but it is one of the most desired traits I find out there in sim racing for the best drivers in the world. It's to have what is I like to call an anchor driver who can just bring that car to the checkered flag.
Yeah, you definitely need that, and that's a part of any strong. Everybody focuses on the qualifying driver. They focus on the starting driver. Well, it's that finishing driver who has to bring home equipment that maybe is less than ideal out there. So you definitely want that on your roster. Real quick, housekeeping, Mike Sachs did get into the pits for his penalty. He now sits 5th, but he's got the Derek Dirksen in the 912. About 3 seconds back. That'll be the battle for 5th place once Dirksen catches up, and really that battle right there has kind of closed in. So backmarker and Can-Am Atlas will be battling for position in class, but you got to hand it to the Shopaholics race team. They've yet to pit, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them pit here in the next couple of laps, because they have held the lead for quite some time in this race, and they've really shown that they are here to play here at Portimão.
They want to win. They're proving that they're available to win. They have won the opening 2 rounds of the season over at Daytona when the season started, and at Road Atlanta. Second at Suzuka was still important points, as last 10th took the victory there, but they are back to winning ways. And when you've only got a 4 or 5 race championship, you are looking around at the results, and you do have to pick up the points early. You can't just sit back on your laurels and say, oh, I'll just take the 2nd, I'll take the 3rd, I'll take the 4th. When you've got to go out and take wins, you look at that Shopaholics Racing Team 20, they are pretty much in A and A1 position each and every time they're racing in 963 Pro.
And you're going to have that, and you need to make sure that with a short championship, you get the maximum amount of points available. We're looking at Mike Sachs as now you see that 912 behind him. Well, yep, that is the Can-Am Atlas of Derek Dirksen. Got to try and hold him off. There's also, looks like, the Stallions, I believe, back there as well. So lots of great jockeying for positions. Actually, the 22 Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, the class-leading in Christopher Pies, sitting back there as well. So lots of great racing left to go here with 26 minutes left to go. And we're seeing the tightening up of certain classes, but back to my point, you got to capitalize here with a short championship, because one mistake will be a championship ender, and that could be even be in the first round.
Yeah, so when you're looking around with a round to go, there is a car actually that's just gone off the road, and again, that is Stallion's GTP-X, the AM, that's just overcooked it through turn 3, I believe, out on circuit, and they've got to be very careful about picking up those incidents, because I'm not sure how many they've got here, but they will be picking up the drive-throughs quicker and quicker and quicker if they continue making them. But you are looking around at each and every position, and you're thinking about, can I get to that one position here at half an hour to go? You're looking at the micro goals, especially when you've got a field that is a little bit more spread out, and they've had to race for 3.5 hours to get to this position. The time investment is, well, what's next? I'm looking around at what William Wolf's done, for example, in GT3 RM. He's done a brilliant job in the Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk car, just to say that, yes, it's a 14-second gap. Yes, it's chaseable, but where has that 14-second gap moved? I argue it hasn't, as he runs slightly wide through Sagres.
Yeah, since Comat's closed within that close, Wolf has been able to keep that gap it's holding steady at about 14 seconds. Of course, as we said, the GT3s, they have taken their final pit stop, so really, unless something happens with Wolf, or if Komats can do what he can to try and run a little bit faster, they're both running about the limits of the cars right now. 46.3 last time by from Wolf, 45.9 out of Komats. So if this race continues as is, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see that gap from first to second not really grow or lose too much, as Rex Jarwala having some issues through turn number 1. Oh! He went Dukes of Hazzard style over the curbing, and does he miss the wall? No.
No, he very much backs it in, and that is a hefty, hefty shunt there to the rear. as the Stallions GTP car gets itself caught up once again out there on track. And those anti-cut curbs, they are the bane of many a sim racing driver's existence, and they are used in many different ways in many different places out there on track. The way that it's designed here is as a challenge to say you must take the opening corner and you must take it properly. But at other circuits, maybe more national style circuits, they are used more in the sense of trying to protect the circuit out there on track from the likes of drivers coming over, cutting the grass and making it very difficult. As now for the final time into the pits with 24 minutes to go is the Kainaran Racing Team car, which will now look to take its final service there, get a brand new set of Michelin tyres on it, get a bit of fuel in, and to say off and away, let's go one final time.
And this could be Boyer in the car for the final 23 minutes, which makes sense. You know, of course, also, Jarwal is now 2 laps down after that incident in turn number 1. So either or, it's still a great decision as Boyer will go back out. 20.7 seconds, the time on pit road. So a short fill for the 8. And you really don't need too much with a little bit of the race left to go. Now we await our GT 963 Pro leader of Thomas Briggs, as he has yet to pit, and hopefully will pit shortly because you don't want to run out of fuel on the track.
You definitely don't. He'll definitely have his eyes a little bit peeled on that through any of the major systems that he has, be it if he uses third-party software or if he's just using the iRacing Black Box Relative, which will give him all of the understanding and information he needs to go and get what he wants out of it. Boyer out and away with a little bit of traffic, actually, on track late to deal with right now. And you wouldn't expect to see too much traffic here with 22 cars out there on circuit, but there is a surprising amount that you run into. And I think with the nature that we've had here in the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series, it gives these drivers, I'd like to think, a taster into endurance racing, into the big endurance races that you find out there on the sim racing service of iRacing. So you get a chance to understand, what does faster car do with slower car? What does slower car do with faster car? But you also get the time to react with it, which I think is really important for drivers who are now looking at this thinking, you know what, I'd quite like to join the Porsche Club of America and put everything in together. So I think that if you're wanting to build your skills out there and you want to join the Porsche Club Car of America, this is the perfect series for you to cut your teeth in.
And now that they have a proper ladder system, so you're racing PCA, you can move up the next level to Porsche Sprint Challenge, run with USAC. And you can do one of two things. You can either go to the Porsche Carrera Challenge, or you can also go to SRO and run one of the 718 Club Sports in SRO, or move up to GT America. Or, you know, once you do Carrera Cup, you can move into the WeatherTech Sports Car Challenge. So there is a clear defined ladder from PCA club racing into pro racing, if that's the route you want to go. And we've seen a lot of fast drivers move up through the PCA ranks into professional racing.
And to that element as well, how important is the sim racing aspect when it comes to the Porsche Club of America? Because you see it more and more now that it is getting tougher and tougher to go out there and go racing. Yes, you can go out there and buy a Porsche and really make that happen and go get yourself through the system. But it takes time and it takes effort. I look at sim racing and I look at it as one of the most beautiful karting equivalents out there in the world. You can do so much practice, so much time. You can get up to speed with all of the great cars out there and the great tracks out there without having to cost yourself all the track time and testing time.
I can buy a GT3 RS for what, $200,000-$300,000 at the least, or I can go out and buy a decent quality sim for maybe $10,000, a Porsche GT3 RS or a 963 Pro car on iRacing for about $15, $16, buy as many of the tracks as I want, and I'm still coming out ahead. Oh, by the way, I don't have to buy the tires. I don't have to buy the fuel. I don't have to bring a crew with me. I don't have to haul, you know, my car from track to track. I can do this all from home. And the sky's the limit for these sims. You know, it's gotten to the point now where you can put a 3-post in your office or a 4-post. You know, you can use VR. We've seen a lot of the drivers do that. And even the sims these days, they feel a steering wheel feels just as realistic as if you're driving a car in real life.
Absolutely, and you're even seeing it that some of the pro steering wheels out there that you're seeing in some of the GT3 cars are actually being modeled on what's being created right now in the racing sphere. So I think it's absolutely incredible to see the way that sim racing has really developed. And it also goes to livery production as well, because I know many a team out there in the world that will go to the sim racing sphere, try their livery out there on a sim racing car, and say, right, this works in the sim, this will work in the real world.
And of course, also you see a lot of teams, pro teams or semi-pro teams, put their liveries out there too. So it's a healthy balance. Real quick, look at the GT3 R-AM gap. It's now 12 seconds. So 2 seconds has been eaten up by Steve Komatz, but Komatz still has to get around Chris Cook in order to get to William Wolf in GT3 R-AM.
And that's the issue that you run into. It's not as plain sailing as, oh, the gap's 12 seconds, I can chase it down. There was zero movement on the last lap. 45.575 from William Wolf, 45.580 by Steve Komatz, who is out there. So he lost 0.005 of a second. You blink and you've lost 100th of a second out there in terms of time. So that just goes to show you how much time has actually been lost there, and it's next to nothing. 11.4 it finds itself, and now with the power on, we'll see that gap extend out then from William Wolf as Steve Komatz, by comparison, runs through Galpy corner, and the advantage is fully one pit straight.
You know, one other advantage to sim racing with, you know, HPDEs, track days, races, you only have a certain amount of time you can go out and race. With sim, if I want to get up at 2 in the morning, I can't sleep, and I want to go run laps around, you know, say for example Monaco, I can do that. If I want to run laps around, you know, Road America, I can do that. Time is not a limit on when you can get out there and have some fun.
No, it really isn't. There is racing 365 days of the year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week when it comes to sim racing, and that is what I love. Big wide line taken, which now puts a bit of AM category battling side by side. Derek Dirksen looking for a way through on Mike Sachs now for 5th in class. Now can the Can-Am Atlas car find a bit of progress? Remember, that AM car sits 3rd in category in the championship coming into today, with Gombro Racing currently sitting themselves in GT3 AM as not here really to make any progress. They are effectively the net second team. Race leaders overall dive in for their final stop, but Sachs is now looking to angle defensive.
Mike Sachs got a little spooked by that 963 coming in, coming into the corner just ahead of him. Sachs, of course, coming off that penalty of making contact there with another competitor, as we're watching the 20 of Thomas Briggs come into the pits. Hits his marks and now gets set for 4 fresh Michelin tires. A little bit of energy replenishment with 16 minutes left to go. You really don't need too much because you don't want to be weighed down. It looks like Briggs will stay in the car. We saw a fast pit stop of 20 earlier, and now 15 seconds. That was almost on par with an IndyCar stop. So great to see that as Chris Braun comes around through turn number 4. And that gap no longer a lap, but fortunately, it's a minute 15 back to Briggs.
I guess the words to say it there, Jeremy, is might as well be.
Yeah. He's lucky that he was able to get his lap back, to say the least. But, yeah, it has been all Shopahawks race team all race long. They have done nothing but put a shellacking on the rest of the field. And even looking at the laps in the stints, you know, 4 pit stops for your leaders so far. 15 laps for Chris Braun, Lenny Holland 14 laps.
Yeah, so they've certainly done everything they need to. Now remember, of course, that Matrix Bronze had to make an emergency stop as Derek Dirksen fights on the curb there at Sagres and then gets a bucket of understeer off the exit, runs himself wide then heading into Galpy corner. You are going to get a little bit of aero wash here as you come through this final section, and to keep things all pointed nicely heading towards the front, Derek Dirksen really having to fight for it. You get this picture-in-picture view now of front and rear. This is what you look like from behind as you drive on into the opening section. Effectively, that's the view that you get coming out of the rear camera if you're Mike Sachs on the bottom of your screen, rushing about through Lagos at turn 3, up the hill at turn 4, which is what you've got to prioritise the exit on, because Torre VIP, the VIP tower corner, is where you've got to try and find this move. And if you can, down the hill on this very tough braking zone, it's going to be magnificent of a pass to get. But I think Mike Sachs is going to be one of the toughest characters to pass, just because he knows how to brake late.
Yeah, and really that's what you need to do, especially going into Tour VIP, also into Sagres and Primera. And this is the battle for 5th place in GT3RM. Mike Sachs has it. Derek Dirksen wants it. He's reeled him in after the penalty by Sachs with the pass-through. We'll see if Dirksen has anything left. Less than 14 minutes left in this race, so not many opportunities left to make something happen here. As Algarve, you got to really work for a pass if you want it.
Yeah, you're going to have to work hard around here as we focus on Mike Patterson there with a code blue moment coming out of turn number 12, getting a full 360 on, a nice little doughy before going back out onto circuit again. Happens, but when you're cooking it through at the 180-degree corners, it is very difficult here in the south of Portugal. This a track which is effectively, I like to keep calling it, a modern classic out there as it goes through. It's effectively the younger cousin of the Estoril circuit that always seems to prove that great racing can be had here, and all sorts of different types of racing has come here. The European endurance scene, Formula One came here, of course, a few years ago, as now wide goes Mike Sachs, and that was very nearly it's contact between Sachs and Dirksen. Dirksen was looking to try and find a gap and was very late to the brakes when he realised it wasn't there.
Tour VIP is the next opportunity for Dirksen to try and make a move on Sachs. He's closer than he was last time by, but again, Sachs going to use that late braking opportunity to get that advantage, and of course, that also gives Dirksen a chance to catch up through the apex there of turn number 5. So, a couple more opportunities. Now Dirksen knows what he has under him here for the end of this race.
Yep, so he knows he's got the ability to attack. He knows he's good out of turn 2 and into turn 3. I think that's where he's got to try and set this up now with about 12 minutes to go. It's where do you find that ability to set it up? He now takes a contrasting line as he heads up to Portimão corner, the highest section of this circuit, before dropping back down the hill once again in towards turn number 12 as in comes Lenny Holland for what will be now a final stop. This will be an extreme splash and dash to get this one over the line here for Lenny, and a day in which they really didn't want to be dealing too much with SC Team Red, and the fact that they're coming in this late, I think James Huth here might have a little sniff here, potentially taking that podium, and Lenny Holland would not like that, because that SC Team Red team are only just heading through Sagres corner now in Galpy, but there's enough of a gap leaving the pits now as through Galpy goes James Huth, and that will be about a 10-second margin. Well, actually, I'll put that down to about a 5-second margin by the time they're up to speed. Right in the middle of the battle we've got right now on screen with them, and trying desperately to stay out of trouble, Dirksen and Sachs.
Yeah, now Dirksen and Sachs might be slowing up Howland for that 3rd spot, so see how that works out. And of course, also my thoughts with Howland coming in, where does that leave Chris Braun? Does he come in for an emergency splash of fuel? We'll find that out here in just a couple of minutes, as we're just about 10 minutes left to go. Look at that lunge that Howland has, and look who's going to use him as a pick right now. That is Derek Dirksen going to go behind the 212 of Howland and try and get that position. They're still side by side as they work their way through Samsung.
Oh, this is fantastic stuff, and Mike Sachs is doing everything he can just to hold Can-Am Atlas behind. Now they've got to let Huth go here through Craig Jones, the memorial corner to the motorcycle rider who lost his life. Up the top of Portimão, they're going to go door to door as they make contact and go through. Held on by Mike Sachs, but for Derek Dirksen, that is the closest that he's been so far to making a move with 10 minutes to go. On the brakes, too deep though. Now goes Sachs, that opens the door, round the outside of Sagres, and that was a case of neither of them wanting to yield, and round goes Dirksen with contact front to rear.
Yeah, you didn't want to see that happen with the Rubbins race, and of course, the 912 of Dirksen now trying to do some grass cutting as he'll lose a couple of spots there, but Mike Sachs gets another black flag.
That's instant points, and that's crucial because that would have been a 4x incident there for the two pieces of contact that they had. You can see the bumper clip, it's just come off there on the front right there of that Porsche, and as such, Derek Dirksen will get the last laugh as he goes on through, and that will be 5th position as Backmarker Motorsports sink further to being backmarkers.
Yeah, just you would think that with as many instance points as Sachs and the Backmarker Motorsports team had, that they would have used their heads. But you get in a battle like that, you don't want to give up too much. That's racing. I hate to say it, but that is racing. Here's Jason Finch in the 911, still got us holding off Enrico Gregordo, as Gregordo 1.6 seconds back. One's at 4th place in the number 9 Flying Lion Racing GT3 R Pro. Of course, Christopher Pies, your leader in that category, with Rich Minkler sitting well back in 2nd place. And we are on board with James Huth, trying to keep the pace with everybody. The 963 having just a little bit of an off day, but nonetheless still within 4th place.
Yep, so bottom of the category at the moment, but I wouldn't say immediately out of the realms of possibility to steal one away from Matrix Bronze. Lenny Holland, who is trying to get back up to speed here. We'll look at James Huth, who has been at speed for a while, as into the pits comes Gone Broke Racing's AM category effort then for a very quick splash and dash inside the final 10 minutes. It remains close between them, but this is one of those where with 8 minutes to go, one wrong move, and this is for SC Team Red a vital pass if they can get this done, because this is for 3rd in the championship. They will be dead level on points if they make this pass.
And of course, Holland has the 495 ahead of him, and that is Randy Teague making his appearance in the Chroma Motorsports GT3 R Pro. So I think once Holland dispatches of him, and he does right there, going into Samsung, I don't think it's gonna be that much of an issue so far, because it seems like now the GT3Rs are starting to gap themselves a little bit.
Yeah, they're giving each other room out there on track, and because they've got that space, the difference, I think, is quite telling. It's a lot easier to go and deal with them one at a time than it is to attack them all in a group. It is worth noting that Race Control are going to be looking at what's going on, as that was very nearly Lenny Holland down through on Mark Dorrant, and not getting the clearance straight away. Remember, it is the responsibility of the 963s to pass the GT3 R category effectively, and round the outside, James Huth, suddenly he is there. Wakey, wakey, we got a battle with 6:40 left on the clock, and right now it's gone past moving day, so to speak, when it comes to the Masters tonight. But who's going to master P3 out of these two teams?
And this is the battle for the bottom step of the podium between Holland and Huth. We've seen that Huth has had Yep, and there we go. There's a spin. So no longer battles. Huth will make his way around a spinning Holland, and one has to wonder if it was just a brake lockup or what exactly happened there. But Holland just did it all on his own, as now he'll be put another lap down to Briggs.
Yeah, that's a slow loss of the rears trying to get the car turned into the corner, and it's one that we have seen time and time again was put under pressure by James Huth chasing and Lenny Holland losing out, and that will put them now down to the bottom of the category. They've now fallen 2 laps down as well to Thomas Briggs, so they've got next to no time to try and recover it. We'll take another look, just waiting. It's not even the fact that the rear tyre's locked up, it's just the fact that you're fighting on the limit of grip down there at low speeds. And yes, to drive fast, you've got to go fast around the corner, but just couldn't hold the limit of the rear tires.
Yeah, just too fast around that apex of Lagos, and that's such a deceiving corner through there, so no surprise that happened. Here's the battle for 4th place in GT3R Pro with Jason Finch trying to hold off Enrico Gregorato as they are both trying, it's just for position at this point between the two of them, but it's our closest battle of the race so far as they both go through turn number 1. 5 minutes left in the race.
Well, they've got 5 minutes to figure this out between them. Gregorato has been slowly clawing that gap in, 0.3 of a second on that last lap, pulling the gap to 4.5. Over the line, up through turn number 4, and the Flying Lion racing car sits and watches the Can-Am Titan with the Stars and Stripes there in front, down the hill towards the VIP tower once again, and still, this is where Jason Finch has the ability to dictate the tempo. He can exit the corners quicker than what can be done by Gregorato. Gregorato's got the slipstream, though, to try and go and make that move. Going to be very tough over the middle sectors to try and find this pass, but it's perfect driving right now from Can-Am, that out to into out style, which means that you just got to drive better and smoother than what Can-Am Titan can in order to close them down.
And that's going to be a tall order, although it is a half a second separating the two drivers as they work their way around the circuit for the final couple of handful of laps here at Portimão. Still got a sizable gap back to third. Shea McNeely sitting there in the number 18 Matrix Black, but this is such a good battle here as Gregorato trying to do all he can to get up to Finch, but Finch, as we know, one tough customer, and I think Gregorato can use that the GTP traffic behind him in the 963 of Chris Braun as Braun just blows right by him.
Yeah, so he flies through. I put this down as 2 laps to go when they cross the line here for Thomas Briggs, because he'll have 3 minutes 10 left on the clock. He just did a 1:37 on that last lap. It will be very close, but I think it will just be 2 laps to go in this race when Barney waves the white flag and eventually will wave the checkered flag as well to end this one. So it'll be very close to the 4 hours in its entirety. Now it gets interesting here as they enter the VIP tower. Watch out on the right-hand side on the exit. Now might turn to the left because James Huth is trying to find his way through, so the gap has to be left open, and crucially there was no real need of avoiding action there for Jason Finch, and he will get a big advantage as he comes off the exit of Samsung corner here of turn number 8, up over the roller coaster section of the circuit, back down the hill again, and again builds his half a second buffer so he doesn't have to worry up at Portimão.
No, and that's just what he needs to do. As you know, the shortening amount of laps, and one thing you need to do is hope that, you know, Briggs sooner or later comes across for Barney to give the white flag, because less time means that Finch will keep ahead of Gregorato. As we're watching Briggs around the circuit right now, like that he is around Samsung, or actually heading into Portimão, I should say.
Oh, he's in Zagreb, so he can actually lap these drivers if they're not careful.
Yeah, well, you know, that's kind of what they need right now. Maybe, you know, maybe that's exactly what those guys want. And I think that they might get lapped as Briggs will come around Galpi to look at Barney, looking at the time.
White flag.
Yeah, it's gonna be white flag.
Yeah, Barney was waving there on the left-hand side of screen, so this will be it. One final lap here from the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve, and they are nose to tail, pushing each other through the corner. Gregorato, I think, had himself the big stand-up through the middle of the corner, and because of that contact, Finch able to run away and build that gap up to nearly 0.8 of a second. So very cheeky at Lagos corner. Gregorato with the contact now has not much he can do except stare it down. Behind is Thomas Briggs, and if Briggs gets by them, they've only got this lap to try and find it. So this is where it's becoming a really tall ordeal for these drivers, and Can-Am Titan may have just played this one to perfection to hold their fourth in class, but it has been a long day, a tough day for many teams, but every driver will make it to the checkered flag and see the end of this one here in your PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series. But as Thomas Briggs descends down the hill behind them, out of Portimão, over to turn 12, will this be a case of him letting this group fight for one final run? Answer's going to be probably no, as he goes around the outside, looking at Sagres with a bunch of understeer to work with. Last 10th, haven't had anything to fight back with. It's been a long gap that he's been able to find, and as he flies through the final corner, he will let that group have their battle. Thomas Briggs and the Shopaholics will come to the line, and they will march forward and say, yes, that is what I wanted. A big result in the way they've gone around. They've given Matrix Bronze an extra lap to play with as well. We wait now for the other categories to come to the line, and first and foremost, it will be your pro category in GT3R that will come to the finish here, Jeremy, with Christopher Pies and the Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle.
Yeah, Pies had a great last stint here, and he's going to come across like go to the inside, take the checker flag for GT3R Pro. And of course, we're still watching this battle for position in that class between Finch and Gregorato. Of course, they're making their way around the circuit right now. Here comes your G963M leader.
Yeah, Charlie Boyer coming over towards the line. Kainaran have been on a rich vein of form as of late, and they left Stallions GTP 2 laps behind in the dust. A third position overall as well for them. They will certainly take to the bank and cash. And there is your final category winner. William Wolf and the Imperial Motorsports team are dominating the GT3R's Pro and Am category leads, and they will increase their margin with No Gone Broke and Can-Am Atlas a little further down the order. So they will have a huge margin to play with as they head to the final rounds of the season. So wonderfully done out there on circuit by all of these drivers, and it is worth noting that each and every single car is going to make it to the finish, including Finch and Gregorato that come to the line. Will get confirmation of results here as they go through. So Thomas Briggs in the Shopaholics race team come and take another victory here in the Team Racing Series. It's their third win of the season out of 4 as they take on and defeat Last 10th by 1:23 over the line. James Huth would steal it late for SC Team Red, as Matrix Bronze would be on the wrong side of Lady Luck. Fastest lap then, a 35.1 by James Huth as he put that together. Small category for 963 Am, as Charlie Boyer and the Kainaran Racing team honestly have the pace to be pro team drivers out there at the moment, the way they're running. Rex Jarawala had a lot more trouble for Stallions GTPX. They found themselves 3 laps down. Then over to GT3R Pro, where Christopher Pies was able to pick up the result and get it done by 44 in the end over Rich Minkler and the Gone Broke Racing Pro team. Matrix Black find themselves in third, so they keep the championship alive, with Can-Am Titan fourth and Flying Lion Racing unable to stay close enough to make the pass on Finch after the contact with 2 laps to go. Autocrosses Racing are 6th in category with Randy Teague, 7th with the Chroma Motorsports, and then SC Team Blue find themselves in 8th position with Mike Patterson 2 laps down. And then over to the GT3R Am category with William Wolf, who was able to stave a gap of 13.7 over the line over Steve Kamat, who got himself then into position there in second. Mark Doran was third with Last 10th Purple, as Can-Am Atlas will find themselves fourth and now second in the championship. Stallions GT3R end up in 5th with Mehmet Karasay then over in 5th place. Mike Sachs and Backmarker Motorsports had a troublesome day in 6th, with the Gone Broke Racing TRS Am team down in 7th. finding themselves losing out on a bunch of points. And then in 8th position, Anthony Di Vincenzo for Max Schnell Motorsports, the last finishers out there overall. We're going to take this opportunity to talk to some of our drivers now, and I think there's no better place to talk to than your winners, the two Thomases who brought themselves together. Thomas Briggs and Thomas Isabel, I think, are going to be the best two that we jump on in and bring together, and they are stood by with Jeremy Scott.
Well, let's talk to our winners of the Shopaholics race team. First of all, let's talk to the driver behind the wheel at the start, the finish, I should say, Thomas Briggs. Congratulations. You basically held the lead for quite some time, but it was great to see that even after the pits, you were able to still continue that gap.
Yeah, Jeremy, thank you. Yeah, it was a really good race. It was pretty tame. There were a lot less cars on track for this race. But it was really nice to get the win today because at 9 a.m. this morning, I didn't even have a team. So I picked up Thomas Isabel at the last possible second, and that makes it this really nice win. He did an amazing job today.
Talk about that, Thomas. 9 a.m., you didn't know that you were going to be racing, and all of a sudden you're on the top step of the podium.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, we're both Thomas. That makes it a bit confusing, doesn't it?
Two of you guys. So go ahead, Thomas Isabel.
Sure, thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, as Thomas Briggs said, I mean, first of all, hats off to him. His pace was just incredible, and really my job was just to keep it on track. Got a message from him this morning, said, hey, I need another driver. And I said, I was just class, so why not? I'll give it a shot. So first time in the 963, first time in Portimão, first endurance race. So, was really just trying to keep it out of trouble and let him do all the hard work.
And what's that like going into an unfamiliar car, unfamiliar track? By the way, you got to make sure to keep it on the track so you're not hurting his points.
Slightly terrifying, but listen, it was with these new tires, was definitely learning each lap. But once you get confidence up after those tires get warm, it's muscle memory. So was really just trying not to ruin his position in the championship, and bring it home. It was tons of fun.
He did fantastic, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, Thomas Briggs, indeed, fantastic job. One race to go. What are you expecting here?
I'm hoping we can get the win. I have my high school graduation that day, so I can maybe do one stint in the morning and then give it off to the other guys, but I'm hoping we can get the championship.
Now, you know what? It's not the first time. It wouldn't be the first time somebody skipped their high school graduation for a race. Gents, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks, guys.
Well, Jake, that's interesting. Your race winner having high school graduation on the day of the final race of the season.
Well, sometimes that happens and life gets in the way, but nothing really got in the way of Kine Aaron out there, who were able to pick up the the 963 AM victory out there. So Charlie and David Boyer here with me right now. Charlie, I'll come first, just because this has been a really important last couple of months here for Kine Aaron, who are now starting to walk from strength to strength. It's not just the fact that you're out there and you're picking up results here in the AM category, but it's the fact that you are now starting to challenge the pros.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. We shot ourselves in the foot in the first couple of races this year, but I think we've figured things out a little bit, and we think we have the pace if we keep things clean.
Yeah, that certainly works. David, you had the middle stint here and took over from Andy Jenks, who took the start of the race here for you. Just how important has this team been in sort of building the confidence, building the strength, now starting to understand how everyone's driving around here, and now getting or reaping the rewards that you've got, so to speak?
Definitely very important. I mean, like adjusting to the new car with like the new tire model and everything and all that, like building up the confidence, getting in the car second and all that. We practiced so much as a team and we've really grown throughout the season. So it's been a fun time to bond with everyone and kind of see this improvement to start taking the challenge to the pros. Yeah.
Well, you got the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps here, both of you, which is coming up, of course, in about a month's time now. So a circuit that is legendary in terms of endurance racing. How much of that is a known quantity to you drivers, and how important is it going to be just to consolidate what has been an excellent second half of the season?
Well, I think we both have good time at Spa. We don't have good time in Spa yet in this car with the new tire model, and I understand it's also forecasted to rain, which always gives a little variable in there. So a lot of practice over the next month upcoming.
Well, we will wish you the best of luck. David, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Spa, legendary track, super fun place to drive. I think that in the past we've had reasonably good results respective to our normal standings, so I'm excited to get out there and hopefully take the fight to the pros once again.
And taking the fight to the pros, we will hope to see you do. It's third overall here today in terms of this, but your winners of the 963 AM category class is Kynaran Racing, David and Charlie Boyer. They're joining us for the moment. We will take our little look on down the category to the Big Eagle at Imperial Motorsports. And I believe the walk down the virtual paddock here for you, Jeremy, has found yourself over with two very, very quick drivers in Matt Quinn and Christopher Pies.
Yeah, Matt Quinn, Christopher Pies, your winners in the 911 GTR Pro win. Congratulations, gents. Let's start with Christopher Pies. Near the end, you had the pit stop and you had to worry about Rich Minkler there at the top of that final stint. Talk us through that. Talk us through that final pass.
Yeah, the final stint was I've raced against Rich a bunch, and he's a great driver. So I knew he wasn't going to make any mistakes. So Matt gave me the car in a phenomenal position, and at that point it was just kind of managing the gap, being careful with traffic, both back markers and also the GTPs coming through. But that last hour, my last stint, was just keep it on the black stuff, keep it on the island, and hopefully manage the gap, and we were successful. So everything turned out great.
Of course, Matt, that middle part of the race, that is the most important, because you got to make sure that you're in the position for that final stint, and you performed it masterfully. Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. We had a setup dialed in from a previous endurance race, and so we didn't really have any question marks coming in. It was just trying to manage the hot track and, getting the car to turn. Not a lot of front end grip, so we just had to pull it back and keep it steady. But yeah, it was a pretty enjoyable race, and the track is just a blast, so we had fun.
Well, Christopher, we got Spa coming up. What are you looking forward to most in a month?
Oh, Spa is fantastic. I'm just looking forward to having us finishing the season off right. I'll have to do some math on the championship points, but I think we're in a pretty good spot. But no reason to change our strategy. We've been pretty successful all year, so keep doing what we're doing, get some practice in, and hopefully are able to finish strong and bring home the championship.
Matt Quinn, Christopher Pies, your winners in GT3R Pro for Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle. Congratulations, gents.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
And of course, Jake, now it's on to the AMs, where they also had a great battle for the lead here near the end.
They absolutely did. It was looking like it was a little bit touch and go, but the Handsome Hawk remains handsome. A third race win of the year for the team in GT3R, and Michael McKinney and William Wolf here along with me. Michael, I'll come to you first then in terms of you jumping in the car earlier on in the day. How important was that for you, just to know that you could put yourself in a situation now where the scenario pretty much gets easy for you at the end of the season, a case of finish and the championship is almost guaranteed?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's totally guaranteed. I don't think we have that big of a points lead. And we'll probably go in, I know we'll go into the last race with the same approach and same mindset, and same preparation. So today was a, really solid performance from Will. I mean, he jumped in. Dean is having some well-deserved time with his family. And I, hats off to Will for hopping in late and doing a fantastic job.
So, Will, jumping in here as a substitute, giving yourself the opportunity to drive the car. How much of an opportunity did you have to practice here before Portimão? And looking at the stages of that race for you, going through the final stages, how important was it for you just to keep the car on the asphalt and not worry too much about that gap, which was fluctuating in and around 10 to 15 seconds?
Yeah, Jake, exactly. I mean, Michael did a fantastic job just delivering an awesome position. So for me, it was all just about keeping the car safe and surviving and not getting into any incidents.
So for the pair of you, the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps becomes the final port of call. And for Imperial Motorsports as a team in its entirety, it looks like you are going to be in the commanding position in both of the GT3R categories out there. What is it about the Imperial Motorsports team that's getting such an affinity right now after this Porsche 911 GT3R?
Well, I can say that, I was welcomed into the Imperial Motorsports team, I guess probably a couple of years ago. And it's just a great group of people that enjoy racing, love talking about, how we can improve. And so it's that camaraderie and that discipline that, they've got some great drivers. So I'm just proud and happy to be a part of it.
And we are proud to see just how good the racing has been in this series, and the fact that Imperial Motorsports have two cars up at the top of two different championships. Michael McKinney and Will Wolf joining us then from the Handsome Hawk team, taking themselves to be winners of the GT3R AM category. In terms of our racing, that will bring proceedings to a close then from today's action here at Portimão. And I just want to remind you that we are so thrilled here, of course, with RaceSpotTV and the PCA Sim Racing Team Racing Series to have as the title sponsor, of course, the Princess Cruises. This is our finale, first and foremost, before we talk about that, which will be at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, May 18th. You want to put that down in your category, 12:45 p.m. Eastern at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. We will be crowning 4 champions over there. All championships still in to be decided, but crucially enough here with the Porsche Club of America, this is where the racing is still real and proving that it is some great action with us here on RaceSpotTV. Of course, Princess Cruises, the 2025 PCA titled sponsor, we have to give a thanks to as the official cruise vacation partner here at Series 13. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. You can reach out, of course, to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. A day of dominance for some as they found themselves the battles here at Portimão. But as they looked to try and sort themselves out here for one final round of the championship, it was the status quo in all 4 categories that found themselves on top. So when it comes to Imperial Motorsports, GT3R looks like it is in their back pocket. Kai Naren happy with their AM category works, but keep an eye out on what has happened with the Shopaholics racing team. They now start to walk towards their title, and they head to a place in the Belgian Ardennes where battles are legendary each and every time. We'll see you at Spa in a month's time for your season finale of the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Team Racing Series.